Records of the Past, 2nd Series, Volume 2. By A. H. Sayce. Preface. The present volume of Records of the Past possesses a melancholy interest. It contains the last literary monument of one of the most valued of my fellow workers, M. Arthur Amyot, who died suddenly just after completing the final pages of his translations of the Inscriptions of Telloh. No other Assyrian scholar had so thoroughly mastered the secrets of the non-Semitic language of ancient Chaldea, and the knowledge which has perished with him is for science an irreparable loss. The hand that traced the interpretation of the mysterious records of primeval Shinar was not permitted to revise it in proof. It will be seen that I have been able to redeem my promise of editing the latest and most authoritative translations of the early Egyptian texts, and I am fortunate in having secured the help of Professor Maspero, the most eminent of living Egyptologists, for the work. I hope next year to be able to redeem my other promise of bringing out 2 volumes during the same year. I must take this opportunity of correcting a misreading which I have allowed to appear in 2 passages of the last volume of the records. The name of the Hittite prince mentioned by the Vannic king Menuas is not Sadahatis, as it is given on pages 97 and 165, but Sadahalis, as it is correctly transcribed in the transliteration and translation of the inscription itself, pages 165, 166. In the translations doubtful words and expressions are followed by a note of interrogation, the preceding word being put into italics where necessary. The names of individuals are distinguished from those of deities or localities by being printed in Roman type, whereas the names of deities and localities are in capitals. A. H. Sayce. Queen's College, Oxford. July 1889. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Equivalents of the Hebrew letters in the transliteration of Assyrian names mentioned in these volumes. A. L. B. M. G. N. D. S. S. H. E. U. V. P. Z. T. S. K. H. Q. D. H. R. I. Y. S. S. H. K. T. N. B. Those Assyriologists who transcribe by sh use s for. The Assyrian e represents a diphthong as well as. In the introductions and notes wai. Denotes the cuneiform inscriptions of Western Asia, in 5 volumes, published by the trustees of the British Museum. Inscription of Uni, of the Sixth Dynasty. Translated by Professor Maspero. This inscription adorned one of the walls of the tomb which Uni had built for himself at Abydos in the central part of the necropolis, Mariette, Abydos, Volume 2. Page 41. Catalogue General, page 84, number 522. It was discovered there by Mariette and transferred to the Museum of Balak, Mariette, Notice to Princepox Monuments, 1864, pages 286 to 287, where it now bears the number 886, Maspero, Guide du Visiteur, pp. 209 to 211. E. de Rouge copied it there in 1865 and made an analysis of it, intermingled with translations, which he published in his Recherches sur les Monuments, pages 117 to 128, 135 to 149, pl 7, 8. His work served as a starting point for the complete translations of Birch, Inscription of Uni, in the Records of the Past, prior series, 2. Pages 1 to 8, and the partial translations of Maspero, Histoire ancienne de Peuples de l'Orient, 1875, pp. 88 to 92, 1886, pages 81 to 85, and of Bruch, Geschichte Egyptiens, pages 95 to 102. The text has been published a second time, but somewhat incorrectly, by Mariette, Abydos, Volume 2. Pages 44-49. It has again been edited, with the corrections of Brugsch and Golnischeff, by Ehrman, Kommentar zur Inschrift der Una in Lepsius' Zeitschrift, 1882, pp. 1-29, together with a translation and a grammatical commentary, some points in which have been slightly modified by Ehrman in his work on Egypt, Egyptian, pages 688-690, e passim. Brugsch has devoted one of the most interesting of his memoirs to the study of the names of the Nubian populations contained in our inscription, Die Niederstand der Una Inschrift in the Zeitschrift, 1882, pages 30-36. The inscription consists of 52 lines, of which the first alone is horizontal and runs along the summit of the wall like a sort of general title. On the right side it has suffered a little, and the lines at the beginning have lost almost all the characters at the top and the bottom of them, but only 2 or 3 of these lacunae are impossible to fill up, and interrupt the sense. Everywhere else, the expression is clear, easy to comprehend, and the difficulties which it offers to the interpreter result only from our present ignorance of the exact signification of certain terms peculiar to architecture, navigation, and the military art at the remote epoch to which the inscription belongs. The portions of the text which have been restored are enclosed between brackets. The stele which was found with this inscription is in the Museum of Balak at Cairo, and has the form of a false door. It is evidently the same which was given to Uni by King Meriri Pepi, as stated in the inscription. Mariette has given a description of the stele in his Catalogue General de Monuments d. Abydos, page 90, number 529, Kfr. J. N. E. de Rouge, Inscriptions, Volume 1, pl. 2. The tomb of Auu, the father of Uni, has been discovered at Abydos, E. de Rouge, Recherches sur les Monuments, page 144, note 1. Uni died before Miraniri, who is the last king mentioned in his biography, if, as I have conjectured, he was born in the reign of Unas, his age could not have exceeded 60 years. The inscription of Uni. Royal offering to Osiris the lord of Busiris, in order that there may be given to him a revenue in bread and liquors, at every festival and each day, with an abundance, of everything, 1,000 loaves. 1,000 cups of beer, 1,000 oxen, 1,000 geese, 1,000 ducks, 1,000 fowls, 1,000 birds, 1,000 cloths, 1,000 pieces of linen, for the prefect of the country of the south, the guardian of Nekhni. The dictator of Nekhabit, one, sole friend, feudal vassal of Osiris Contumentit, Uni. He says, I was born under the majesty of Unas. I was still a youth, wearing the fillet under the majesty of Teti, too, and employed as superintendent of the treasury, when I was promoted, free, to the inspectorship of the irrigated lands of Pharaoh. When I was chief of the secret chamber under the majesty of Pepi, his majesty confers on me the dignity of friend, and, controlling prophet of his pyramid. Then when I held this office, his majesty made me Sabu, guardian of Nekhni, for his heart was satisfied with me above any other of his servants. I heard then all that happened, I alone with a Sabu, clerk to the port, in every secret affair. And I executed all the writings, which had to be executed in the name of the king, whether for the harem of the king or for the residence of the six, so that I satisfied the heart of the king more than any other of his peers, or, of his Mameluke nobles, more than any other of his servants. An order was also issued, by the majesty of my lord, that a sarcophagus of white stone should be brought to me from Royu. 5. His majesty sent a temple slave in a boat with the soldiers, the hewers of the stone and the artisans, with orders to convey this sarcophagus to me from Royu. And this sarcophagus comes with a temple slave in a large pontoon. 6. From the royal administration, as well as its lid, a stele in the form of a gate, to wit, the frame, the 2 middle blocks, and the threshold. 7. Never had anything like it been made for any other servant whatever, but it happened that my wisdom pleased his majesty, and that also my zeal pleased his majesty, and that also the heart of his majesty was satisfied with me. Also for my being Sabu, guardian of Nekhni, his majesty made me sole friend, superintendent of the irrigated lands of the pharaoh. 8. over the superintendents of the cultivated lands who are there, and I acted to the satisfaction of his majesty. Both when I had to keep guard behind the pharaoh and, when I had, to settle the royal itinerary, or to arrange the peers, and I acted in all this to the satisfaction of his majesty above everything. When moreover one went to the royal harem to inform against the great royal wife Amitsi, secretly, his majesty made me alone descend into it in order to listen to business, no sabu clerk of the port being there, nor any peer except myself alone. Because of my wisdom and my zeal which pleased his majesty, because the heart of his majesty was satisfied with me. It was I who wrote everything down, I alone with a sabu guardian of Nekni. Now my employment was that of superintendent of the irrigated lands of the pharaoh, and there never had been any of this rank who had heard the secrets of the royal harem, in former days, excepting me, when his majesty made me hear them. Because my wisdom pleased his majesty more than any other of his peers, more than any other of his Mamelukes, more than any other of his servants. When his majesty carried war to the district of the nomad Hirusha, and when his majesty formed an army of several myriads, levied throughout the entire south, southward starting from Elephantine, northward starting from the Letopolitan Nome. 9. In the country of the north, in the two confines in their entirety, in each station between the fortified stations of the desert, in Aradat a country of the Negroes, in Zamu a country of the Negroes, in Amamu a country of the Negroes. In Wawat a country of the Negroes, in Kau a country of the Negroes, in Totem a country of the Negroes. 10. His Majesty sent me at the head of this army. There were generals in it, there were Mamelukes of the king of Lower Egypt in it, there were sole friends of the pharaoh in it, there were in it dictators and princes of the south and of the land of the north. 11. Golden friends and superintendents of the prophets of the south and of the land of the north, prefects of the confines at the head of the militia of the south and of the land of the north, cities and boroughs which they governed. As well as Negroes from the regions mentioned above. And nevertheless it was I who laid down the law for them, although my employment was that of superintendent of the irrigated lands of the pharaoh with the title belonging to my office. 12. So that each of them obeyed like all the rest. 13. And each of them took with him what he needed as regards bread and sandals for the journey, and each of them took beer from every town, and each of them took every kind of small cattle from every individual. I led them to Amihit, Sabrini Hotpu, Urid of Horon Nibmate. 14. Then being in this locality, I marshaled them, I regulated everything and I counted the number of this army which no servant had ever counted before. This army marched prosperously. 15. It shattered. 16. The country of the Hirusha. This army marched prosperously, it destroyed the country of the Hirusha. This army marched prosperously, it conquered their fortresses. 17. This army marched prosperously, it cut down their fig trees and their vines. This army marched prosperously, it set fire to the houses of the inhabitants. 18. This army marched prosperously, it slew their soldiers by myriads. This army marched in peace, it led away captive. 19. A very great number of the inhabitants of the country, and his majesty praised me because of this above everything. His majesty sent me to lead this army 5 times, in order to penetrate. 20. Into the country of the Hirushau, as often as they revolted against this army, and I acted to the satisfaction of his majesty in this above everything. Then as it was said that there were rebels among those barbarians who extended as far as towards Teba. 21. I sailed in ships with this army, I attacked the coasts of this country to the north of the country of the Hirushau. Then this army being on the march, I went and overthrew them all, and I slew all the rebels among them. When I was at the great house with the right of carrying the wand and the sandals, the pharaoh Marinri made me governor-general of the south, southward starting from Elephantine, and northward as far as the Letopolitan Nome. Because my wisdom pleased his majesty, because my zeal pleased his majesty, because the heart of his majesty was satisfied with me, when then I was invested with the right of carrying the wand and the sandals. His majesty favored me therefore, giving me part of the cattle intended for the palace. When I was in my place I was above all his peers, and all his Mamelukes and all his servants, and this dignity had never been conferred on any servant whatever before. I filled to the satisfaction of the king my part of superintendent of the south, so as to be allowed to stand at his side second, in rank, to him, accomplishing all the duties of an engineer. Judging all causes that there were to judge for the royal administration in this south of Egypt, as second judge, at every hour appointed for judgment for the royal administration in this south of Egypt as second judge. Regulating as governor all there was to do in this south of Egypt, and never had anything like this taken place in this south of Egypt before, and I did all this to the satisfaction of His Majesty accordingly. His Majesty sent me to Abhate, 22, to bring back the sarcophagus, called, the Coffer of the Living, with its lid, as well as the true and precious pyramid ion of the pyramid, called, Canopher Mistress of Marinry. His Majesty sent me to Elephantine to bring a stele in the form of a false door, together with its base of granite, as well as the portcullis and the framework of granite, for the passage of the pyramid. And, to bring back the gates and the thresholds of the exterior chapel of the pyramid, Canopher Mistress of Marinry. I returned with them to the pyramid Canopher of Marinry in 6 galliots, 3 pontoons, 3 barges, and, a man of war. Never had there been a man of war at Abhate or at Elephantine. So all things that His Majesty had ordered me to do, were accomplished fully as His Majesty had ordered them. His Majesty sent me to Hatnabu, 23, to transport a large table of offerings of alabaster. I brought this table of offerings down, from the mountain, as it was impossible in Hatnabu to dispatch it, along the course of the current in this galliot. I cut a galliot out of the wood of the acacia sont, 60 cubits long and 30 cubits broad. I embarked the 17th day of the 3rd month of Shomul, and although there was no water over the sand banks of the river, I reached the pyramid Canopher of Marinry prosperously. I was there with the table of offerings, without fail according to the order which the Majesty of my Lord had deigned to command me. His Majesty sent me to excavate 5 docks in the south and to construct 3 galliots and 4 pontoons of acacia sont of Uaut. Now the Negro princes of the countries of Aradit, Wawat, Amu, and Mazza felled the wood for that purpose, and I accomplished it all in only 1 year. The transportation to the water and the loading of large quantities of granite for the pyramid Canopher of Marinry. 24, and moreover I caused a palace to be constructed for each of these 5 docks. Because I venerate, because I exalt, because I adore above all the gods, the souls of the King Marinry, living forever, because I have been raised above everything according to the order of which His double has given unto me. Even to me who am the beloved of his father, the lauded of his mother, the magnate in his city, the delighter of his brethren, the governor in actual command of the south, the vassal of Osiris, Uni. The Adventures of Sinuhit, of the 12th Dynasty. Translated by Professor Maspero. The Berlin Papyrus No. 1, purchased by Lepsius in Egypt and published by him in the Denkmäler aus Ägypten and Ethiopian, 6. pl. 104-107, is injured at the beginning. In its present condition it contains 312 lines of text. The first 179 lines are vertical, then come 96 lines, 180-276, which are horizontal. But from line 277 to the end the scribe has returned to the system of vertical columns. The first 40 lines that are preserved have suffered more or less from wear and tear. 5 of them, 13-15, 38, present lacunae which I could never have succeeded in filling up, had I not had the good fortune to discover at Thebes a new manuscript. The end is intact and concludes with the well-known formula. It is completed from its commencement to its termination as has been found in the book. The writing, very clear and bold in the vertical portions, becomes clumsy and confused in the horizontal portions. It is full of ligatures and rapidly written forms which at times render its decipherment difficult. The Berlin Papyrus has been analyzed and translated by Chabas, Le Papyrus de Berlin, Resits d'Ilya et 4000 ans and Pantheon Littéraire, Volume 1, in part only, by Goodwin in full in Fraser's Magazine, 1865, pp. 185-202, and in a separate form under the title of The Story of Sinuhit, Williams and Norgate, 1865. This translation was corrected by the author in Lepsius's Zeitschrift, 1872, pp. 10-24, and reproduced in the former series of Records of the Past, Volume 6. Pages 131-150. Maspero transcribed it in hieroglyphics and translated it in French, Le Papyrus de Berlin No. 1, 1874-76, in the Mélanges d'Archéologie Egyptienne et Assyrienne, Volume 3. Pages 68-82, 140 SQQ, partly reproduced with corrections in the Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient, 4th edit, pp. 97, 98, 101-104, and in full in the Conte Egyptians, 2d edit, pages 87-130. Dr. H. D. Hay has examined the historical and geographical data contained in the story in an article in Lepsius's Zeitschrift, 1875, pages 78-107, and Prof. Ehrman has inserted a short analysis of it in his book, Ägypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, 1885-88, pages 494-497. We possess on an ostracon in the British Museum, number 5629, the duplicate of a part of the text. This ostracon, first mentioned by Dr. Birch in his memoir on the Abbot Papyrus, has been published by him, in facsimile, in his inscriptions in the hieratic and demotic character, front the collections of the British Museum, 1868, pl 23. Page 8. The identity of the text on the ostracon with that of the last lines of the Berlin Papyrus was pointed out for the first time by Goodwin, on a hieratic inscription upon a stone in the British Museum, Lepsius's Zeitschrift, 1872, pp. 20-24, where the transcription and translation of the text are given at full length. The script belongs to the age of the 20th dynasty, and this fact is important, as it proves that the story, composed at the latest in the epoch of the 16th or 17th dynasty, remained a classic for long afterwards. As the version given on the ostracon differs in certain details from that of the papyrus, it will be useful to insert here a complete translation of it. I was allowed to construct a pyramid of stone in the circle of the pyramids. The stonecutters cut the tomb and divided its walls, the architects designed them, the superintendent of the sculptors sculptured them. The superintendent of the works in the necropolis traversed the country, for all the furniture with which I furnished this tomb. I allotted peasants to it, and there were lakes, fields, and gardens in its domain, as in the case of friends of the highest rank. There was a statue of gold with a silver gilt hilt, which the sons of the king made for me, rejoicing to do so for me, for I was in favor with the king until the day arrived when one attains the other bank. It is ended prosperously in peace. The portion wanting at the commencement has been found at Thebes on an ostracon, picked up on the 6th of February, 1886 in the tomb of Senazmu. It is a fragment of limestone, broken in half, more than 3 feet in length and about 7 inches in breadth, covered with hieratic characters of somewhat large size, punctuated with red ink and divided into paragraphs like most of the MSS. Of the epoch of the Ramessids. On the back, 2 lines, unfortunately almost illegible, give us the name of a scribe which I cannot decipher, probably the name of the person who wrote the text. The fracture is not recent. The limestone has been broken at the very moment of its introduction into the tomb, and the act has not been accomplished without injury to the inscription. Some splinters of the stone have disappeared and have carried portions of words away with them. Most of these lacunae can be filled up without difficulty. The text is very incorrect, like that of all works intended for the use of the dead. Many of the variants presented by it result from faulty readings of the original manuscript. The scribe could not read with accuracy the archaic style of writing. The ostracon has been published by Maspero, Les Premières Lignes de Mémoires de Sinuhit, Restitués d'après l'Ostracon 27419 du Musée de Balak, with 2 plates in facsimile in the Memoirs de l'Institut Égyptien, 2. Pages I-23. The discovery of this new document allows us to reconstruct the route followed by Sinuhit in his flight. He left the camp on the Libyan frontier in the land of the Timihu, thus starting from the west and turning his back on the canton of the Sycomore. According to Bruggsch, Dictionnaire géographique, p. 53. Nuit, the canton of the sycamore, is the Panaho of the Copts, the Athribis of the Greeks, the modern Benha el-Assal. This identification, however, falls of itself, since Nuit is mentioned at the very beginning of the journey, and consequently must have been on the western bank of the Nile, whereas Benha is on the eastern. I had at first considered the canton of the sycamore as a mode of designating the whole of Egypt. But we have long been acquainted with a Nuit or Paneb Nuit, which appears to have been in the first instance only a quarter of Memphis, and subsequently to have denoted the whole of Memphis. Bruggsch, Diction. Geographic, pages 330 to 332. The canton of the sycamore is probably this quarter of the sycamore, and Sinuhit, the son of the sycamore, the Memphite, in declaring that he turns his back on Nuit, simply means to tell us that he departs from Memphis, his native place, to go to Shur-Snofri. The Wadi of Snofri is not otherwise known. Bruggsch, however, identifies it with the Myekphorite nome of Herodotos, 3. 166, thanks to a pronunciation Muihixnafru, born according to him by the characters which compose the name. Diction. Geographic, page 54. The position occupied by this town in the itinerary leads me to look for it between the Libyan desert, Memphis, and the city of Kriahu or the Egyptian Babylon. About a day's journey from this latter and perhaps in the vicinity of the pyramids of Gizeh and Abu Rosh. When the evening arrived, Sinuhit approached Kriahu, crossed the Nile, and resumed his journey, passing eastward of the country of Iauku. This country was hitherto unknown. It is, I believe, the district of the stonecutters, all the region of quarries which extends from Tura to the desert along the Gebel Amr or Red Mountain. Thence Sinuhit marched on foot as far as one of the fortified posts which protected Egypt on this side, between Abu Zabel and Belbius. Beyond this, he mentions only Putini and Kimwari. Bruggsch identifies Putini with a country of Pat which he has met with on a monument of the Scythic period, and of which the modern city of Belbius would represent the center. Diction. Geographic, pages 54, 55. The great Ptolemaic stele discovered by Mr. Naville at Tel El Maskuta furnishes some data for determining pretty exactly the position of Kimwari. It contains a name Kimwar, which Mr. Naville has identified, with good reason, with the Kimwari of the story of Sinuhit, the store city of Pitcom and the route of the Exodus, pages 21, 22. Ptolemy Philadelphus built here the city which he called Arsino after his sister, which became one of the emporia of Egyptian trade with the Red Sea. Mr. Naville places Arsino, and consequently Kimwari, near the modern El Maghfar in the heart of the ancient Gulf of Suez. This site would suit our narrative admirably. After having quitted Putini, Sinuhit would have plunged into the desert, towards the northeast, and would have lost himself in the sands in his endeavor to reach Kimwari. Beyond this point he entered the country of Edoma or Eduma, in which Chabas has recognized the land of Edom, Les Papyrus de Berlin, pages 39, 75, 76. The scribe states expressly that it was a canton of the Upper Tonu. Tonu accordingly must enclose at least the district between the Dead Sea and the Sinaitic Peninsula. The Prince of Tonu gives the Egyptian hero a very rich district, Tripoli, or better Aya, the name of which denoted a species of plant, and recalls that of Ian, given by the geographers of the classical epoch to the cantons bordering on the Gulf of Aqaba. Sinuhit remained there some years in the company of the nomad archers or Sidiu. On his return to Egypt, he was received by the Egyptian garrison at the frontier station of Hryuhoru, the roads of Horus, that is to say, of Pharaoh, who was identified with Horus, where this locality was I cannot say. 5 years of labor have allowed me to transcribe and translate this difficult text. I believe that the narrative portion of it may be considered as entirely explained in almost every word. The petitions, letters, and discourses with which the story is filled, still present considerable difficulties. Many details will doubtless have to be modified in the approaching future. The Adventures of Sinuhit. 12th Dynasty. The hereditary prince, the man of the king in his quality of sole friend, 25, the jackal who makes the round of the frontiers to guard the country, the sovereign of the country of the Sidhu. The veritable cousin of the king who loves his lord. 26, the servant Sinuhit says. As for me, I am the servant of his master, the slave of the king, the superintendent of the palace. The hereditary prince honored with the favor of the queen Usirtasen, one of the intimates, 27, of the royal son Amenemhate, in his residence. In the year XXX, the 2d month of Shate, the 7th day, the god entered his double horizon, the king Shotfatri ascended to heaven, 28, and when he had united himself with the solar disk the gods rejoiced at the event. Within the palace there was nothing but distressed and mourning people, the great gates were sealed, the courtiers sat crouching in sign of mourning, the men were overcome by dolor and silence. Now his majesty had dispatched an army to the country of the Timihu, 29, his eldest son Usirtasen commanded it, forcefully he marched, he took prisoners alive among the Timihu as well as all their innumerable cattle. The friends of the Seraglio sent people to the region of the west to inform the new king of the regency which had befallen them unexpectedly in the palace. 30. The messengers found him and reached him at nightfall. Whereas running was not sufficiently rapid, the hawk flew with his servants, 31, without informing the army, and as all the royal sons who were in the army were in the field, none of them was summoned. Now as for me, I was there, I heard the words which he uttered on this matter, and I felt myself sinking, my heart palpitated, my arms drooped, the fear of the king smote all my limbs. I wondered as I crept along where I could find a place wherein to hide myself. 32, I flung myself into the midst of the thickets to wait, there, until they, 33, had passed. Then I turned towards the south, not with the wish of reaching the palace, for I did not know whether war had broken out, 34, and without even pronouncing a wish to live after the former sovereign. I turned my back on the canton of the sycamore. I reached Shurs-Nafru and passed the night there on the soil of the field. I started again at daybreak and joined a man who was standing in the middle of the road. He implored my mercy, for he was afraid of me. Toward supper time I approached the city of Kriahu, 35, I crossed the water on a barge without a rudder. I quitted the country of the west and passed over the eastern territory of Yauksu to the domain of the goddess Hirit, the mistress of the Red Mountain. 36, Then I proceeded on foot straight towards the north, and I reached the walls of the prince, which he has constructed to repel the Sidhu and to destroy the Nomi-Asheu. I remained in a crouching posture among the bushes, for fear of being seen by the guard, relieved each day, which keeps watch from the summit of the fortress. I proceeded on my way at nightfall, and at dawn I reached Putini and directed my steps to the Wadi of Kimwari. 37, Then thirst fell and darted upon me. My throat rattled and contracted and I already said to myself, it is the taste of death. When I rallied my heart and recalled my strength, I heard afar the lowing of cattle. A city perceived me and recognized from my appearance that I came from Egypt. Behold, he gave me water and boiled some milk for me. I went with him to his tribe. They wished to give me a territory out of their territory, but I departed at once and hurried to the country of Edomu. 38. When I had passed a year there, Amuangshi, 39, he is the prince of the upper Tonu, bade me come and he said to me, Dwell with me, thou shalt hear the language of Egypt. He said this because he one knew my worth and had heard of my merits, according to the testimony given of me by the Egyptians who were in the country. 40. This is what he said to me, What is the reason on account of which thou art come hither? Is it that there has been a death in the palace of the king of the two Egypts, even of Shotfatri, 41, without our having known what has passed on this occasion? I began to celebrate the king in a poetical effusion, when I came from the country of the Timihu and my heart found for itself a new home. If I failed, 42, it was not remorse for a fault which sent me on the paths of a fugitive. I had not been negligent, my mouth had uttered no biting speech, I had listened to no perverse counsel, my name had not been heard in the mouth of the magistrate. I know not how I can explain what has led me into this country. It is as it were by the will of God, for ever since the time when this land of Egypt was as it were in ignorance of this beneficent God, the King, the fear of whom is spread among foreign nations, like Socket, 43, in a year of pestilence. I have declared to him my thought and replied to him, Save us. 44. Behold, now his son enters the palace in his place and has undertaken the direction of the affairs of his father. He is a god who verily has no second, none is before him. He is a master of wisdom, prudent in his designs, beneficent in his disposition, at whose good pleasure one goes and comes, for by his ability he subdues foreign regions, and even when his father was still in the interior of his palace, it was he who realized what his father had determined should be accomplished. He is a hero who verily works with his sword, a champion who has no rival. We see in him one who rushes against the barbarians and bursts upon the pillagers. He is a hurler of the javelin who makes feeble the hands of the enemy. Those whom he strikes can no longer lift the buckler. He is a fearless hero, who crushes the skulls of his foes, none has stood before him. He is a rapid runner who destroys the coward, none is able to run after him. He is a heart resolute in its season. He is a lion who strikes with the claw, never has he surrendered his arms. He is a heart closed to pity, when he sees the multitudes he lets nothing remain behind him. He is a hero who flings himself forward when he sees resistance, he is a soldier who rejoices when he flings himself on the barbarians. He seizes his buckler, he leaps, he has never had need to repeat his blow. He slays without its being possible to turn aside his lance, and even without his stretching his bow, the barbarians fly his two arms like greyhounds. For the great goddess, 45, has granted unto him to combat those who know not his name, and if he attains the prey, he lets nothing remain. He is a favorite who has known marvelously how to acquire love, his country loves him more than itself and rejoices in him more than in its own god, men and women hasten at his summons. As king he governs since he was in the egg. 46. He himself, since his birth, is a multiplier of births, he is also an unique being, of the divine essence, by whom this earth rejoices at being governed. He is an enlarger of frontiers who will take the lands of the south, but covets not the lands of the north. On the contrary, he has acted against the chiefs of the Sidhu and to destroy the Nomi-Usheu. 47. Should he come here, let him know thy name by the homage thou wilt address to his majesty. For does he not do good to the foreign country which obeys him? The chief of Tonu answered me, May the government of Egypt be fortunate, and may its prosperity be of long duration. While thou art with me I will do good to thee. He set me above his children, marrying me to his eldest daughter, and he granted that I should choose for myself in his domain, among the best of what he possessed on the frontier of a neighboring country. It is an excellent country. Aya is its name. 48. There are figs in it and grapes, its wine is more plentiful than water, abundant is the milk, numerous the olives and all the products of its trees, there are corn and meal without limit and every kind of cattle. It was noble, indeed, what he conferred on me, when the prince came to invest me with the government, appointing me tribal prince in the best part of his country. I had daily rations of bread and wine for each day, cooked meat, roast fowl, together with the game that I caught or that was placed before me, over and above what my dogs brought from the chase. Plenty of butter, 49, was made for me and boiled milk of every sort. I passed many years, there, the children I had became strong, each ruling his tribe. When a traveler went and returned from the interior, he turned aside from his road to visit me, for I rendered services to all the world. I gave water to the thirsty, I set on his journey the traveler who had been hindered from passing by, I chastised the brigand. The Sidhu, 50, who departed afar to strike and to repel the princes of the foreign countries I commanded, and they marched, for the prince of Tonu allowed that I should be during long years the general of his soldiers. Every country towards which I marched, when I had made my invasion, they trembled on the pastures beside their wells, I seized their cattle, I removed their vassals and I carried away their slaves, I slaughtered their population. 51. The country lay at the mercy of my sword, my bow, my marches, my plans well conceived and glorious for the heart of my prince. Thus he loved me when he knew my valor, making me chief of his children, when he saw the vigor of my two arms. A hero of Tonu came to defy me in my tent, it was a hero who had no rivals, for he had destroyed them all. He exclaimed, Let Sinuhit combat with me, for he has not yet smitten me, and he flattered himself that he would take my cattle for the use of his tribe. The prince deliberated thereupon with me. I said, I know him not. Certainly I am not his brother, I keep myself at a distance from his abode, have I ever opened his door or cleared his fences? He is some jealous fellow who is envious at seeing me and who fancies himself summoned to despoil me of cats, of she-goats as well as of cows, and to throw himself on my bulls, on my sheep, and on my oxen, in order to take them for himself. If he is a wretch who thinks of enriching himself at my expense, not a Bedouin and a Bedouin skilled in fighting, then let him manage the matter with judgment. But if he is a bull who loves the battle, a choice bull who loves ever to have the last word, if he has the heart to fight, let him declare the intention of his heart. Will God forget anyone whom he has always favored until now? It is as if the challenger were already among those who are laid on the funeral couch. I strung my bow, I took out my arrows, I agitated my dagger, I furbished up my arms. At dawn, the country of Tonu came together. It had collected its tribes, and, convoked all the foreign lands which were dependent on it, it desired this combat. Each heart burned for me, men and women shouted, Ah! For every heart was anxious on my account, and they said, Is it really a strong man that is going to fight with him? See, his adversary has a buckler, a battle-axe, an armful of javelins. When I had gone forth, and he had appeared, I turned his darts aside from me. 52, as not a single one hit me, he flung himself upon me, and then I discharged my bow at him. When my dart buried itself in his neck, he cried and struck himself on the nose. I caused his lance to fall, I lifted up my shout of victory over his back. While all the people rejoiced, I caused his vassals whom he had oppressed to show their gratitude to Montu. 53, indeed. The prince Amiangshi, 54, gave me all that the conquered one possessed, and then I carried away his goods, I took his cattle, that which he desired to make me do I made him do, I seized what there was in his tent, I despoiled his abode. So that the riches of my treasures increased and the number of my cattle. Now behold what God has done for me who have trusted in him. He who had deserted and fled to a foreign land, now each day his heart is joyous. I saved myself by flight from the place where I was, and now good testimony is rendered to me here. After I had fainted, dying of hunger, now I give bread here where I am. I had quitted my country naked and behold I am clothed in fine linen. After having been a fugitive without servants, behold I possess numerous serfs. My house is beautiful, my domain large, my memory is established in the temple of all the gods. 55, and nevertheless I take refuge always in thy goodness. Restore me to Egypt. 56, grant me the favor of once more seeing in the flesh the place where my heart passes its time. Is there any objection to my corpse reposing in the country where I was born? To return there is happiness. I have given good things to God, doing that as suitable to consolidate. The heart of him suffers who is saved to live in a foreign land, is there an every day for him? As for him, he hears the distant prayer, and he starts, directing his course towards the country where he has trodden the earth for the first time, towards the place from whence he is come. I was once at peace with the king of Egypt, I lived on his gifts, I performed my duties towards the regent of the earth. 57, who is in his palace, I listened to the conversation of his children, ah! The youthful vigor of my limbs was his. Now old age comes, feebleness has attacked me, my 2 eyes no longer recall what they see, my 2 arms droop heavily, my 2 legs refuse their service, the heart ceases, to beat death approaches me. Soon shall I be borne away to the eternal cities. 58, I shall follow thither the universal master. 59, ah, may he describe to me the beauties of his children and bring eternity unto me. Then the majesty of King Kopirkeri, 60, of the true voice, 61, spoke to the officer who was near him. His majesty sent a message to me with presents on the part of the king, and filled me with joy, even me who speak to you, like the princes of every foreign land, and the children, 62, who are in his palace made me listen to their conversation. Copy of the order which was brought to me who speak to you to restore me to Egypt. The Horus, whose births are life, the master of diadems, whose births are life, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Copircari, the son of the sun, Amenemhate, 63, living for ever and ever. Order for the servant Sinuhit. This order of the king is brought to thee to inform thee of his will. Now that thou hast traversed the foreign countries, from Edomah to Tonu, passing from country to country according to the wish of thy heart, behold, whatever thou hast done and has been done against thee, thou dost not break forth into blasphemies. But if thy word is repulsed, thou dost not speak in the assembly of the young, 64, even if invited to do so. Now, then, that thou hast carried out this project which came into thy mind, let not thy heart vacillate any longer, for Pharaoh is thy heaven unto thee, he is stable, he is prosperous, his head is exalted among the royalties of the earth. His children are in the hidden part of the palace. 65. Leave the riches which thou hast for thyself and with thee, all of them. When thou hast arrived in Egypt, behold the palace, and when thou shalt be in the palace, prostrate thyself with thy face to the ground before the sublime port. Thou shalt be master among the friends of the king. And from day to day, behold, thou art, ever, growing older, thou hast lost the strength of manhood, thou hast dreamed of the day of burial. Behold thyself arrived at the state of beatitude. On the night whereon the oils of embalming are applied, there are given to thee the bandages by the hand of the goddess Teti. 66. Thy funeral is followed on the day of burial, the mummy case gilded, its head painted blue, 67, a canopy above thee of cypress wood. 68. Oxen draw thee, singers go before thee, and the funeral dances are performed for thee, mourners sit crouching at the entrance to thy tomb, the prescribed offerings are presented to thee with loud voice. Victims are slain for thee on thy tables of offering, and thy steels are erected of white stone, in the circle of the royal children. Thou hast no rival, no man of the people reaches thy high rank, thou art not laid in a sheep's skin when thou art entombed. 69. Every one strikes the earth and laments over thy corpse while thou goest to the grave. When this order reached me, I was standing in the middle of my tribe. When it was handed to me, having thrown myself on the stomach I lay upon the ground, I crawled upon my breast. 70. And so I made the circuit of my tent to mark the joy which I felt at receiving it. How can it be that such an event can have happened to me, even to me who am here present, who, of a rebellious heart, have fled to foreign countries? Hostile to Pharaoh. Now, deliverance excellent and lasting, I am delivered from death and thou wilt make me powerful in my own country. Copy of the answer made to this order by the Lord Sinuhit. O pardon. Great and unheard of for the flight which I took, even I here present, as one who knows not what he does, which thou accordest unto me, even thou, the good God, friend of the god Ra, favorite of the god Montu. Lord of Thebes and of the god Ammon, Lord of Karnak, son of the god Ra, image of the god Tumu, 71, and of his cycle of gods, May Suptu, 72, may the god Nopherbayu, 73, may the divine firstborn, 74, may Horus of the Orient. 75, may the royal Urius who is lord of thy head, the chiefs who are on the basin of the west, 76, Horus who resides in foreign countries, 77, Urit the mistress of Arabia, 78, Nut, 79, Horus the elder, 80, and, Ra. May all the gods of the delta and the isles of the great green, 81, grant life and force to thy nostrils. May they give reins to their liberality and grant thee time without limit, eternity without measure, spreading the fear of thee throughout all the countries of the plain and the mountain, fettering for thee all the course of the sun. It is the prayer which I here present make for my Lord, delivered as I am from the foreign land. O sage king, the sage word which the majesty of the sovereign has pronounced in his sageness, I who am here present, I fear to utter it, and it is a momentous matter to repeat it. For the mighty God, image of Ra in his wisdom, he has himself laid his hand to the work, and I here present, I am of the number of the subjects whereon he has deliberated, and I have been placed under his direct inspection. Verily thy majesty is a Horus, 82, and the power of thine arms extends over all lands. Now, then, let thy majesty cause Maki of Edomah, Kontiosh of Kontikaushu, 83, Manus of the subjugated countries, 84, to be brought, they are princes ready to testify that all has happened according to thy wish. And that Tonu has not growled against thee within itself after the fashion of thy greyhounds. For as to me who speak to you, my flight, if it has been voluntary, was not premeditated, far from plotting it, I could not tear myself from the spot where I was. It was like a trance, like the dream of a man of Athu who sees himself at Abu, 85, of a man of the plain of Egypt who sees himself in the mountain. 86. I dreaded nothing. There was no pursuit after me, my name had never been in the mouth of the herald up to the moment when fate assailed me, but then my legs darted forward, my heart guided me, the divine will which had destined me to this exile led me along. I had not carried my back high, for the individual fears when the country knows its master, and Ra had granted that thy terror should be over the foreign land. Behold me now in my own country, behold me in this place. Thou art the vesture of this place. 87. The sun rises at thy pleasure, the water of the canals irrigates him who pleases thee, the breeze of heaven refreshes him whom thou addressest. As for me who speak to thee, I will bequeath my goods to the generations which I have begotten in this place. And as to the messenger who is come unto me, let thy majesty do as it hears, for we live on the air thou givest. Thine august nostril is the love of Ra, of Horus, and, of Hathor, it is the will of Monta master of Thebes that thou livest eternally. I celebrated a festival in Aya to hand over my property to my children, my eldest son was chief of my tribe, all my property passed to him, and I gave away all my cattle as well as my plantations of every species of fruit tree. When I traveled towards the south and arrived at Hryahor, the governor, who was there at the head of the garrison, dispatched a messenger to the palace to give information of the fact. His Majesty sent the excellent superintendent of the peasants of the king and, with him, a ship laden with presents from the king for the Sidiu who came in my train to conduct me to Hryahor. I addressed by his name each of those who were there. As there were servants of every kind, I received and could carry with me means of subsistence and clothing sufficient to last me until I arrived at an estate belonging to me. When the earth revealed itself the following morning, each of them came to salute me, each of them departed. I had a prosperous journey as far as the palace. The introducers struck the ground with their foreheads before me, the royal children stood in the hall to conduct me, the friends who betook themselves to the hall of audience for the march past set me on the way to the royal lodge. I found His Majesty on the great platform in the hall of silver gilt, 88, when I entered towards it, I sank on my stomach, I lost consciousness of myself in his presence. The god addressed me with kindly words, but I was like a person suddenly blinded, my tongue failed, my limbs fainted, my heart was no longer in my breast, and I knew what is the difference between life and death. His Majesty said to one of the friends, "Let him be raised and speak to me." His Majesty said, "So then thou art returned. In hanging about foreign lands and playing the fugitive, age has attacked thee, thou hast reached old age, thy body is not a little worn out. Dost thou not rise? Art thou become a city in duplicity, for thou dost not answer? Declare thy name." I feared to refuse, and replied thus in answer, "I am afraid. Nevertheless to that which my master has asked me, this is what I reply, I have not called upon myself the hand of God, but it is fear, yea, fear which seized my heart so that I took the fatal flight. 89. Now, behold me again before thee. Thou art life, let thy Majesty do what he will. The march past of the children ended, His Majesty said to the Queen, "This is Sinuhit who comes like a rustic with the appearance of a city." The children burst into a loud shout of laughter all together and said before His Majesty, "It is not he in truth, O sovereign, my master." His Majesty said, "It is he in truth." Then they took their necklaces, their wands of office, their sistra, 90, and after they had brought them to His Majesty, they said, "May thy two hands prosper, O King. Put on the adornments of the Mistress of Heaven, 91, offer the emblem of life to my nose. Be powerful as Master of the stars, traverse the firmament in the celestial bark, satiety is the image of the mouth of thy Majesty. 92, thou art set with the Uriah serpent on thy brow, and the wicked are scattered from thee, thou art proclaimed Ra, Master of the two countries, 93, and men cry unto thee as unto the Master of the universe. Thy lance overthrows, thy arrow destroys. Grant that he may live who is in annihilation. Grant us to breathe at our ease in the good way where we are. Sinuhit, 94, the city born in Tamiri, if he has fled, it was from fear of thee. If he has gone far from his country, it was from terror of thee. Does not the face grow pale which sees thy face? Does not the eye fear which thou hast arrested? The king said, let him fear no longer, let him dismiss all terror. He shall be among the friends of the order of the young, and let him be placed among those of the circle, 95, who are admitted into the royal lodge. Let orders be given that he be provided with an up-punnage. I went out towards him in the interior of the royal lodge, and the children gave me their hands, while we walked behind the purity doubly great. 96. I was placed in the house of the royal son, where there were riches, where there was a kiosk for taking the fresh air, where there were divine decorations and mandates on the treasury for silver, vestments of royal materials. For royal gums and essences, such as the young like to have in every house, as well as every sort of artisan in numbers. As the years had passed over my limbs and I had lost my hair, I was given what came from foreign lands, and the materials of the Nomi-Asheu. I arrayed myself in fine linen, I bedewed myself with essences, I lay on a bed, I was given cakes to eat and oil wherewith to anoint myself. I was given a whole house suitable for one who is among the friends. I had plenty of materials for building it, all its timbers were repaired and fruits of the palace were brought to me 3 and 4 times a day, besides that which the children gave without ever an instant's cessation. A pyramid of stone was begun for me in the midst of the funerary pyramids, 97, the chief of the land surveyors of His Majesty selected its site, the chief of the architects planned it, the chief of the stonecutters sculptured it. The chief of the works which are executed in the necropolis traversed the land of Egypt to obtain all the materials necessary for its decoration. When the necessary appointments had been made in the pyramid itself, I took peasants and made there a lake, 98, a kiosk, 99, and fields in the interior of the sepulchral domain, 100, as is the case with friends of the first degree. There was also a statue carved out of gold with a robe of electrum, and it was His Majesty who bestowed it. It is not a common man for whom he has done so much, and in truth I enjoyed the favor of the king until the day of death. The history is completed from the commencement to the end as has been found in the book. The Legend of the Expulsion of the Hyksos. Translated by Professor Maspero. The story of the quarrel between the shepherd king Apopi and Sakhnenri the hereditary prince of Thebes, which eventually led to the expulsion of the Hyksos from Egypt, is found, though unfortunately in a mutilated condition, in the first pages of the Papyrus Salyer-I. The value of a historical document has long been attributed to it. But its style, as well as the expressions and the general character of the subject, imply a romance, where the principal parts in the scene are played by persons who belong to real history. Though the scene itself is almost entirely the offspring of the popular imagination. Champollion thrice saw the papyrus in the hands of its original owner, M. Salyer of Aix-en-Provence, in 1828, some days before his departure for Egypt, and in 1830 on his return. The notes published by Salvolini prove that he had recognized, if not the exact nature of the story, at all events the historical significance of the royal names occurring in it. The manuscript, purchased in 1839 by the British Museum, was published in facsimile, in 1841, in the Select Papyri, Volume 1, PLISQQ. The notice by Hawkins, evidently compiled from information given by Birch, furnishes the name of the antagonist of Apophis, which had not been read by Champollion, but it attributes the cartouche of Apophis to King Phaeops of the Fifth Dynasty. E. De Rouge was the first who actually understood the contents of the first pages of the papyrus. Already in 1847 he gave Sakhnenri his true place in the list of the pharaohs. In 1854 he pointed out the name of Hauru or Avarice in the fragment and inserted in the Athénéum Français 1854, page 352, a fairly detailed analysis of the document. The discovery was popularized in Germany by Bruch, who attempted to render the three first lines word for word, Egyptisch Studien, 2. 1854, then in England by Goodwin, who believed himself able to offer a complete translation of the papyrus, Hieratratic Papyri, in the Cambridge Essays, 1858, pages 243 to 245. Since then, the text has been frequently studied, by Chabas, Les Pasteurs en Égypte, 1868, by Lushington, fragment of the first Salur papyrus in the Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, 4. pp. 263 to 266, reproduced in the first series of Records of the Past, Volume 7, by Brucksch, History of Egypt, 2d edit, Volume 1, pages 274 sqq, by Ebers, Egypten und die Bücher Moses, 1868, pages 204 sqq. Goodwin, after mature examination, hesitatingly advanced the opinion that an accurate narrative indeed could not be found in it, but only a historical novel, in the English translation of Bunson's Egypt's Place in History. 4, page 671. It is the opinion which I share, and which appears to have generally prevailed. The transcription and translation of the text and a commentary upon it are given in my Etudes Egyptiens. Pages 195 to 216, the translation alone is reproduced in my Cont Egyptiens, 2d edit, pages 273286. I believe the existing fragments allow us to restore almost the whole of the first 2 pages. Perhaps the attempt at restoration which I propose will appear adventurous even to Egyptologists. At all events it will be seen that I have not undertaken it rashly. A minute analysis of the text has led me to the results which I here submit to criticism. The legend of the expulsion of the Hyksos. It happened that the land of Egypt belonged to the impure, 101, and as there was no lord monarch that day, it happened then that the king Socnan-Ri, 102, was sovereign over the country of the south. And that the impure of the city of Ra, 103, were subject to Areopopi, 104, in Hauru. 105, the entire country paid him tribute together with its manufactured products and so loaded him with all the good things of Timiri. 106, now the king Areopopi took the god Suteku for his master, and he no longer served any other deity who was in the whole country excepting only Suteku. And he built a temple of excellent and imperishable workmanship at the gate of the king Areopopi, and he arose each day to sacrifice daily victims to Suteku. And the vassal chiefs of the sovereign were there with garlands of flowers, just as is the case in the temple of Phra Harmakudi. And the king Areopopi bethought himself of sending a message to announce it to the king Socnan-Ri, the prince of the city of the south. 107, and many days after that, the king Areopopi summoned his great chiefs. The text is interrupted here and begins again at the top of page 2, when it recommences after an almost complete lacuna of 5 lines and a half we find phrases which evidently belong to the message of King Apopi. Now numerous texts teach us that a message entrusted to a person is always repeated by him almost word for word. We can therefore feel convinced that the 2 lines put into the mouth of the envoy on page 2, were already contained in the lost lines of page 1, and in fact, the small isolated fragment at the foot of the published facsimile contains the remains of characters which exactly correspond to the sentences of the message. This first version of the message, accordingly, was put into the mouth of the royal counselors, but who were these counselors? Were they the great chiefs who were summoned at the point where the text breaks off? That is impossible, as in the fragments of line 7 mention is made of the learned scribes, and in line 2 of page 2 it is expressly stated that Apopi sent to Socnan-Ri the message, which his learned scribes had repeated to him. We must therefore admit that Apopi, after consulting his civil and military chiefs, was counseled to apply to his scribes. The words of the latter begin at the end of line 7 with the customary exclamation, "O suzerain, our master." In short, for the whole of this first part of the lacuna we have a consultation similar to that carried on afterwards at the court of Socnan-Ri, and in the story of the 2 brothers. When the pharaoh desires to discover the owner of the curl which perfumed his linen. Consequently I continue the tale as follows. And many days after that, the king Areopopi summoned his great chiefs, as well as his captains and his prudent generals. But they could not suggest to him a speech which was good to send to the king Socnan-Ri, the chief of the country of the south. So the king Apopi summoned his scribes versed in magic. They said to him, O suzerain, our master. 108, and they suggested to the king Areopopi the discourse which he desired. Let a messenger go to the chief of the city of the south and say to him, the king Areopopi sends to say, let the hippopotamuses which are in the canals of the country be chased on the pool, in order that they may allow sleep to visit me night and day. A line and a half, perhaps even more, still remains to be supplied. Here again, the sequel permits us to restore the sense, if not the letter, of what is wanting in the text. We see that after having received the message recounted above, King Socnan-Ri assembles his council, which is perplexed and at a loss for an answer, whereupon King Apopi sends a second embassy. It is evident that the embarrassment and silence of the Thebans were foreseen by the scribes of Apopi, and that the part of their advice which is preserved at the top of page 2 contained the end of the second message which Apopi was to send. If the first met with no reply. In similar stories, some extraordinary action is described which has to be performed by one of two kings, the penalty is always stated to which he must submit in case of ill success and the reward he will receive in case of success. There must have been a similar description in the legend, and I therefore propose to restore the text as follows. He will not know what to answer. Whether good or bad, then thou shalt send him another message, the king Areopopi sends saying, if the chief of the south cannot answer my message, let him serve no other god than Seteku. But if he answers it, and does that which I bid him do, 109, then I will take nothing from him, and I will no more bow down before any other god of the land of Egypt except Amun-Ra, the king of the gods. And many days after that, the king Areopopi sent to the prince of the country of the south the message which his scribes versed in magic had suggested to him, and the messenger of the king Areopopi came to the chief of the land of the south. He said to the messenger of the king Areopopi, what message dost thou bring to the land of the south? Why hast thou made this journey? The messenger replied, the king Areopopi sends to say, let the hippopotamuses which are in the canals of the country be chased on the pool, in order that they may allow sleep to visit me day and night. The chief of the land of the south was astounded and knew not what answer to make to the messenger of the king Areopopi. So the chief of the land of the south said to the messenger, this is what thy master sends to, the chief of the land of the south, the words which he has sent me, his goods. The chief of the land of the south caused all kinds of good things, meats, cakes, and wine to be given to the messenger. Then he said to him, return and tell thy master, all that which thou hast said, I approve. The messenger of the king Areopopi set himself to return to the place where his master was. Then the chief of the south summoned his great chiefs as well as his captains and his able generals, and he repeated to them all the message which the king Areopopi had sent to him. Then they were silent with a single mouth for a long moment of time, and did not know what answer to make, whether good or bad. The king Areopopi sent to the chief of the land of the south the other message which his scribes versed in magic had suggested to him. It is unfortunate that the text is broken just in this place. The three pharaohs who bore the name of Socnan-Ri reigned during a troublous period and must have left enduring memories in the minds of the Theban people. They were active and warlike princes, and the last of them perished by a violent death, perhaps in battle against the Hyksos. He had shaved his beard the morning before, arraying himself for the combat like the god Montu, as the Egyptian scribes would say. His courage led him to penetrate too far into the ranks of the enemy. He was surrounded and slain before his companions could rescue him. The blow of an axe removed part of his left cheek and laid bare the teeth, striking the jaw and felling him stunned to the ground. A second blow entered far within the skull, a dagger or short lance splitting the forehead on the right side a little above the eye. The Egyptians recovered the body and embalmed it in haste, when already partially decomposed, before sending it to Thebes and the tomb of his ancestors. The features of the mummy, now in the museum of Balak, still show the violence and fury of the struggle, a large white piece of brain is spread over the forehead, the retracted lips uncover the jaw and the tongue is bitten between the teeth. 110. The author of the legend may probably have continued his story down to the tragic end of his hero. The scribe to whom we owe the papyrus on which it is inscribed must certainly have intended to complete the tale. He had recopied the last lines on the reverse of one of the pages, and was preparing to continue it when some accident intervened to prevent his doing so. Perhaps the professor at whose dictation he appears to have written did not himself know the end of the legend. It is probable, however, that it went on to describe how Sakhnenri, after long hesitation, succeeded in escaping from the embarrassing dilemma in which his powerful rival had attempted to place him. His answer must have been as odd and extraordinary as the message of a popey, but we have no means even of conjecturing what it was. The Stele of Thothmes IV, of the 18th Dynasty. Translated by D. Mallet. This stele had been buried for ages, under the sand which again and again has covered the body of the Sphinx, when it was disinterred in 1818 by an Englishman, Captain Caviglia. Salt, who had taken part in his friend's excavations, gave a detailed account of the disinterment, and his narrative, preserved in MS at the British Museum, has been published by Colonel Vyse in the appendix to his work on the operations carried on at the Pyramids of Gizeh, 8vo, London 1842, Volume 3. Pages 107 SQQ. After uncovering all the hinder portion of the Sphinx, Caviglia found at the end of the long passage which lay between the paws, a small temple, 10 feet in length by 5 in breadth, immediately below the chin of the figure. The extremity of it was occupied by a block of granite, 14 feet in height, covered with sculptures and hieroglyphics recording the name of Thothmes IV. This block is the stele of which we are about to give a translation. It was set up against the breast of the Sphinx, without, however, actually touching it. The two walls, built along the paws at right angles to that at the end of the shrine, had been adorned with two other stelae of smaller size and of limestone. One of them, containing the name of Ramses II, was still in situ. The other had fallen into the interior of the chapel among other masses of rubbish, in which fragments of the beard once attached to the chin of the figure, as in the case of all Egyptian figures of gods or kings, could still be recognized. A door opened between the two walls of lesser elevation which enclosed the shrine on the eastern side. Before the temple, a sort of paved court extended about 3/4 of the length of the paws, and was also enclosed by two walls separated from one another by a roofless opening before which was erected a square altar of granite. Caviglia succeeded in uncovering the Sphinx as far as the base, over an area of more than 100 feet. Unfortunately the sand of the desert soon recommenced its work, and later Lepsius, and subsequently the Duc de Luynes, had again to undertake the task of removing it at great expense in order to reach the curious stele of Thothmes IV. In 1880 Mariette undertook new and important excavations on the same spot. Like Caviglia, he brought to light the huge staircase of 2 stages which descends from the plateau of the desert and led the curious and the devout to the extremity of the shrine, where the colossal image of the god Harmakhis, as embodied in the Sphinx, rises from the ground. And he recognized the remains of buildings, the existence of which had already been noticed by his predecessor. Professor Maspero, Mariette's successor as Director General of Excavations in Egypt, was anxious to push the work of exploration yet further. Ancient authors, Pliny among others, had stated that the body of the Sphinx contained a royal tomb, and Arab writers had recounted all sorts of marvelous legends on the subject. Certain Egyptian monuments, moreover, represented the Sphinx as lying on a lofty pedestal and adorned with those prismatic grooves of which the architects of the Old Empire were so fond. 111. This pedestal might enclose the tomb of which Pliny speaks, and might have been buried in the sand as far back as the age of Khephren, of the 4th dynasty. To solve the problem it was necessary to lower the level of the soil as far as the rocky platform on which the monument stands, and thus to restore it to the condition in which it was towards the commencement of the 2nd century of our era. Then soundings would have to be taken in order to see whether the supposed tomb existed or not. A sum of 15,000 francs, collected by subscription by the Journal de Débats, allowed the work of clearing away the sand to begin in the winter of 1885-6 and to be followed up with great activity. 112, after the departure of Prof. Maspero from Egypt, however, the work was interrupted, and the question accordingly has not yet been settled. The stele of Thothmes IV is of peculiar importance for the history of the Sphinx. It furnishes, in fact, two landmarks for periods very distant from one another. Towards the middle of it, mention is made of Khafre, the third king of the Fourth Dynasty, in terms which the state of the stone unfortunately does not permit us to determine quite exactly. They have been held by some to imply that the monument was constructed by that king. It is probable, however, that it is much more ancient, mounting back, perhaps, to the ages preceding Menes. To Khafre would have fallen the task of clearing away for the first time during the historical period the masses of sand which had already almost covered it. Towards the 15th century BC. The work had to be done again, and Thothmes IV, in consequence of a dream, undertook in his turn to disclose the image of the god to the veneration of its worshippers. The work was doubtless difficult, and once achieved he determined to preserve the memory of it. He accordingly caused a stele to be made, and inscribed upon it an account of his vision and of the labors which had been the result of it. However, he did not go to any great expense in searching for stone. Instead of transporting a new block from Syene, he took one of the architraves of the neighboring temple, now called the Temple of the Sphinx, and engraved upon it his inscription, without troubling himself even to smooth the reverse. 113. As for the text, it had been copied by Salt in 1818, and his copy is at present in the British Museum among the papers which have been alluded to above. It was published by Young in his Hieroglyphics, London, 1820, pl. 80, and afterwards reproduced more imperfectly in Weiss' work on the Pyramids of Gizeh, London, 1842, 3. Appendix, pl. 6. Lepsius gave a new and more correct copy of it in his Denkmäler, 3. pl. 68, but the copy was less complete in certain parts, the monument having suffered during the interval of time which had separated his journey from that of Caviglia and Salt. Birch explained some fragments of the inscription in the work of Weiss in 1842. The historical portion has been translated into German by Brugsch, Zeitschrift für Ägyptische Sprache, 1876, pages 89 sqq. And this translation has been reproduced in the German and English editions of his History of Egypt. Birch gave the first complete translation of it in the 12th volume of the former series of Records of the Past. It has been further explained word by word and commented on by M. Pierret in his lectures at the École du Louvre 1885-6. Prof. Maspero, finally, has analyzed the whole and translated several lines of the text in his rapport à l'Institut Égyptien sur les feuilles de 1885-6, in the Bulletin de l'Institut Égyptien, 1886. At the head of the stele the solar disk, with its two uraei serpents and two great wings, commands the two scenes which occupy the first compartment. On the left the king, in a wig crowned by the uraeus, presents in his two uplifted hands a large-bodied vase to the divine Sphinx with human head, who reclines on a lofty pedestal. Above is an inscription which occupies all the length of the scene, the king of the south and of the north, Menkopiruri Thothmes Kaku, who grants life stable and pure. And the god replies, I have given life stable and pure to the master of the two lands Thothmes Kaku. In front of the king is a short legend, much injured, which contained the words, Homage of the vase Nemest. On the right the king, in a helmet, with the left hand presents the Sphinx, reclined on a pedestal similar to the other but turned in the opposite direction, with incense which smokes in a vase. And with the right hand offers a libation which he pours over an altar of very elongated form. Above the head of the king is the same formula as before, the king of the south and of the north, Menkopiruri Thothmes Kaku. And Harmakhis replies, I have given the sword to the master of the two lands, Thothmes Kaku. Between the two scenes, below the disk, is a vertical inscription, which occupies all the upper part of the first compartment and passes between the two figures of the sphinxes, which lie back to back. It runs thus, 1 have caused Menko-Piruri to rise on the throne of Seb, Thothmes Kaku in the function of Tum. The pedestals on which the two sphinxes recline consist of 3 horizontal platforms, and of a wall which is ornamented alternately with incised squares and rectangles, interrupted towards the extremities by 4 designs, symmetrically arranged and somewhat resembling the leaves of trefoil. It is this decoration which has already been noted above, and which is found on monuments of the Old Empire. An irregular fracture, which commences towards the 12th line of the inscription, runs from right to left, leaving intact only a part of the 2 following lines. The measurements taken by Lepsius, Denkmäler, 3. pl. 68, allow us to determine the extent of the text which has been destroyed. The monument was originally 7 feet 2 inches in length and 11 feet 10 inches in height. Now the hieroglyphics have been destroyed to a height of nearly 4 feet. On the left side, of 4 feet 4 inches. In the middle, and of 5 feet 4 inches. On the right side. Taking no notice of the double tableau, which forms the upper compartment of the stele, we see that nearly 1/2 of the inscription has become illegible. The conclusion must have contained the answer of Thothmes to the words of the god, and then a recital of the works which were executed in accordance with his commands. It ended, doubtless, with a dithyramb in honor of the monarch, Harmachis assuring to him a glorious reign as a reward for his piety. As a matter of fact, Thothmes had hardly ascended the throne before he commenced the work and erected the stele. Then the sand of the desert recommenced to rise little by little, and probably as far back as the 14th or 13th century BC the Sphinx was already enshrouded by it again. In the Greek and Roman epochs it was once more removed several times. The staircase was constructed which gave access to the temple, and numerous tourists were able to engrave their names on the wall of the temple and the paws of the Sphinx. In spite of much trouble and expense, the savants of the 19th century have not yet succeeded in completely disinterring this unique monument of primeval Egypt or in discovering its hidden secret. The Stele of Thothmes 4. 1. The first year, the 3rd month of the inundation, Athyr, the 19th day, under the majesty of the Horus, the strong bull who produces the risings, of the sun, the master of diadems, whose royalty is stable as that of Tum, the golden hawk. Prevailing with the glaive, the vanquisher of the 9 bows, 114, king of the south and of the north, Menko-Piruri, the son of the sun, Thothmes Kaku, beloved of El-Amarna, king of the gods, giver of life serene, like Ra, eternally. 2. The good God lives, the son of Tuna, who lays claim on Harmachis the Sphinx, the life of a universal Lord, the omnipotent, 115, who creates the beneficent flesh of Khopri, beautiful of face like the chief his father. As soon as he issues forth, he is furnished with his forms, 116, and the diadems, of Horus are on his head, king of the south and of the north, delight of the divine Ennead, who purifies on, 117. 3. Who reigns, 118, in the abode of Ta, offering the truth to Tum, presenting, 119, it to the master of the southern wall, 120, making endowments of daily offerings, 121, to the god. Accomplishing all that, now, exists and seeking, new, honors for the gods of the south and of the north, constructing their temples of white stone and confirming all their substance, 122, legitimate, 123, son of Tum, Thothmes Kaku. Like unto Ra. 4, heir of Horus, 124, master of his throne, Menko-Piruri, who gives life. Now, when his majesty was a child, 125, in the character of Horus in Keb, 126, his beauty, was, like that of, the god, who avenges his father, Osiris. It was regarded like that of the god himself, the soldiers raised shouts of joy because of him, the royal sons and all the nobles submitting themselves to his valor, 127, because of his exploits. 5. For he has renewed the circle of his victories, even as the son of Nut. 128, at that time he hunted, 129, on the mountains of the Memphite Nome, taking his pleasure, 130, along the roads of the south and of the north, 131, shooting at the target, 132, with darts, 133, of bronze. Chasing the lions and the gazelles of the desert, advancing on his chariot with horses swifter. 6. Then the wind, together with only one of his servants, 134, without being recognized by any one. Then came his time for allowing repose to his servants, at the Sopit, 135, of Harmachis and, 136, of Saqqaris in the necropolis, of Renuti, 137, with the male and female deities, 138, of the mother who engenders the gods of the north. 139, the mistress of the wall of the south. 7. Sekhet who reigns in Zois and in the domain of Set the great magician. 140, that sacred place of the creation, 141, which goes back, to the days, 142, of the masters of Ker, 143, the sacred path of the gods towards the western horizon of On. For the Sphinx of Khopri, the very mighty, resides in this place, the greatest of the spirits, the most august of those who are venerated, when the shadow rests upon him. 144. The temples of Memphis and of all the districts which are on both sides, advance, towards him, with the two arms extended to adore his face. 8. With magnificent offerings for his double, Ka. On one of these days, the royal son, Thothmes, being arrived, while walking at midday and seating himself under the shadow of this mighty god, was overcome by slumber and slept, 145, at the very moment when Ra is at the summit, of heaven. 9. He found that the majesty of this august god spoke to him with his own mouth, as a father speaks to his son, saying, Look upon me, contemplate me, O my son Thothmes, I am thy father, Harmachis Copriaratum, I bestow upon thee the sovereignty. 10. Over my domain, the supremacy, 146, over the living, thou shalt wear its white crown and its red crown, 147, on the throne of Seb the hereditary chief. 148, may the earth be thine in all its length and breadth. May the splendor of the universal master illumine thee, may there come unto thee the abundance, 149, that is in the double land, the riches brought from every country and the long duration of years. Thine is my face, thine is my heart. Thy heart is mine. 150. 11. Behold my actual condition that thou mayest protect all my perfect limbs. 151. The sand of the desert whereon I am laid has covered me. Save me, 152, causing all that is in my heart, 153, to be executed. For I know that thou art my son, my avenger, approach, behold I am with thee. I am, thy father. 12. Afterwards, the prince awakened. He understood the word of this god and kept silence in his heart. The temples of the district consecrate offerings to this god, 154. 13. Khopri, 155, image made for Tum-Harmachis. 14. At the festivals. Tablets of El-Amarna relating to Palestine in the century before the Exodus. Translated by the editor. In the winter of 1887 a very remarkable discovery was made among the mounds of El-Amarna in Upper Egypt. El-Amarna lies on the eastern bank of the Nile about midway between Mini and Siut, and its extensive ruins cover the site of the capital of Amenophis IV, or Khuenadin, the so-called heretic king of the 18th Egyptian dynasty. Khuenadin was the son of Amenophis III by Assyrian princess Tai, who, as we now know, was the daughter of Duisrada, the king of Mitanni or Nerina, the Aram Naharaim of Scripture, Judges 3. 8. A Mesopotamian district which lay opposite to the Hittite city of Carchemish. Like his father, Khuenadin surrounded himself with Semitic officers and courtiers, and after his accession to the throne publicly professed himself a convert to the religion of his mother, which consisted in the adoration of the winged solar disk. Called Aten in Egyptian. His rejection of the faith of his fathers soon brought about a rupture with the powerful priesthood of Thebes, and Khuenadin eventually left his ancestral capital and built himself and his followers a new capital further north. the site of which is now known as Tel El-Amarna. Here in the neighboring cliffs and desert are found the tombs of the adherents of the new Egyptian creed, and here Khuen-Adin reigned and died. He was succeeded by 1 or 2 converts to the foreign religion. But their reigns were brief, and after a short while the pharaoh returned to the worship of the Egyptian gods, the new capital of Khuen-Adin was deserted, and the foreign faith suppressed. On his departure from Thebes, Khuen-Adin had carried with him the archives of the kingdom, and it is a portion of these that the fellahin discovered in 1887 among the foundations of the royal palace. They consist of clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform writing of the Babylonian type and in the Babylonian language. The tablets are copies of letters and dispatches from the kings and governors of Babylonia and Assyria, of Syria, Mesopotamia, and eastern Cappadocia, of Phoenicia and Palestine, and they prove that all over the civilized East. In the century before the Exodus, active literary intercourse was carried on through the medium of a common literary language, that of Babylonia, and the complicated Babylonian script. It is evident, therefore, that throughout Western Asia schools and libraries must have existed, in which clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform characters were stored up, and where the language and syllabary of Babylonia were taught and learned. Such a library must have existed in the Canaanite city of Kirjath-Sepher, or Book Town, Judges I:11, and if its site can ever be recovered and excavated we may expect to find there its collection of books written upon imperishable clay. Among the correspondence of the Egyptian sovereigns were Assur-Natsir-Pal of Assyria and Bernabarius of Babylonia, which thus fixed the date of Khuen-Adin to about 1430 BC. Palestine and Phoenicia were garrisoned at the time by Egyptian troops, and there were as yet no traces of the Israelite in the land. But the Canaanitish population was already threatened by an enemy from the north. These were the Hittites, to whom references are made in several of the dispatches from Syria and Phoenicia. After the weakening of the Egyptian power in consequence of the religious troubles which followed the death of Khuen-Adin, the Hittites were enabled to complete their conquests in the south and to drive a wedge between the Semites of the east and the west. With the revival of the Egyptian Empire under the rulers of the 19th dynasty, the southward course of Hittite conquest was checked. But the wars of Ramses II against the Hittites of Kadesh on the Orontes desolated and exhausted Canaan and prepared the way for the Israelitish invasion. 2 facts of special interest to the biblical student result from the discovery of the tablets of Tel El-Amarna. In the first place, as has been seen, the date of the Exodus has been approximately determined. At all events, the Egyptologists have been shown to be right in not assigning it to an earlier period than BC 1320, that is to say, the reign of Meneptah the son and successor of Ramses II. In the second place, light is thrown upon the statement of Exodus, I:8, that the pharaoh of the oppression was a new king which knew not Joseph. We learn from the tablets that Khuen-Adin was not only half Semitic in descent and wholly Semitic in faith, he also surrounded himself with officers and courtiers of Phoenician or Canaanitish extraction. The vizier himself, who stood next to the monarch, and like him is addressed as Lord, bore the name of Dudu, the Dodo and David of the Old Testament, which belonged specifically to the land of Canaan. Most of the Egyptian governors and lieutenants from whom the king received his dispatches had similarly Semitic names, and it is clear that not only were Semitic culture and religion dominant in Egypt, but most of the offices of state were in Semitic hands. The rise of the 19th dynasty under Ramses I marked the reaction against Semitic influence, and brought with it the expulsion of the foreigner. Thebes became once more the capital of the kingdom, and the Egyptian priesthood and aristocracy took their revenge upon the hated stranger. Had the insurrection of Araby been successful, the Europeans would have fared in our day as the Semites fared in the days of Ramses. The translations which follow are those of tablets which I have copied at Cairo. I have selected for the most part the dispatches which were sent from southern Palestine. The originals are all preserved in the Museum of Balak, with the exception of No. 3, which was in the possession of M. Urbain Bourriant, the director of the French Archaeological School in Cairo, at the time I copied it. Transliterations of the texts, with notes, will appear in a paper of mine on the tablets of Tel El-Amarna now in Egypt. A general account of the tablets at Balak and in Berlin will be found in Dr. Hugo Winkler's Bericht über die Thothmes von El-Amarna, in the Sitzungsbericht der Königlich Preußischen Akademie der Wissenschaften zu Berlin, No. 51, December 1888. It may be added that Amenophis III and his son Amenophis IV Kuenaden are addressed in the tablets by their praenomina, Nemuria and Nemutria corresponding to the name read Monibri by Professor Maspiro, Napkurururia to Noferkopiruri. Napkurururia is also found abbreviated into Kuri, which explains why in the Greek lists Oris occupies the place of Kuenaden. Dispatches from Palestine in the century before the Exodus. No. 156. 1. To the king, my lord. 2. My gods, 157, my son God, 158. 3. By letter. 4. I speak, 159, even I Suartica, 160. 5. Thy servant, the dust of thy feet. 6. At the feet of the king my lord. 7. My gods, my son God. 8. 7 times 7 do I prostrate myself. 9. The king of, the country of, directed the mouth. 10. To make war. 11. In the city of Kelt, 161. 12. He made war against thee the third time. 13. A cry, for assistance, to myself. 14. Was brought. My city. 15. Belonging to myself. 16. Adhered to, me. 17. Ebed Tob, 162, sends. 18. To the men of Kelt. 19. He sends 14 pieces of silver, and 20. They marched against my rear. 21. And the domains of the king my lord. 22. They overran Kelt. 23. My city Ebed Tob. 24. Removed from my jurisdiction. 25. The pleasure park, of the king my lord. 26. And the fortress of Bel-Nathan, 163. 27. And the fortress of Hammer, 164, from. 28. Before him and his justice. 29. He removed. Lab API. 30. The halting. In speech occupied. 31. The fortress of. Ninu and. 32. Now Lab API. 33. Together with Ebed Tob and. 34. His men, has occupied the fortress of. Ninu. 35. When the king to his servant. Lacuna. On the edge. 1. As regards this matter, no. 2. Twice has the king returned, this, answer. No. 2. 165. The commencement of the dispatch is lost. 1. And, again the city of Pir, Gar, 166. 2. A fortress which, is, in front of this country. 3. I made faithful to the king. At the same time. 4. The city of Gaza, 167, belonging to the king which, is, on the coast of the sea. 5. Westward of the land of the city of Gath Carmel, 168. 6. To Urgi and the men of the city of Gath. 7. Fell away. I rode in my chariot. A second time. 8. And we made a march up, out of Egypt, and. 9. Lab API. 10. And the country which thou holdest. 11. To the Confederates, 169, with. 12. Melech Ariel, 170, attached themselves, a second time. 13. And he took the children as hostages. 14. At the same time he utters their request. 15. To the men of the land of Kirjath, 171. 16. And then we defended the city of Urussi. 172. 17. The men of the garrison whom thou hadst left. 18. In it, Apis, 173, my messenger all of them. 19, collected. At Assyrachan. 20, in his house in the city of Gaza. 21, remained. To the land of Egypt, 174. Lacuna. On the edge. He gave, the dispatch, to the king. No. 3, 175. 1. To the king my lord. 2, speak thus. 3, thy servant, says, even Arudi, 176. 4, at the feet of the king, 7 times 7 do I prostrate myself. 5, thy servant. When a raid was made. 6, by Milki the son of Maritim, 177. 7. Against the country of the king my lord. 8, at the head of the forces of the city of Gedor, 178. 9, the forces of the city of Gath. 10, and the forces of the city of Keilah. 11, they took the country of the city of Rabuta, 179. 12. Dependent, on the country of the king. 13, belonging to the confederates. 14, and again entirely. 15, the city of the land of Urussi. 16, the city of the temple of Urus, whose name is Marum, 180. 17, the city of the king dependent. 18, on the district of the men of the city of Keilah. 19, and I overthrew, the enemies, of the king. The remaining lines are too much injured for translation. No. 4, 181. 1, to Dudu, 182, my lord, my father. 2. I speak, even Aziru, 183, thy son, thy servant. 3, at the feet of my father I prostrate myself. 4, unto the feet of my father may there be peace. 5, O Dudu, now, the daughter. 6, of the king, my lord, Gama. 7. The foundation. 8. Of the palace of my lord the king has been laid. 9, and for a temple I have founded, it. 10, this I have done, as for thee there is none, else. 11, my father, and now the plantations. 12, O Dudu, my father, set in the ground. 13. And I will look after the girl. 14, and, thou, art, my father and my lord. 15, verily, I will look after the girl, the kings of the Amorites. 184. 16, are, thy, and my house, is, from. 17, and the planting. 18. I have directed an. 19, the planting I have accomplished. 20, and, thou to the presence. 21, of my, lord, in the companionship. 22 the foundation stones of the palace I laid. The next 9 lines are too mutilated for translation. 32. And, I, am, the servant of the king my lord. 33, who comes, from, fulfilling, the orders of the king my lord. 34, and, from, fulfilling, the orders of Dudu my father. 35, I observe, all of them, until his return. 36 he sends, a messenger. 37, he sends a soldier. 38, but let me come to thee. No. V. 185. 1, 2, the great, king, the king of the world, the king, of Egypt. 2, I present myself, O creator of everything which, is, great. 3. I, the servant of the mighty Lord, to the king. 4, my, Lord, at the feet of my Lord, the Sun God. 5, 7 times 7 I prostrate myself. Verily is. 6, the king my Lord. Lo, exceedingly powerful. 7, is he constituted. Lo, a mouth of judgment, 186, in. 8, thy presence exists. The men. 9, of the city of Tsumura, 187, belonging to the king, are subjects. 10, of the king. Lo, the city of Zarek, sends, this report. 11. The 4 sons of Abdaci, RTI, 188, have been captured. 12, and there is no one who has brought the news. 13, to the king, as well as counsel. Behold. 14, the servant of thy justice, am I, and as for thee. 15. What I have heard I have dispatched to my lord. 16, a march has been made, 189, against the city of Tsumu, Ra. 17, which like a bird whose nest on a precipice. 18, is laid. 19, is exceedingly strong. 20, and as for the messengers whom. 21. From the house of. 22, I sent, into the city of Tsumura. 23, I have seen their entrance. 24, Enya, Pa, Adu the wares. 190. 25, did not place with me. 26, they took also the men of. 27, his cavalry, and the stone. 28. Of my justice, and. 29, the divine image, the scepters, and, the stone of sovereignty. 30, the God of the oracles of the king, 191, and. 31, the king spoke to them. 32, and thou didst, the seats, thou hast selected. 192. 33. As many as the king created for them. 34, and the son of the servant of the Lord and the wife of the father. 35, even, of the God of heaven and earth, the king, have spoken to the men. 36, I have collected, all my servants. 37. His, too. 38. He went up. 39. Before me, an. 40, this line has been destroyed. 41, near me there was no one at all. 42, of them, whether 2 or 3. 43 and the God, 193, heard. 44. The words of the servant of his justice, and the God. 45, brought life to his servant. 46, and the action of his servant he inquired after a second time, 194. 47, which may he requite, unto me, and may the great lady. 48. Who is, with thee, and the female domestics of the palace? Verily Aziru and. 49, Yapadu have taken up opposition. 50, towards me, and have not marched up, the country. 51, any one, of them. They held a conference. 52, with me. That place of observation. 53, belonging to me, which my father gave nay. 54, even the king, forever, implies. 55, the making of words on the part of me the servant of, thy, justice. 56, and I rejoiced also within myself at. 57. These words, which, I have uttered, even I. 58, the dust of thy feet, O king. 59, O father, thy father is not Aziru. 60, he is not girdled, 195, the world. 61, with his governors and his prophesying, 196, and 62. His, God and goddesses and the god Ku. 63, it is, the work of his servant, An. 64, to defend, the house of thy father. 65, against the country of Tarkamia marched. 66, the sons of Abd Assurda, and 67. There took the country of the king belonging to them. 68, the king of the country of Matanananu, 197, and the king. 69, of the country of Tarkusi and the king of the country of the Hittites. 198. 70. The God who inspires the king, the soldiers of the king. 71, along with Yen Khan the servant. 72, of the king of the country of Yeramuta, 199. 73, and, the gatekeeper Milkami. 74, took with them. 75. They came forth, and. 76. He sends them. No. 6, 200. 1, to the king of Egypt, my lord. 2, by letter. 3, I speak, even I, the king of the country of Alicia, 201, thy brother. 4, unto myself, is, peace. 5, and upon thee may there be peace. 6. To thy house, thy children, thy son. 7, thy wives, thy many chariots, thy horses. 8, and in Egypt thy country. 9, may there be abundance of peace. 10, O my brother, my messenger. 11, a costly gift carefully. 12. Has carried to them, and has heard. 13, thy salutation. 14, this man is my minister, my brother. 15, carefully the costly gift. 16, has he conveyed to them. 17, my minister my ship. 18 has not. 19, brought. 20, together with them. The Inscriptions of Telloh. Translated by Arthur Amiot. Continued from Volume 1. For an account of these interesting inscriptions, which go back to the early dawn of Babylonian history, and are written in the non-Semitic language of primitive Chaldea, the reader is referred to the first volume of the new series of the Records of the Past, pp. 42 SQQ. The Inscriptions of Telloh, continued. Inscriptions of Uarbau. Number 2. On the stone of a threshold, 202. 1, for the god Enki. 2, his king. 3, Uarbau. 4, the Patisi. 5, of Shurperla. 6, the offspring begotten. 7. By the god Ninagal. 8, his temple. 9, has constructed. Number 3. On large bricks, 203. 1, for the god Nin-Girsu. 2, the powerful warrior. 3, of the god Alila. 4, Uarbau. 5, the Patisi. 6, of Shurperla. 7, his temple. 8, has constructed. Number 4. On a small round object of white stone. 1, for the goddess Bau. 2, the daughter of Anna. 3, for the life. 4, of Uarbau. 5, the Patisi. 6, of Shurperla. 7, Uarlila has brought this to. 8, and for the life of the wife of his son. 9. He has consecrated it. 7, Inscriptions of Gudea. Number 1. Inscription on statue A of the Louvre, 204. Cartouche engraved on the right shoulder. 1, Gudea. 2, the Patisi. 3, of Shurperla. 4, who the temple Ninu. 5, of the god Nin-Girsu. 6. Has constructed. Column I. 1, for the goddess Nin-Garsag. 2, the goddess who protects the city. 3, the mother of its inhabitants. 4, for his lady. 5, Gudea. 6, the Patisi. 7, of Shurperla. 8, her temple of the city Girsuki. 9. Has constructed. Column 2. 1, her sacred altar. 2, he has made. 3, the holy throne of her divinity. 4, he has made. 5, in her sanctuary he has placed them. 6, from the mountains of the land of Magan, 205. Column 3. 1. A rare stone he has caused to be brought. 2, for her statue. 3, he has caused it to be cut. 4. O goddess who fixes the destinies of heaven and earth. 5. Nin 2. 6. Mother of the gods. 7. Of Gudea. Column 4. 1. The builder of the temple. 2. Prolong the life. 3. By this name he has named it, i.e. the statue. 4. And in the temple he has placed it. Number 2. Inscription on statue B of the Louvre, 206. Column I. 1. In the temple of the god Nin-Girsu. 2. His king. 3. The statue of Gudea. 4. The Patisi. 5. Of Shurpurla. 6. Who the temple Ininu. 7. Has constructed. 8. 1 qa of fermented liquor. 9. 1 qa of food. 10. Half a qa of. 11. Half a qa of. 12. Such are the offerings which it institutes. 13. As for the Patisi. 14. Who shall revoke them? 15. Who the orders of the god Nin-Girsu. 16. Shall transgress. 17. Let the offerings instituted by him. 18. In the temple of the god Nin-Girsu. 19. Be revoked. 20. Let the commands of his mouth be annulled. Column 2. 1. To the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. Gudea. 5. The architect. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. The shepherd chosen by the unchangeable will. 9. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 10. Regarded with a favorable eye. 11. By the goddess Nina. 12. Dowered with power. 13. By the god Nin-Dara. 14. Covered with renown. 15. By the goddess Bau. 16. The offspring. 17. Of the goddess Ketumdug. 18. Dowered with sovereignty and the scepter supreme. 19. By the god Gal-Alam. Column 3. 1. Proclaimed afar among living creatures. 2. By the god Dunshaga. 3. Whose primacy has been firmly founded. 4. By the god Nin-Gish-Zida. 5. His god. 6. After that the god Nin-Girsu. 7. Had turned towards his city a favorable gaze. 8. And Gudea. 9. Had chosen as the faithful shepherd of the country. 10. And, among the divisions, of men. 11. Had established his power. 12. Then he purified the city and cleansed it. 13. He has laid the foundations, of a temple. 14. And deposited the foundation cylinder. 15. The adorers of the demons, 207. Column 4. 1. The evokers of spirits. 2. The necromancers. 3. The prophetesses of divine decrees. 4. He has banished from the city. 5. Whoever has not departed obediently. 6. Has been expelled perforce by the warriors. 7. The temple of the god Nin-Girsu. 8. In all respects. 9. In a pure place he has constructed. 10. No tomb has been destroyed. 11. No sepulchral urn has been broken. 12. No son has ill-treated his mother. 13. The ministers. 14. The judges. 15. The doctors. 16. The chiefs. 17. During the execution of this work. 18. Have worn garments of. 19. During all the time, of its construction. Column V. 1. In the cemetery of the city no ditch has been excavated. 2. No corpse has been interred. 3. The Kalu, 208, has performed his funeral music or uttered his lamentations. 4. The female mourner has not caused her lamentations to be heard. 5. On the territory. 6. Of Shurpurla. 7. A man at variance with his neighbor. 8. To the place of oath, 209. 9. Lees taken no one. 10. A brigand. 11. Has entered the house of no one. 12. For the god Nin-Girsu. 13. His king. 14. Gudea, has made the dedicatory inscriptions. 15. His temple Ininu which illuminates the darkness. 16. He has constructed. 17. And reinstated. 18. In the interior, of this temple, his favorite Jigunu. 19. Of cedar wood. 20. He has constructed for him. 21. After that the temple of the god Nin-Girsu. 22. He has had constructed. 23. The god Nin-Girsu. 24. The king beloved by him. 25. From the sea of the highlands, Elam, 210. 26. To the lower sea. 27. Has forcefully opened the ways for him. 28. In Ammonum, 211, the mountain of cedars. 29. Joists, of cedar. 30. Whose length was 70 spans. 31. And joists, of cedar. 32. Whose length was 50 spans. 33. And joists, of box. 212. 34. Whose length was 25 spans. 35. He has caused to be cut. 36. From this mountain he has caused them to be brought. 37. The. 38. He has made. 39. The. 40. He has made. 41. The. 42. He has made. 43. The. 44. He has made. 45. As for the cedars. 46. Some, to form great gates. 47. He has employed. 48. With brilliant ornaments he has enriched them. 49. And in the temple Ininu. 50. He has placed them. 51. Others, in his sanctuary Emafkiasigdida. 52. He has used as beams. 53. Near the city of Ursu. 54. In the mountains of Ibila, 213. 55. Joists of Zabanum trees. 56. Of great Shaku, 214, trees. 57. Of Tulubum trees, and of Jin trees. 58. He has caused to be cut. Column 6. 1. In the temple of Ininu. 2. He has caused them to be used as beams. 3. From Shamanum. 4. In the mountains of Menua. 5. From Susala. 215. 6. In the mountains of Martu, 216. 7. Nagel stones. 8. He has caused to be brought. 9. In slabs. 10. He has caused them to be cut. 11. The Holy of Holies in the temple Ininu. 12. He has constructed of them. 13. From Tidanum, 217. 14. In the mountains of Martu. 15. Shurgalgabia stones. 16. He has caused to be conveyed. 17. In the form of Erpata. 18. He has caused them to be cut. 19. To receive the bars of the gates. 20. In the temple he has arranged them. 2. From the country of Kogaladaki, 218. 22. In the mountains of Kimash, 219. 23. I caused copper to be taken. 24. To make the arm, from which one escapes not. 25. He has employed it. 26. From the country of Malufka, 220. 27. Kala trees, 221, he has imported. 28. He has caused to be made. 222. 29. From Kilzanim, 223. 30, he has imported. 31, to make the arm. 32, he has employed it. 33, gold dust. 34, from the mountains of Gagam. 35, he has imported. 36, for the fabrication of the arm. 37, he has utilized it. 38. Gold dust. 39, from the mountains of Malufka. 40, he has imported. 41, to make the Imartu, 224. 42, he has employed it. 43, Lidri. 44, he has imported. 45, from the country of Guban. 46, the land of the Galuka trees, 225. 47. Galuka wood. 48, he has imported. 49, to make pillars. 50, he has employed it. 51, from the country of Magda. 52, in the mountains of the river Garuda. 53, bitumen. 54, he has imported. 55, the platform of the temple Ininu. 56. He has constructed. 57, Imgaam. 58, he has imported. 59, from the mountains of Barsip. 60, Nalua stones. 61, in large boats. 62, he has caused to be brought. 63, the foundation of the temple Ininu he has encircled with them. 64. By arms, the city of Anshan in the country of Elam. 65, he has conquered. 66, its spoils. 67, to the god Nin-Girsu. 68, in the temple Ininu. 69, he has consecrated. 70, Gudea. 71, the Patisi. 72, of Shurpurla. 73. After that the temple Ininu. 74, to the god Nin-Girsu. 75, he had constructed. 76, has built an edifice. 77, a pillared temple. Column 7. 1, no Patisi. 2, for the god Nin-Girsu. 3, had constructed. 4, he has constructed it for him. 5. He has written there his name. 6, he has made dedicatory inscriptions. 7, the orders of the mouth. 8, of the god Nin-Girsu. 9, he has faithfully executed. 10, from the mountains of the country of Magan, 226. 11, a hard stone he has imported. 12, for his statue. 13, he has caused it to be cut. 14, O my king. 15, whose temple. 16, I have built. 17, may life be my recompense. 18, by this name he has named the statue. 19, and in the temple Ininu. 20, he has erected it. 21. Gudea. 22, unto the statue. 23, has given command. 24, to the statue of my king. 25, speak. 26, after that the temple Ininu. 27, his favorite temple. 28, I had constructed. 29, I have remitted penalties, I have given presents. 30. During 7 days obeisance has not been exacted. 31, the female slave has been made the equal of her mistress. 32, the male slave. 33, has been made the equal of his master. 34, in my city the chief of his subject. 35, has been made the equal. 36, all that is evil from this temple. 37, I have removed. 38, over the commands. 39, of the goddess Nina. 40, and the god Nin-Girsu. 41, I have carefully watched. 42, a fault, the rich man has not committed. 43, all that he has desired. The strong man has not done. 44, the house where there was no son. 45, it is its daughter, who knew offerings. 46, has consecrated. 47, for the statue of the god. 48, before the mouth she has placed them. 49, of this statue. 50. Neither in silver nor in alabaster. 51, nor in copper nor in tin. 52, nor in bronze. 53, let any one undertake the execution. 54, let it be of hard stone. 55, let a sacristy be established. 56, and of all that shall be brought there. 57. Let nothing be destroyed. 58, the statue which is before thee. 59, O God Nin-Girsu. 60, the statue. 61, of Gudea. Column 8. 1, the Patisi. 2, of Shurperla. 3, who the temple Ininu. 4, of the god Nin-Girsu. 5, has constructed. 6. Whosoever from the temple Ininu. 7, shall remove. 8, or, its inscription. 9, shall efface. 10, whosoever shall break it. I1. On the fortunate day of the commencement of the year. 12, whoever in the place of my God. 13, his God. 14. And it is Nin-Girsu. 15, who is my king. 16, in the country shall invoke. 17, whoever, my judgments. 18, shall transgress. 19, my gifts. 20, shall revoke. 21, whoever, in the recitation of my prayers. 22, shall suppress my name. 23. And insert his own. 24, whoever, of the Holy of Holies of the god Nin-Girsu, my king. 25, shall abandon the service. 26, and shall not keep it, ever, before his eyes. 27, from the most distant days. 28, of all men of noble race. 29. Of the Patesis. 30, of Shurperla. 31, who the temple Ininu. 32, of the god Nin-Girsu. 33, my king. 34, have constructed. 35, and who have made dedicatory inscriptions. 36, the words of their mouth. 37, let no one change. 38. Nor transgress their judgments. 39, of Gudea. 40, the Patisi. 41, of Shurperla. 42, whoever shall change his words. 43, or transgress his judgments. 44, may the god Anna. 45, may the god Alila. 46, may the goddess Nin-Garsag. 47. May the god Enki, whose word is unchangeable. 48, may the god Enzu, whose name none pronounces. 49, may the god Nin-Girsu. 50, the king of weapons. 51, may the goddess Nina. 52, the mistress of interpretations. 53, may the god Nindara. 54. The royal warrior. 55, may the mother of Shurperla. 56, the august goddess Ketumdug. 57, may the goddess Bau. 58, the lady the elder daughter of Anna. 59, may the goddess Nini. 60, the lady of battles. 61, may the god Babur. 62. The king of abundance. 63, may the god Pesag. 64, the master workman of men. 65, may the god Galilima. 66, may the god Dunchagana. 67, may the goddess Nin-Marki. Column 9. 1. The eldest daughter of the goddess Nina. 2. May the goddess Duziabzu. 3. The mistress of Kanunarki. 4. May my god Ningishzida. 5. Change his destiny. 6. Like an ox. 7. May he be slain in the midst of his prosperity. 8. Like a wild bull. 9. May he be felled in the plenitude of his strength. 10. As for his throne, may those even whom he has reduced to captivity. 11. Overthrow it in the dust. 12. To efface its traces. 13. Even of its memory. 14. May they apply their care. 15. His name, in the temple of his God. 16. May they efface from the tablets. 17. May his God. 18. For the ruin of the country have no look, of pity. 19. May he ravage it with rains from heaven. 20. May he ravage it with the waters of the earth. 21. May he become a man without a name. 22. May his princely race be reduced to subjection. 23. May this man. 24. Like every man who has acted evilly towards his chief. 25. Afar, under the vault of heaven, in no city whatsoever. 26. Find a habitation. 27. Of the champion of the gods. 28. The Lord Ningirsu. 29. The greatness. 30. May the peoples proclaim. Number 3. Inscription on statue C of the Louvre. 227. Column I. 1. The god Ningishzida. 2. Is the god of Gudea. 3. The Patisi. 4. Of Shurperla. 5. Who the temple Iana. 6. Has constructed. Column 2. 1. To the goddess Nini. 2. The mistress of the world. 3. To his lady. 4. Gudea. 5. The architect. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurperla. 8. Who the temple of Eninu. 9. Of the god Ningirsu. 10. Has constructed. 11. After that the goddess Nini. I2. Her favorable regard. 13. Had cast upon him. 14. Gudea. 15. The Patisi. 16. Of Shurperla. 17. A man endowed with large understanding. 18. The servant to his mistress. 19. Devoted. 20. To make the tablet like amulets. 21. Has ordered. 22. Of the Kaal. 23. He has caused the splendor to shine. Column 3. 1. His clay, for the construction of the temple, in a pure place. 2. He has caused to be taken. 3. His bricks. 4. In a holy place. 5. He has caused to be molded. 6. Its site. 7. He has cleaned and leveled. 8. Its foundation. 9. In the. 10. He has firmly established. 11. The favorite temple, of the goddess. 12. The temple of Iana in Gersuki. 13. He has built. 14. From the mountains of the land of Magan. 15. A rare stone he has imported. 16. For her statue. 17. He has caused it to be cut. 18. Of Gudea. 19. The builder of the temple. Column 4. 1. May she prolong the life. 2. By this name he has named it, i.e. the statue. 3. And in the temple of Iana. 4. He has placed it. 5. Whoever from the temple of Iana. 6. Shall remove it. 7. Shall break it. 8. Or, shall efface its inscription. 9. May the goddess Nini. 10. The mistress of the world. 11. From top to bottom, 228. 12. Overthrow him. 13. Of his throne established. 14. The foundations. 15. May she not maintain. 16. May she annihilate his race. 17. May she cut off the years of his reign. Number 4. Inscription on Statue D of the Louvre. 229. Cartouche on the right shoulder. 1. Gudea. 2. The Patisi. 3. Of Shurpurla. Column I. 1. To the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. To his king. 5. Gudea. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. The architect. 9. The constructor of the sacred bark. 10. Of the god Alila. 11. The shepherd chosen by the immutable will. 12. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 13. The powerful minister. 14. Of the goddess Nina. 15. Covered with renown. 16. By the goddess Bau. 17. The offspring begotten. 18. By the goddess Getumdug. 19. Endowed with sovereignty and the scepter supreme. Column 2. 1. By the god Gal-Alam. 2. Proclaimed afar among living creatures. 3. By the god Dunchagana. 4. The governor. 5. Who loves his city. 6. Who has made dedicatory inscriptions. 7. And who, his temple of Eninu, which illumines the darkness. 8. Has constructed. 9. In the interior of the temple, his favorite Jigunu, 230. 10. He has made for him of cedar wood. 11. The temple of Egud, his temple in 7 stages. 12. He has constructed. 13. In this temple the offerings. 14. Of the goddess Bau. Column 3. 1. His lady. 2. He has regulated. 3. His favorite bark. 4. Named Karnantaye, 231. 5. He has caused to be made. 6. On the Karzajin Kasura, 232. 7. He has placed it. 8. The crew of this bark. 9. And its captain. 10. He has organized. 11. The temple of his lord. 12. To the summit he has raised. 13. For the goddess Bau. 14. The good lady. 15. The daughter of Anna. 16. For his lady. 17. Her temple of Yoruazaga. Column 4. 1. He has constructed. 2. By the power of the goddess Nina. 3. By the power of the god Nin-Girsu. 4. To Gudea. 5. Who has endowed with the scepter. 6. The god Nin-Girsu. 7. The country of Magan, 233. 8. The country of Malufka. 9. The country of Gubi, 234. 10. And the country of Nidok, 235. 11. Which possess every kind of tree. 12. Vessels laden with trees of all sorts. 13. Into Shurpurla. 14. Have sent. 15. From the mountains of the land of Magan. 16. A rare stone he has caused to come. 17. For his statue. Column V. 1. He has caused it to be cut. 2. O king, for the force immense which. 3. No country can resist. 4. O god Nin-Girsu. 5. For Gudea. 6. The builder of the temple. 7. The point of prosperous fate. 8. By this name he has named the statue. 9. And, in the temple of Eninu. 10. He has placed it. Number 5. Inscription on statue E of the Louvre. Cartouche on the right shoulder. 1. Gudea. 2. The Patisi. 3. Of Shurperla. Column I. 1. To the goddess Bao. 2. The good lady. 3. The daughter of Anna. 4. The mistress of Uruazaga. 5. The mistress of abundance. 6. The lady who fixes the destinies of Gersuki. 7. The lady who judges her city. 8. The lady beloved of mortals. 9. The lady of death. 10. To his lady. 11. Gudea. 12. The Patisi. 13. Of Shurperla. 14. Who, the temple, of Eninu. 15. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 16. Has constructed. 17. After that the goddess Bao. 18. His mistress. 19. In her august heart had chosen him. Column 2. 1. As a servant full of reverential fear. 2. For his mistress. 3. The greatness of his mistress. 4. He has proclaimed. 5. And, in his clear intelligence. 6. To the goddess Bao. 7. His lady. 8. Has entrusted himself. 9. As the temple of Eninu. 10. The favorite temple. 11. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 12. His king. 13. He had constructed. 14. So for the goddess Bao. 15. The daughter of Anna. 16. The mistress of Uruazaga. 17. His mistress. 18. The temple of Isil-Sirsira. 19. Her favorite temple. 20. He has constructed. 21. The city he has cleansed. 22. And leveled. Column 3. 1. To make tablet-like amulets. 2. He has given orders. 3. Of the Kaal. 4. He has caused the splendor to shine. 5. Its clay, for the construction of the temple, in a pure place. 6. He has caused to be taken. 7. Its bricks in a holy place. 8. He has caused to be molded. 9. The brick-like amulets. He has caused to be made. 10. The dedicatory inscriptions he has composed. 236. 11. Its site he has cleansed. 12. And leveled. 13. Its foundations. 14. In the. 15. He has firmly established. 16. For the goddess Bao. 17. His mistress. 18. The mistress who Uruazaga. 19. Directs. 20. In Uruazaga. Column 4. 1. In a pure place. 2. He has built the temple. 3. The holy throne. 4. Of his divinity. 5. He has made. 6. In the place of her oracles. 7. He has installed it. 8. Her sacred altar. 9. He has made. 10. In her sanctuary. 11. He has placed it. 12. The tabernacle. Called Ninandagalki, 237. 13. He has made. 14. In her sanctuary. 15. He has installed it. Column V. 1. At the commencement of the year. 2. The festival of the goddess Bao. 3. When offerings are made to her. 4. 1 ox she, 238. 5. 1 sheep and I, 239. 6. 3 sheep she. 7. 6 sheep ush, 240. 8. 2 lambs. 9. 7 pat of dates. 10. 7 shab of cream. 11. 7 shoots of a palm. 12. 7. 13. 7. 14. 1 bird. 15. 7 swans. 16. 15 cranes. 17, one bird. 18, with its 15 eggs. 19, one tortoise. 20, with its 30 eggs. 21, 30 garments of wool. 22. 7 garments of. Column 6. 1, one garment of. 2, such were the offerings of the goddess Bao. 3, in the ancient temple. 4, on that day. 5, Gudea. 6, the Patisi. 7, of Shurpurla. 8, after that for the god Nin-Girsu. 9, his king. 10. His favorite temple. I1. The temple of Eninu. 12, he had constructed. 13, and after that, for the goddess Bao. 14, his mistress. 15, her favorite temple. 16, the temple of Esil-Sirsira. 17, he had constructed. 18, 2 oxen she. 19. 2 sheep and I. 20, 10 sheep she. 21, 2 lambs. 22, 7 pat of dates. 23, 7 shab of cream. 24, 7 shoots of a palm. 25, 7. Column 7. 1, 7. 2, 14. 3.14. 4, 1 bird. 5, 7 swans. 6, 15 cranes. 7, 7 birds. 8, 1 bird. 9. With its 15 eggs. 10, 1 tortoise. 11, with its 30 eggs. 12, 40 garments of wool. 13, 7 garments of. 14, 1 garment of. 15, such are the offerings to the goddess Bao. 16, which in the new temple. 17, Gudea. 18, the Patisi. 19. Of Shurpurla. 20, the builder of the temple. 21, has added. 22, the temple of the goddess Bao. 23, having been restored. 24, its prosperity. Column 8. 1, having been assured. 2, of the throne of Shurpurla. 3. The foundation having been strengthened. 4, for Gudea. 5, the Patisi. 6, of Shurpurla. 7, the scepter of command. 8, having been placed in the hand. 9, of his life. 10, the days having been prolonged. 11, then, his God. 12, Nin-Gishzida. 13. And the goddess Bao. 14, into his temple of Ur-Uazaga. 15, he has introduced. 16, in that year. 17, from the mountains of the land of Magan. 18, he has caused a rare stone to be brought. 19, for his statue. 20, he has caused it to be cut. Column 9. 1, O my mistress. 2. 3. 4, by this name he has named the statue. 5, and in the temple he has placed it. 6, this statue. 7, of the man who the temple of the goddess Bao. 8, has constructed. 9. Let no one from the place of its installation. 10, remove it. 11, his prescriptions. 12, let no one transgress. Number 6. Inscription on statue F of the Louvre, 241. Cartouche on right shoulder. 1, Gudea. 2, the Patisi. 3, of Shurpurla. 4. The man of the goddess Getumdug. Column I. 1, to the goddess Getumdug. 2, the mother of Shurpurla. 3, Gudea. 4, the Patisi. 5, of Shurpurla. 6, the man of the goddess Getumdug. 7. Thy favorite servant. 8. Who has made the dedicatory? Inscriptions. 9. And, the temple of Eninu which illuminates the darkness. 10. The temple, of the god Nin-Girsu. 11. Who, has constructed. 12. The goddess Getumdug. 13. His lady. 14. Who in Shurperla. 15. Her favorite city. 16. For the supreme rank. Column 2. 1. Has created him. 2. The temple of the goddess Getumdug. 3. His lady. 4. To construct. 5. Has given him the order. 6. Gudea. 7. The Patisi. 8. Of Shurperla. 9. A man endowed with large intelligence. 10. A servant filled with reverential fear. 11. For his mistress. 12. To make tablet-like amulets. 13. Has commanded. 14. Of the Kaal. 15. He has caused the splendor to shine. 16. The clay, for the construction of the temple, in a pure place. 17. He has caused to be taken. 18. Its bricks in a holy place. 19. He has caused to be molded. Column 3. 1. Its site he has cleansed. 2. And leveled. 3. Its foundation. 4. Inda. 5. He has firmly established. 6. In Uazaga, in a pure place. 7. He has built the temple. 8. The holy throne of her divinity. 9. He has made. 10. Her sacred altar. 11. He has made. 12. The oxen Iola, 242. 13. He has formed into a herd. 14. Their herdsman. 15. He has established. 16. To the sacred cows. 17. He has added sacred calves. 18. Their drover. 19. He has established. 20. To the sacred sheep. 21. He has added sacred lambs. 22. Their shepherd. 23. He has established. 24. To the sacred she-goats. 25. He has added sacred kids. 26. Their goatherd. 27. He has established. 28. Each herd, of dams, whatever be the species. 29. With a herd, of younglings in addition. 30. He has increased. 31. Their guardian. 32. He has established. Number 7. Inscription on Statue G of the Louvre. Column I. 1. To the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. To his king. 5. Gudea. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurperla. 8. Who the temple of Eninu. 9. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 10. Has constructed. 11. For the god Nin-Girsu. 12. His king. 13. The temple of Egud, the temple of the 7 stages. 14. This temple of Egud. 15. From the summit whereof. 16. The god Nin-Girsu. 17. Dispenses favorable fortunes. 18. He has constructed. Column 2. 1. Besides, the offerings. 2. Which in the joy of his heart. 3. To the god Nin-Girsu. 4. To the goddess Bau. 5. The daughter of Anna. 6. His favorite wife. 7. He presented. 8. For his god. 9. Nin-Gishsida. 10. He has established others also. 11. Gudea. 12. The Patisi. 13. Of Shurperla. 14. From Girsuki. 15. To Uazaga. 16. Has proclaimed peace. 17. In that year. Column 3. 1. From the mountains of the country of Magan. 2. He has caused a rare stone to be brought. 3. For his statue. 4. He has caused it to be cut. Here 10 lines have been left blank, it having been intended to fill them up with the name of the statue. 5. On the day of the commencement of the year. 6. The festival of the goddess Bow. 7. When the offerings are presented. 8. 1 ox sheep, 243. 9. 1 sheep and eye, 244. 10. 3 sheep she. Column 4. 1. 6 sheep ush, 245. 2. 2 lambs. 3. 7 pat of dates. 4. 7 shab of cream. 5. 7 shoots of a palm. 6. 7. 7. 7. 8. 1 bird. 9. 7 swans. 10. 15 cranes. 11. 1 bird. 12. With its 15 eggs. 13. 1 tortoise. 14. With its 30 eggs. 15. 30 garments of wool. 16. 7 garments of. 17. 1 garment of. 18. Such were the offerings to the goddess Bow. 19. In the ancient temple. 20. On that day. 21. Gudea. Column V. 1. The Patisi. 2. Of Shurpurla. 3. After that for his god Nin-Girsu. 4. His king. 5. His favorite temple. 6. The temple of Eninu. 7. He had constructed. 8. And after that, for the goddess Bow. 9. His mistress. 10. Her favorite temple. 11. The temple of Isosir-Sira. 12. He had constructed. 13. 2 oxen she. 14. 2 sheep and eye. 15. 10 sheep she. 16. 2 lambs. 17. 7 pat of dates. 18. 7 shab of cream. 19. 7 shoots of a palm. 20. 7. 21. 7. 22. 14. Column 6. 1. 14. 2. 1 bird. 3. 7 swans. 4. 10 cranes. 5. 7 birds. 6. 1 bird. 7. With its 15 eggs. 8. 1 tortoise. 9. With its 30 eggs. 10. 40 garments of wool. 11. 7 garments of. 12. 1 garment of. 13. Such are the offerings to the goddess Bow. 14. Which in the new temple. 15. Gudea. 16. The Patisi. 17. Of Shurpurla. 18. The constructor of the temple. 19. Has added. Number 8. Inscription on statue H of the Louvre. Column I. 1. To the goddess Bow. 2. The good lady. 3. The daughter of Anna. 4. The mistress of Uaruazaga. 5. The mistress of abundance, the daughter of the bright sky. 6. To his mistress. 7. Gudea. 8. The Patisi. 9. Of Shurpurla. Column 2. 1. After that the temple of Isosir-Sira. 2. Her favorite temple. 3. The temple which is the marvel of Uaruazaga. 4. He had caused to be constructed. 5. From the mountains of the country of Magan. 6. A rare stone he has caused to be brought. 7. For her statue. 8. He has caused it to be cut. Column 3. 1. O divine daughter, beloved by the bright sky. 2. Mother Bow. 3. In the temple of Hyksos or Syra. 4. To Gudea. 5. Give life. 6. By this name he has named the statue. 7. And in the temple of Ur-Uazaga. 8. He has placed it. Inscription on a stone serving as the threshold of a door, 246. 1. For the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. For his king. 5. Gudea. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. Has made the dedicatory inscriptions. 9. And his temple of Eninu, which illumines the darkness. 10. Has constructed. 11. And restored. Inscriptions on 2 unpublished votive tablets. 1. For the goddess Nini. 2. The mistress of the world. 3. For his mistress. 4. Gudea. 5. The Patisi. 6. Of Shurpurla. 7. Her temple of Eanna in Gersuki. 8. Has constructed. 2. 1. For the god Gal-Alam. 2. The favorite son. 3. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 4. For his king. 5. Gudea. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. His temple of Emi-Gush-Galanki. 9. Has constructed. Unpublished inscription on a brick. 1. For the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. For his king. 5. Gudea. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. His temple of Eninu, which illumines the darkness. 9. Has constructed. 10. In the interior of this temple, a sanctuary of cedar wood. 11. The place of his oracles. 12. He has constructed for him. Inscription on a brick, 247. 1. For the goddess Nina. 2. The Lady of Destinies. 3. The Lady of Oracles. 4. For his lady. 5. Gudea. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. Has made the dedicatory inscriptions. 9. In Ninaki, her favorite city. 10. Her temple of Eudaimoninaki Tag, 248. 11. Which rises from the Kuri, 249. 12. He has constructed. 8. Inscriptions of Ur-Nin-Girsu, 250. Number 1. Inscription on a brick, 251. 1. Ur-Nin-Girsu. 2. The priest of the god Anna. 3. The priest of the god Enki, 252. 4. The favorite priest of the goddess Nina. Number 2. Inscription on a brick, 253. 1. To the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. For his king. 5. Ur-Nin-Girsu. 6. The Patisi. 7. Of Shurpurla. 8. The son of Gudea. 9. The Patisi. 10. Of Shurpurla. 11. Who the temple of Eninu. 12. Of the god Nin-Girsu. 13. Has constructed. 14. His favorite Jugunu, 254. 15. Of cedar wood. 16. He has constructed for him. 9. Inscription of Naumagani. On a stone from the threshold of a door, 255. 1. For the goddess Bao. 2. The good lady. 3. The daughter of Anna. 4. The mistress of Ur-Uazaga. 5. His mistress. 6. Naumagani. 7. The Patisi. 8. Of Shurpurla. 9. Her powerful minister. 10. As the stone of a threshold, 256. 11. Has made this. Inscription of El-Amarna. On the fragment of a statue, 257. Column I. 1. To the god, Ra. 2. The daughter of the goddess, Bao. 3. For his mistress. 4. For the life. 5. Of Dun, Gi. 6. The puissant prince. Column 2. 1. The king of Ur. 2. The king of Shumer and Akkad. 3. El-Amarna. 4. The son of Lucani. 5. The Patisi. 6. Of Shurperla. 11. Inscriptions of Dungi, king of Ur. Number 1. Inscription on a tablet, 258. 1. For the god Nin-Girsu. 2. The powerful warrior. 3. Of the god Alila. 4. For his king. 5. Dungi. 6. The puissant prince. 7. The king of Ur, 259. 8. The king of Shumer and Akkad, 260. 9. The temple of Eninu. 10. His favorite temple. 11. Has constructed. Number 2. Inscription on a tablet, 261. 1. For the goddess Nina. 2. The Lady of Destinies. 3. The Lady of Oracles. 4. For his mistress. 5. Dungi. 6. The puissant prince. 7. The king of Ur. 8. The king of Shumer and Akkad. 9. The temple of Ishishishimare. 10. Her favorite temple. 11. Has constructed. The Assyrian Chronological Canon. By the editor. Chronological records were kept in Assyria by the help of certain officers called limi, who corresponded to the eponymous archons of Greek history. At the beginning of each year a limu or eponym was appointed, who gave his name to the year. In the age of the First Assyrian Empire it was customary for the king to commence his reign by taking the office. Later, the year in which the king became eponym was regulated by no fixed rule. Shalmaneser II held the office twice during his long reign of 35 years, once in the first year of his reign and again in his 30th year. Otherwise there is no example of the same king being twice eponym. The system was of ancient origin. An inscription of Rimmon-Nerari I, the great-grandson of Assur-Uballit and the father of Shalmaneser I, is dated in the eponymy of a certain Shalmaneser who may have been his son. The date of Shalmaneser I is approximately determined by an inscription engraved on a seal belonging to his son Tiglath-Uras I. The seal had been carried away to Babylon and there recovered by Sennacherib 600 years afterwards, so that its deportation must have taken place about BC 1290. Whether it was carried away during the reign of Tiglath-Uras or after his death, we cannot say. In any case Shalmaneser, who, it may be added, was the builder of the city of Kala, would have lived before the close of the 14th century BC. Lists of eponyms drawn up in their chronological order were carefully kept, as well as other lists in which notice was taken of the principal events occurring during their term of office. Fragmentary copies of these lists have been preserved, thus enabling us to restore the chronology of the Assyrian Empire during the most important period of its existence. The copies were first brought to light by Sir Henry Rawlinson, who gave them the name of the Assyrian Canon, and pointed out their character and bearing on the vexed questions of chronology in the pages of the Athenaeum, 1862. 4 of the copies have been published in the cuneiform Inscriptions of Western Asia, Volume 2. PLL 52, 68, 69, and Volume 3. PL 1. None of them is complete, but a comparison of the several texts supplies their individual deficiencies, and allows us to compile a continuous Assyrian chronology from BC 893, or 909, if we accept Mr. George Smith's restoration, to BC 659. 2 fixed dates are given within this period by the capture of Samaria BC 722, which took place in the first year of the reign of Sargon, and the solar eclipse of the 15th of June BC. 763, which occurred in the 9th year of the reign of Assur-Natsir-Pal III. A line drawn across the tablet marks the commencement of a new reign. An exhaustive account of the Canon has been given by George Smith in his Assyrian eponym Canon, Bagster & Sons, and a translation of it, with dates and notes attached, will be found in Prof. Schrader's Cuneiform Inscriptions and the Old Testament, Volume 2. English translation 1888, and Kielan Schriftliche Bibliothek, Volume 1, 1889. Supplementary copies of the Canon from fragments in the British Museum have also been published by Prof. Father Delitzsch in the second edition of his Assyrische Lehrstück, and by Dr. Basault in the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology for May 1889. Two different versions of the Canon were current in Assyria, one containing merely a list of the eponyms in their chronological order, while the other added their titles and the principal events which distinguished their term of office. We may call the latter the Assyrian Chronicle. The Assyrian Canon. BC 909, Pa. 262. 908, Mur. 907, Mu. 906, Idin. 905, Tag-Gil. 904, Ma. 903, Assur-Dan. 902, Assur-Salamani. 901, Mas. 900, Abu Aliyah, 263. 899. Assur-Tagil. 898, Assur. A break of 4 years, 264. 893, Sarah. 892, Uraz-Zaribni. 891, Daba Edhir. 890, Assur-Layukin. 889, Tiglath-Uras, 265, the king. 888, Tagal-Anabelia. 887, Abu A, 266. 886, Ilamilki, 267. 885. Yari. 884, Assur-Sezibani, 268. 883, Assur-Natsir-Pal the king. 882, Assur-Iddin. 881, Belsin. 269. 880, Susaim-Damka. 879, Dagan-Belanatsir. 878, Uraz-Payatsir. BC 877, Uraz-Belatsir. 876, Sangu-Assur-Lilbur, 270. 875. Samas-Upakir, 271. 874, Nergal-Belkumua. 873, Kurdi-Assur. 872, Assur-Lih. 871, Assur-Natgil. 870, Bel-Mudamik. 869, Dan-Uraz. 868, Istarit. 867, Samas-Nuri. 866, Mun-Nudanan-An-Ila. 865, Samas-Belatsir. 864, Uraz-A. 863. Uraz-Ed-Hirani. 862, Assur-A. 861, Nergal-Kaka. Danin. 860, Dababelu. 859, Seren-Es-Nisi. 858, Solmanu-Asaridu, Shalmaneser II, the king. 857, Assur-Belakaini. 856, Assur-Bani-Palatsir. 855, Abuina-Akali-Lilbur. 854, Dan-Assur. 853. Samas-Abua. 852, Samas-Belatsir. 851, Belubani-Palay. 850, Kadila-Pusu. 849, Nergal-Alikpani. 848, Bur-Ramana, 272. 847, Uraz-Mukin-Nisi. 846, Uraz-Nadin-Suma. 845, Assur-Natsir-Pal. 844, Daburas. 843, Tagalan-Asari. 842. Riman-Rimani. 841, Belu-Abua. 840, Solma-Bela-El-Amor. 839, Uras-Kibes-Ayatsar. 838, Uras-A. 837, Courtier. 836, Nasari, 273. 835, Nergal-Mudamik. 834, Yakalu. 833, Oyala, 274. 832, Surupati-Beli. 831, Nergal-A. 830, Kuba. 829. Ilukinaka. 828, Solmanu-Asaridu, 275, Shalmaneser, the king. 827, Dan-Assur. 826, Assur-Natsir-Pal. 825, Yakalu. 824, Bel-Bani-Pal. 823, Samus-Rimmon, 276, the king. BC. 822, Yakalu. 821, Beldan. 820, Uras-Yubla. 819. Samas-A. 818, Nergal-A. 817, Assur-Natsir-Pal. 816, Sarupati-Beli. 815, Bel-Balad. 814, Musiknes. 813, Nergal-Utsur. 812, Samas-Kamua. 811, Bel-Kaditsabat. 810, Riman-Nirari the king. 809, Nergal-A. 808, Beladan. 807, Tsilbeli. 806. Assur-Tagal. 805. 804, Nergal-Esses. 803, Assur-Nesnisi. 802, Uras-A. 801, Neister. 800, Merodach-Asip, 277, Ani. 799, Mutago-Merodach. 798, Bel-Tartsi-Same. 797, Assur-Bela-Utsur. 796, Merodach-Sadueni. 795, Kinabua. 794. Mun-Nuki-Assur. 793, Muzalam-Uras. 792, Bel-Kaisani. 791, Nasamas. 790, Uras-Kinaka. 789, Riman-Muzamir. 788, Silastari. 787, Baladu, 278. 786, Riman-Ubalid, 279. 785, Merodach-Sarah-Utsur. 784. Nebo-Sarah-Utsur, 280. 783. Uras-Natsir. 782, Samuel IH. 781, Solmanu-Asaridu, 281, the king. 780, Samsielu, 282. 779, Merodach-Rimani. 778, Belazur. 777, Nebo-Izdi-Yukin. 776, Panashuri-Lakabal, 283. 775, Nergal-Esses. 774, Isterduru. 773, Mun-Nuki-Rimmon. 77-2. Assur-Bela-Utsur. 771, Assur-Dan the king. BC. 770, Samsielu. 769, Bel-A. 768, Abla-A, 284. 767, Courtier. 766, Muzalam-Uras. 765, Uras-Mukin-Nisi. 764, Tzidkielu, 285. 763, Isidrakis-Rabe. 762, Dabubel. 761, Nebo-Kineki. 760. Lakabu. 759, Panasur-El-Amur. 758, Annabeli-Tagal, 286. 757, Urazidin. 756, Belsajua. 755, Egisu, 287. 754, Uras-Sezabani. 753, Assur-Nirari the king. 75-2. Samsielu. 751, Merodach-Salamani. 750, Beldan. 749, Soras-Mukin-Durak. 748. Rimmon-Belayukin, 288. 747, Sin-Salamani. 746, Nergal-Natsir. 745, Nebo-Bela-Utsur. ____________________ 289. 744, Beldan. _________________________________________ 290. 743, Tiglath-Pileser the king. 742, Nebo-Daninani. 741, Belkaran-Bela-Utsur, 291. 740. Nebo-Ed-Hirani. 739, Sintagal. 738, Rimmon-Belayukin. 737, Beli-Marani. 736, Urazay. 735, Assur-Salamani. 734, Beldan. 733, Assur-Daninani. 732, Nebo-Bela-Utsur. 731, Nergal-Yubalid. 730, Bel-Ladari. 729, Napkarilu. 728. Dur-Assur. 727, Belkaran-Bela-Utsur. 726, Merodach-Bela-Utsur. 725, Makda. 724, Assur-Isipani. 723, Solmanu-Asaridu, the king. B.C. 722, Urazay. 721, Nebo-Terex. 720, Assur-Kaka. Danin. _______________________ 292. 719. Sargon the younger the king. 718, Zerahibni. 717, Dabosarasur. 716, Dabat-Silisera. 715, Tagal-Annabella. 714, Isterdur. 713, Assur-Bani. 712, Sarui-Marani. 711, Uraz-Alakpani. 710, Samas-Bela-Utsur. 709, Munnuki-Assur-Lih. 708. Samas-Upakakir. 707, Sa-Assur-Dubu. 706, Mutagal-Assur. 705, Upakirabelu, 293. 704, Nebo-Dini-Epis. 703, Nuxa, 294. 702, Nebo-Lih. 701, Kananu. 700, Matunu. 699, Bel-Nisani. 698, Solamsari. 697, Nebo-Dur-Utsur. 696, Dabu. Bel. 695, Nebo-Bela-Utsur. 694, Iluidia. 693, Nadiniaki. 692, Zaza. 691, Beli-Merani. 690, Nebo-Kinaka. 689, Gikalu. 688, Nadanaki. 687, Sennacherib, 295. 686, Beli-Merani. 685, Assur-Natsir-Pal. 684, Mun-Nusir-Il. 683. Mun-Nukiriman. 682, Nebo-Sharezer, 296. 681, Nebo-Akieses. Esarhaddon sat on the throne. 680, Dananu. 679, Istariman-Ananu. 678, Nergal-Sharezer. 677, Aburamu, 297. 676, Bamba. 675, Nebo-Akkadina. BC. 674, Serenuri. 673. Adarilu, 298. 672, Nebo-Bilutsar. 671, Debita, 299. 670, Salimu-Belalasip. 669, Samaskesidabi. 668, Marla-Armi. 667, Gabru. 666, A. Lacuna. 663, 300, Bel-Nahid. 662, Dabusarsin. 661, Arbela, 301. 660, Gerzabuna. 659. Silimasur, 302. Sanibosu, 303. Laba-Isai. Milkiramu. Amayanu. Assur-Natsir. Assur-A. Assur-Dura-Utsur. Sa, Gabu. Belkaran-Sajua. Assur. A. 304. Bel-Sunu, prefect of Kindana. Nebo-Sarrakisu, prefect of Samaria. Samis-Dananani, prefect of Babylon. Sinsera-Utsur, scribe of the land. Sinsera-Utsur, prefect of Kindana. Buludu. Riman-Rimani. Nebo-Sarra-Utsur, scribe of the land. Assur-Mata-Itzmad. Muzalim-Assur, prefect of Aliki. Mun-Nukiaki, prefect of Simra. Nebo-Belahidan. Nebo-Dananani, governor of K. Assur-Danansari. Assur-Rimani. Assur-Gimel-Turi. Upaka-Ana-Arbel. Robu-Sara-Ikbi. The Tartan of Commagene. Zamama-Urba. Merodach-Sara-Utsur, governor of K. Nuru. Belsap. Ani. BC. Nebo-Nadanaki. Saranahid. Nebo-Zakkup. Assur-Geruaniri. Barku, 305, Rimani. Dadi, 306. Sinalik-Pani. The Assyrian Chronicle. BC. 858, Shalmaneser king of Assyria, campaign, against, the land of. 857. Assur-Bel-Kane the Tartan, 307. 856, Assur-Bani-Apla-Utsur the Rab-Bel-Uel, 308. 855, Abu-Aina-Akali-Lilbur the governor of the palace. 854, Dan-Assur the Tartan. 853, Samis-Abua the prefect of the city Nasibna, 309. 852. Samis-Bela-Utsur of the city of Kala. 851, Bel-Bani-Pal the governor of the palace. 850, Kadi-Lapusu of the city of. 840, Salimu-Bela-El-Amor, of the river of Sukina. Against the land of Chu-E. 839, Uras-Kibes-Utsur, of the city of Ratsapa, Rezeph, against the land of Ma-Kai. 838, Uras-A, of the river of Sukina, against the land of Danabi. 837, Kurdi-Assur, of the city of Saulat. Against the country of Tabali, Tubal. 836, Nasari, of the country of Kir, Ruri, against the land of Meledi, Maladia. 835, Nergal-Mudammic, of Nineveh, against the land of Namri. 834, Yakalu, the seer, against the land of K. 833. Ulula, of the city of Kal, Z, against the land of K. 832, Sarapati-Beli, against the land of K, the great god went to the city of Diri. BC. 831, Nergal-A, of Nizib, Giz, against the land of Ararat. 830. Kuba, of the city of Kal, against the land of Unki. 829, Ilukinaka, of Arba, Ka, against the land of Aluba. 828, Shalmaneser the king, against the land of the Manna. 827, Danasur. Insurrection. 826. Assur-Bani-Pal. Insurrection. 825, Yakalu. Insurrection. 824, Bel-Bani-Pal. Insurrection. 823, Samusriman the king. Insurrection. 822, Yakalu. Insurrection. 817, Assur-Bani-Apla, the Rab. Against the land of Tili. 816, Sarapati-Beli of the city of Ni, Sebes, against the land of Zarati. 815, Bel-Balad, the Tartan, against the city of Diri, the great god went to the city of Diri. 814, Musiknes of the land of Kiruri. Against the land of Oxana. 813, Nergal-Utsur of Saulat, against the land of the Chaldi. 310. 812, Samuskumua of Arbaka, 311, against Babylon. 811, Bel-Khadi-Tsabat of the city of Mazamua, in the country. 312. 810. Rimanirari king of Assyria, against the land of A. 809, Nergal-A the Tartan, against the city of Gozan. 313. BC. 808, Beladan, the Na of the palace, against the land of the Manna. 314. 807, Tsilbeli, the Rab-Bel-Ul. Against the land of the Manna. 806, Assur-Tagal, the seer, 315, against the land of Arpad. 805, against the city of Kazatsi. 804, Nergaleses of the country of Ratsapa, 316, against the city of Bali. 803. Assur-Nesnisi of the city of Arbakra, against the sea-coast. A pestilence. 802, Urize of the city on the banks of the Zukina, against the city of Kapuskia. 80 Neaster of the city of Nisibis, against the country of A. 800. Merodachusipani of the city of Amidi, 317, against the country of A. 799, Mutagal Merodach the Rabshake, 318, against the city of Lucia. 798, Beltartsi Same of the city of Kala, against the country of Namri. 797. Assur-Bela-Utsur of the city of Kiruri, against the city of Mansuate. 796, Merodach-Siduni of the city of Saulat, against the city of Dari. 795, Kinabua of the city of Tuscan, against the city of Dari. 794. Munnuki-Assur of the city of Gozan, against the country of A. BC. 793, Muzalamuras of the city of Tili, against the country of A. 792, Belkazani of the city of Makines, against the land of Kapuskia. 791. Nasamus of the city of Isana, against the land of Ichua. 790, Uras-Kinaka of the city of Nineveh, against the land of A. 789, Riman-Muzamir of the city of Kalzi, against the land of A. The foundation of the temple of Nebo in Nineveh was laid. 788, Silastari of the city of, against the land of Ki. Nebo, entered, the, new, temple. 787, Nebo-Sarerutsar of the city of. Against the land of Kapuskia. The great god entered the city of Dari. 785, Merodach-Sarerutsar of the city of Kerban, against the land of Kapuskia. 783, Uruz-Natsir of the city of Mazamua, against the land of Ichua. 782, Samuel Ih of the city of Nisibis. Against the land of Ichua. 781, Shalmaneser king of Assyria, against the land of Ararat. 780, Samsealu the Tartan, against the country of Ararat. 779, Merodach-Rimani the Rab-Beluel, against the land of Ararat. 778. Bel-Azur, the governor, of the palace, against the land of Ararat. 777, Nebo-Izdi-Yukin the seer, against the country of Ichua. 776, Panashuri El-Amarna of, the, Assyrian, country, 319, against the land of Ararat. 775. Nergaleses of the country of, Ratsapa, against the country of Irene. 320. BC. 774, Isterduru of the city of, Nisibis, against the countries of Ararat and Namri. 773, Munnu-Kiriman of, the, Assyrian, country. Against the city of Damascus. 772, Assur-Belahutsar of the city of, Kala, against the country of Katarika. 321. 771, Assur-Dan the king of Assyria, against the city of Gananati. 770, Samsealu the Tartan, against the city of Merid. 769. Bel-A of the city of Arbaca, against the country of Ichua. 768, Ablia of the city of Mazamua, at home. 767, Courtier of the city on the banks of the Zucchina, against the country of Gananati. 766, Muzalamuras of the city of Tile. Against the country of A. 765, Uruz-Mukin-Nisi of the country of Kiruri, against the country of Katarika. A pestilence. 764, Tzidkielu of the country of Tuscan, at home. 763, Isidrakes Rabe of the city of Gozan. Insurrection in the city of Assur. In the month Sivan the sun was eclipsed. 322. 762, Dabubel of the city of Amidi, insurrection in the city of Assur. 767, Nebo-Kinaki of the city of Nineveh, insurrection in the city of Arbaca. 760. Lachapu of the city of Chalzi, insurrection in the city of Arbaca. 759, Panasur El-Amarna of the city of Arbela, insurrection in the city of Gozan. A pestilence. 758, Annabeli Tagal of the city of Isana, against the city of Gozan. Peace in the country, of Assyria. 757, Urizidin of the city of Kerban, at home. BC. 756, Belsajua of the city of Parnana, at home. 755, Ikisu of the city of Makinis, against the country, 323, of Katarika. 754. Uriz-Sezabani, of the city, of Remo-Si, against the country, 324, of Arpad. From the city of Assur a return. 753, Assur-Nirari king of, Assyria, at home. 752, Samsi, Ilu the Tar, Tan, at home. 751. Merodach-Salamani the governor, of the palace, at home. 750, Bel-Dan the Rab-Beluel, at home. 749, Samus-Mukindurik the seer, against the land of Namri. 748, Rimmon-Belayukin, an Assyrian, 325, against the land of Namri. 747. Sin-Salamani of the country, of Ratsapa, in the country. 746, Nergal-Natsir of the city of Nisibis, insurrection in the city of Kala. 745, Nebo-Bel-Utsur of the city of Arbaca. On the 13th day of the month Tiglath-Pileser ascended the throne, in the month Tisri he marched to the river, Euphrates. 744, Bel-Dan, of the city of Kala, against the land of Namri. 743, the king of Assyria, in the city of Arpad. The troops of the land of Ararat were slaughtered. 742, Nebo-Dan-Anani, the Tartan, against the city of Arpad. 741, Bel-Karan-Bel-Utsur, the governor of the palace, against the same city. After 3 years' siege, it was captured. 740. Nebo-Ed-Hirani, the Rab-Bel-Uel, against the city of Arpad. B.C. 739, Sintagal, the seer, against the land of Aluba. The city of Bertu was taken. 326. 738, Rimmon-Bel-Ayukin, an Assyrian, 327, the king, captures the city of Kalani. 328. 737, Bel-Amarna, of Ratsapa, against the land of A. 736, Uraz-A, of Nisibis, against the foot of Mount Nul. 735, Assur-Salam-Ani, of the country of Arbaca, against the land of Ararat. 734, Bel-Ul, of Kala, against the land of Palista. 329. 733, Assur-Dan-Anani, of the city of Mazamua, against the land of Damascus. 732, Nebo-Bel-Utsur, of the city of Sime, against the land of Damascus. 731. Nergal-Ubalid, of the city on the banks of the Zucchina, against the city of Sapia. 730, Bel-Ladari, of the city of Tile, at home. 729, Napkarilu, of the land of Keruri, the king took the hands of Bel. 330. 728. Dur-Asur, of the city of Tuscan, the king took the hands of Bel, the city of Re. 727, Bel-Karan-Bel-Utsur, of Go-Zan, against the city of Shalman-Esair, ascended the throne. 726, Merodach-Bel-Utsur of Aim, at home. 725. Makda, of Nineveh, against. 724, Assur-Natsir-Pal of Kal, against. 723, Shalmaneser king of Assyria, against. 716, Dabat-Silisera, against the city of the Manna. 715. Tagalanabella, prefects were appointed. B.C. 714, Isterdur, the city of Musazer of the god, Chaldea, was captured. 713, Assur-Bani, the great, in the country of Alippa, the god, entered the new temple. 712. Saru-Marani, the city of Musazer. 711, Uraz-Alakpani, at home. 710, Samas-Bel-Utsur, against the city of Markas-A. 709, Munnuki-Assur-Lih, against the city of Bitziri. The king poured out a sacrificial libation in the city of Kis. Sargon took the hands of Bel. 708, Samas-Upakakir of Kiru, the city of Kumak was conquered, a prefect was appointed, over it. 707, Sa-Assur-Dubu the prefect of Tuscan. The king made a pilgrimage to Babylon. Its temples and palaces he restored. On the 22nd day of the month Tisri the gods of the city of Dur-Yakin, 331, were brought forth. 706, Mutagal-Assur the prefect of Gozan. The king destroyed the city of Dur-Yakin the 6th day of the month Iyar. To their temples, the gods, returned. 705, Upakakir-Bel the prefect of Amedi. Muk. Kaisbai the Kalamite in the country of Kerala. A soldier murdered the king of Assyria. On the 12th day of the month of Sennacherib, ascended the throne. 704. Nebo-Diniepis the governor of Nineveh, the cities of Larak and Sarabanu, were captured. A palace was built in the city of Kalzi. The Standard Inscription of Assur-Natsir-Pal. By the editor. This long inscription of Assur-Natsir-Pal, inscribed in various forms across the bas-reliefs of his palace, ranks next in geographical importance to the annals of Tiglath-Pileser I. Assur-Natsir-Pal reigned from BC 883 to BC 858, more than 200 years after his illustrious predecessor. But this interval of 200 years was almost a blank in the history of Assyria. It witnessed the rise of no great king or conqueror. Indeed, it would seem that the feeble successors of Tiglath-Pileser lost territory rather than gained it. With Assur-Natsir-Pal, however, a new era commenced. Once more the armies of Nineveh went forth to conquer, and once more it was towards the north and the west that their marches were usually directed. The Armenian kingdoms on the north, Carchemish and Syria to the west, were the main objects of attack. Tiglath-Pileser had been unable to penetrate beyond the Hittite fortress of Carchemish, and force the fords of the Euphrates which it protected. If he made his way further to the west, it was along the northern range of mountains which led him into Cilicia or to the fertile plain of Maladia. But Assur-Natsir-Pal was attended with better fortune. The merchant princes of Carchemish had in his day lost their ancient prowess and military spirit, and they were glad to buy off the threatened attack of the Assyrians with a rich bribe. Assur-Natsir-Pal left Carchemish in his rear and pressed onward towards Phoenicia and the Mediterranean coast. In the time of his son and successor Shalmaneser II, Assyria has already entered within the horizon of the Western nations, and has come into contact, not only with the kings of Damascus, but with the kings of Israel as well. The annals of Assur-Natsir-Pal present us with an invaluable picture of Western Asia in the 9th century before our era, before Assyrian conquest had as yet changed the political map of the country. It is interesting to compare it with the picture presented by the annals of Tiglath-Pileser 2 centuries earlier. It is chiefly in the Armenian highlands that a change has taken place, or, it may be, is in process of taking place. The land of Nari or the rivers of Tiglath-Pileser has shifted its position and has passed from the districts at the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates to the southern shores of Lake Van. 332, the rise of the kingdom of Ararat or Van, which was destined to play a considerable part in the future history of Western Asia, was, it would appear, the immediate consequence of the campaigns of Assur-Natsir-Pal in the north. The cuneiform inscriptions of Armenia begin with Sarydurus I, the antagonist of Shalmaneser II, the son and successor of Assur-Natsir-Pal, and are not only written in the syllabary of Nineveh, but are modeled on the inscriptions of the Assyrian king. As the city of Duspes or Van was founded by Sarydurus, while his father Lutaprai is never given the title of king, it is probable that he was the founder of a new dynasty as well as of a new kingdom. At all events Aram, who appears in the annals of Shalmaneser as the predecessor of Sarydurus, had his capital at Arzaskan, to the west of Lake Van and at a long distance from what was afterwards the central point of the kingdom of Ararat. The wars of Assur-Natsir-Pal and Shalmaneser not only introduced Assyrian civilization into the north, but also resulted in the union of a number of small principalities into a single monarchy, which, under the varying names of Ararat and Armenia, long continued to fill an important place in Asiatic history. On the whole, however, when the veil which lies for 2 centuries over the map of Western Asia is lifted, we see that few changes have taken place in it. On the east the Kurdish mountains are still held by wild and independent tribes, who form a barrier between the inhabitants of the valley of the Tigris and the Aryan population of Media. South of them comes the ancient and cultured kingdom of Elam, stretching from its capital of Susa to the shores of the Persian Gulf. The valley of the Euphrates is occupied by the Babylonian monarchy, whose history and civilization mount back into the night of time, and whose armies had penetrated to the shores of the Mediterranean, and even to the distant island of Cyprus, ages before the very name of Assyria had been known. The western bank of the Euphrates is the home of the Bedouin Suki or Shuhites, who extend from the vicinity of Carchemish to the frontiers of Babylonia. And the intervening district of Mesopotamia is filled with flourishing cities, each governed by a prince who claims jurisdiction over a small tract of surrounding country. They all belong to the Semitic family, and to the north press hard upon the Hittites, who are already in full retreat towards their old homes in the Taurus mountains. Carchemish, however, now Jerablus, with its command of the caravan trade from east to west, is still in their hands. Westward of them are the Patinians, a tribe of Hittite origin, whose territory stretches from Kazaz, now Azaz, near Aleppo, across the Afrin to Mount Amanus, with its forests of cedars, and to the shores of the Gulf of Antioch. But south of the Patinians we are again among the Semites. The sea coast is held by the wealthy trading cities of the Phoenicians, foremost among them being Arvad and Jebel, Sidon and Tyre. While Syria proper is divided into two kingdoms, that of Hamath, which has ceased to be Hittite, and that of Damascus. Damascus had risen upon the ruins of David's empire, which for a brief space had extended from the Gulf of Aqaba to the banks of the Euphrates. With Damascus, Samaria was brought into close relation, sometimes friendly, but more usually hostile. Its first mention on the Assyrian monuments, however, is in connection with the Battle of Karkar in BC 853, when Ahab of Israel sent a contingent to the help of Hadadezer or Ben-Hadad against his Assyrian assailants. The wars of Assur-Natsir-Pal, like most of those of the First Assyrian Empire, did not lead to permanent conquest or annexation. They were little more than raids, carried on partly for the sake of plunder, partly in order to exalt the glory and power of the great god Assur, partly to open a road to the west for the merchants of Nineveh. It is possible also that the wars against the hardy mountaineers of Kurdistan or Armenia were intended to prevent the latter from descending into the fields of Assyria and disturbing their more peaceful neighbors. It was not until the rise of the Second Assyrian Empire, until the age of Tiglath-Pileser III, of Sargon and of Sennacherib, that Assyrian conquest meant absorption into a single great organized power. Assur-Natsir-Pal, whose name signifies, Assur has defended the sun, was the son and successor of Tiglath-Uris II, and was himself succeeded by his son Shalmaneser after a reign of 25 years. His standard inscription proved of high value in the early days of cuneiform decipherment, on account of the numerous variants presented by the different copies of it which we possess. It has been partly published in Layard's Inscriptions in the Cuneiform Character, PLL 1-11, and more fully and accurately in the Cuneiform Inscriptions of Western Asia, Volume 1, PLL 17-26. The translation of it given in the first series of Records of the Past, Volume 3. Pages 37-80, belongs to the earlier days of Assyrian study, and it has therefore become necessary to replace it by one more accurate and trustworthy. Not only is it now possible to identify the chief localities mentioned in the text, but the progress of Assyrian philology has also made it possible to translate the text with a precision which 15 years ago was unattainable. Like most of the historical inscriptions, it now offers but few words, the rendering of which is doubtful. And its geographical importance and historical interest alike make it desirable that the student who is not an Assyriologist should possess the text in a trustworthy form. A translation of the introductory lines has been published by Lotsky, Die Annalen Assur-Natsir-Pals, Munich, 1884, and the whole inscription has been translated by Dr. Peiser in Schrader's Kielenschriftliche Bibliothek, 1889, Volume 1, pages 51-129. The Annals of Assur-Natsir-Pal. Column I. 1. To Uras, the strong, the almighty, the supreme, the firstborn of the gods, the lusty warrior, the unique one, whose onset in battle is unrivaled, the 2. Eldest son, the crusher of opposition, the firstborn of Ea, the powerful warrior of the angels, Igigi, the counselor of the gods, the offspring of the temple of the earth, 333, the binder of the bonds. 3. Of heaven and earth, the opener of fountains, who treads down the wide-spreading earth, the God without whom the laws of heaven and earth are unmade. 4. The strong champion, who changes not the command of his mouth, the firstborn of the zones, the giver of the scepter and law to all cities, the forceful. 5. Minister, the utterance of whose lips alters not, in power far-reaching, the augur of the gods, the exalted one, the meridian sun god, the Lord of lords, who the extremities of heaven. 6. And, Earth superintends with his hand, the king of battle, the illustrious one who overcomes opposition, the sovereign, the unique one, the lord of fountains and seas. 7. The strong, the unsparing, whose onset is the deluge that sweeps away the land of the enemy, the slayer of the wicked, the lusty God whose counsel is unchanging. 8. The light of heaven, and earth, the illuminator of the recesses of the deep, the destroyer of the evil, the subduer of the disobedient, the uprooter of the hostile, whose name in the assembly of the gods. 9. No God has changed, the giver of life, the God of mercy to whom prayer is good, who dwells in Kala, 334, the great Lord, my Lord, I, Assur-Natsir-Pal the powerful king. 10. The King of hosts, the King unrivaled, the King of all the four regions, of the world, the Sun God of multitudes of men, the favorite of Bel, 335, and Uras, the beloved of Anu. 11. And Dagon, 336, the hero of the great gods who bows himself, in prayer, the beloved of thy heart, the prince, the favorite of Bel whose high priesthood. 12. Has seemed good to thy great divinity so that thou hast established his reign, the warrior hero who has marched in the service of Assur his lord, and among the princes. 13. Of the four regions, of the world, has no rival, the shepherd of fair shows who fears not opposition, the unique one, 337, the mighty, who has not. 14. An opponent, the king who subdues the unsubmissive, who has overcome all the multitudes of men, the powerful hero, who treads. 15. Upon the neck of his enemies, who tramples upon all that is hostile, who breaks in pieces the squadrons of the mighty, who in reliance on the great gods, his lords. 16. Has marched, and whose hand has conquered all lands, has overcome the mountains to their furthest bounds, and has received their tribute, who has taken. 17. Hostages, who has established empire over all lands. At that time Assur the Lord, the proclaimer of my name, the enlarger of my kingdom. 18. Entrusted his weapon that spares not to the hands of my lordship, even to me, Assur-Natsir-Pal the exalted prince, the adorer of the great. 19. Gods, the mighty monster, 338, the conqueror of cities and mountains to their furthest bounds, the king of lords, the consumer of the violent, who is crowned with. 20. Terror, who fears not opposition, the valiant one, the supreme judge who spares not, who overthrows resistance, the king of all princes. 21. The Lord of lords, the shepherd prince, the king of kings, the exalted prophet, named by Uras the warrior god, and, hero of the great gods, the avenger of his fathers. 22. The king who has marched with justice in reliance on Assur and Samas, 339, the gods his helpers, and powerful countries and princes his foemen. 23. He has cast down like a reed, and has subjugated all their lands under his feet, the supplier of the freewill offerings for the great. 24. Gods, the established prince, who is provident to direct the laws of the temples of his country, the work of whose hands, and 25. The gift of whose sacrifices the great gods of heaven and earth desire and have established his high priesthood in the temples forever. 26. Their strong weapons have they given for the spoil of my lordship. The terror of his weapon, the glory of his lordship, over the kings. 27. Of the four regions, of the world, have they made strong for him, the enemies of Assur to their furthest bounds above and below he has combated, and tribute and gifts. 28. He has laid upon them, he, the conqueror of the foes of Assur, the powerful king, the king of Assyria, the son of Tiglath-Uras, the high priest of Assur, who upon all his foemen. 29. Has laid the yoke, has set up the bodies of his adversaries upon stakes, the grandson of Rimmon-Irari the high priest of the great gods. 30. Who brought about the overthrow of those who would not obey him, and overcame the world. The great-grandson of Assur-Dan, who 31. Founded fortresses, and established shrines, 340, in those days from the mouth of Assur, and the great God's kingdom, sovereignty, and majesty issued forth. 32. I am king, I am sovereign, I am exalted, I am strong, I am glorious, I am lusty, I am the firstborn, I am the champion, I am the warrior. 33. I am a lion, I am a hero. Assur-Natsir-Pal, the powerful king, the king of Assyria, named of the moon god, the favorite of Anu, the beloved of Rimmon, mightiest among the gods. 34. Am I, a weapon that spares not, which brings slaughter to the land of his enemies, am I. A king valiant in battle, the destroyer of cities and mountains. 35. The leader of the conflict, the king of the four regions, of the world, who lays the yoke upon his foes, who enslaves all his enemies, the king of all the zones of all princes. 36. Every one of them, the king who subjugates the unsubmissive to him, who has overcome all the multitudes of men. This is the destiny which from the mouth of the great gods. 37. Has issued forth for me, and they have established it firmly as my destiny. According to the desire of my heart and the stretching forth of my hand. Esther, 341, the lady who loves. 38. My high priesthood looked with favor upon me and set her heart to make combat and battle, and in those days Assur-Natsir-Pal, the exalted prince, the worshipper of the great gods. 39. Whom Bel has caused to obtain the desire of his heart, so that his hand conquered the lands of all princes who submitted not unto him, the conqueror. 40. Of his foes who in difficult places has broken through the squadrons of the mighty, at that time Assur my great lord, the proclaimer of my name. 41. The enlarger of my kingdom over the kings of the four regions, of the world, has mightily magnified my name, the weapon that spares not unto the hands of my lordship. 42. He has given to hold. To effect the submission and homage of countries and mighty mountains powerfully has he urged me. In reliance on Assur my lord. 43. I traversed impassable paths, and trackless mountains with the forces of my armies, a rival unto me existed not. At the beginning of my reign. 44. In my first year, when the sun god the judge of the zones, of the world, had thrown his kindly shadow over me, on the throne of royalty mightily I had sat, and, the scepter. 45. That shepherds mankind he had caused my hand to hold, I collected my chariots, and, armies. Impassable roads, and, trackless mountains, which for the passage. 46. Of chariots and armies were not suited, I traversed. Against the land of Nimmi, 342, I marched, Lib, 343, their strong city, and the cities of, Surah, Apuku. 47. Berura, and, Harub, which are in sight of the mountains of Urini, Haruni, and, Etni, 344, strong cities, I captured. Their fighting men. 48. In numbers I slew, their spoil, their goods, and, their oxen I carried away. There, soldiers sought the inaccessible mountain. The inaccessible mountain they reached. With, my, forces after them. 49. I marched. 345, the summit of the mountain was like the point of an iron blade, and the flying bird of heaven had not swooped upon it. Like a nest. 50, of hawks, in the midst of the mountain they made their stronghold. Into the midst of them where none among the kings my fathers had penetrated, in 3 days. 51, the hero beheld the mountain, against it did his heart offer opposition, he ascended the mountain on his feet, he overthrew, and, destroyed their nest. Their forces. 52, he shattered, 200 of their warriors he slew with weapons. Their spoil, multitudinous as a flock of sheep, I carried away. 53, with their blood I dyed the mountain like wool. The ravine, and, torrent of the mountain devoured, 346, what was left of them. Their cities. 54, I overthrew, dug up, and, burned with fire. From the country of Nimmi I departed. Into the country of Keruri, 347, I descended, the tribute of the countries of Keruri. 55. Simesi, 348, and Simera, the city of Ulmania, and the countries of Adaz, 349, of the Mergens, and of the Myrmiasions, 350, horses, mules, 351. 56, oxen, sheep, wine, and a bowl of copper, as their tribute I received. I established a governor over them. When in Keruri. 57, I was slaying, the glory of Assur my lord overwhelmed the people of Gozan in Kapuska, 352, horses, silver. 58. Gold, lead, copper, and a bowl of copper as their tribute they brought before me. From Keruri I departed. 59, into the lowlands of the city of Kulan, into the country of Kirki, 353, of Betani I descended. The cities of Katu, 354, Kataru, Nistan, Urbadai. 60, Mitkia, Arzania, 355, Tela, 356, and Kalua, the cities of Kirki which in sight of the mountains of Usu, Arua. 61, and Arardi, 357, mighty mountains, are situated, I captured. Their soldiers in multitudes I slew, their spoil, and their goods I carried away. 62, their soldiers sought the peak of the mountain. They reached the summit which is, at the entrance to the city of Nistan, which hangs from the sky like a cloud. Into the midst of them, where none among the kings my fathers had penetrated, my warriors flew upon them like birds. 64. 260 of their fighting men I slew with weapons, their heads I cut off, and built into a pyramid. The rest of them like a bird. 65, made their nest in the rocks of the mountain. Their spoil, and their goods from the midst of the mountain I brought down. The cities which in the midst. 66, of the mighty ranges were situated I overthrew, I dug up, I burned with fire. All the soldiers who had fled from the face of my weapons descended, my feet. 67, they embraced. Tribute, gifts, and a satrap I imposed upon them. Bubu the son of Buba, 358, the son of the chief of the city of Nistan. 68. I flayed in the city of Arbela, and clothed the wall of the fortress with his skin. At that time I made an image of my person, the glorious deeds of my abundant power. 69, I inscribed upon it. I erected it in the mountains of the land of Eki in the city of Assur-Natsir-Pal at the head of the river source. 359, in the year when I was eponym, 360, on the 24th day of the month of, 361. 70. By the command of Assur, and Ister the great gods my lords I departed from the city of Nineveh, against the cities which at the foot of the mountains of Nibur and Paz-8, mighty mountains. 71, are situated I marched. I conquered the cities of Atkun, Usku, Palatsi, and 20, other, cities dependent on them. Their numerous fighting men I slew. 72. Their spoil, and their goods I carried away, the cities I burned with fire. All the soldiers who had fled from the face of my weapons descended. 73, and embraced my feet. I imposed tribute upon them. I departed from the cities which are at the foot of the mountains of Nibur, and Paz-8. The river Tigris I crossed. 74. To the land of Kumak, 362, I approached. I received the tribute of the countries of Kumak, and Muski, 363, plates of copper, oxen, sheep, and wine. While in the land of Kumak. 75. I was staying, they brought me back news that the Suru of Bitkalup, 364, had revolted, and had murdered their governor Kamada. 365. 76. Akiababa a plebeian, 366, whom they had brought from Bidadini, 367, they raised to the sovereignty over them. With the help of Assur, and Rimmon. 77. The great gods, the enlargers of my sovereignty, I assembled my chariots and armies, I occupied the banks of the Khabar. 368, on my march the tribute. 78. Abundant of Salimina of the city of Sadakan, 369, the son of Ilariman, 370, of the city of Katna, 371, silver, gold. 79, lead, plates of copper, variegated cloths, and linen vestments I received. To the city of Suri of Bitkalup I approached. 80, the fear of the glory of Assur my lord overwhelmed them, the nobles, and, the elders of the city, to save their lives, came forth to meet me. 81. They took my feet, saying, Thou wiliest, it and, it is death, thou willest, it and, it is life, the will of thy heart will we perform. Akiababa, the son of a plebeian. 82, whom they had brought from Bitadini I seized by the hand. In the prowess of my heart and the violence of my weapons I attacked the city. All the soldiers who had rebelled. 83, they had seized, and, delivered up. I brought my nobles into its palace, and, its temples, its silver, its gold, its goods, its spoil, copper. 84. Iron, lead, plates of copper, sacrificial knives of copper, sacrificial bowls of copper, other, objects of copper in abundance, alabaster, a cup. 85. With handles, the Amazons, 372, of its palaces, its daughters, the spoil of the soldiers who had rebelled along with their goods, its gods along with their goods. 86. Precious stones from the mountain, its chariots, its yokes of horses bound to the yoke, the trappings of the horses, the accoutrements of the soldiers. 87. Variegated cloths, linen vestments, a beautiful altar of cedar wood, sweet-smelling herbs, a shrine of cedar. 88. Red-purple, and blue-purple garments, 373, its wagons, its oxen, and, its sheep, its exceeding spoil, which like the stars of heaven could not be numbered. 89, I carried away. Aziel I appointed over them as my vicegerent. I erected a pyramid at the approach to its chief gate. The nobles, as many as 90, had revolted, I flayed, with their skins I covered the pyramid. Some, of these, I immured in the midst of the pyramid, others above. 91. The pyramid I impaled on stakes, others round about the pyramid I planted on stakes, many at the exit from my own country. 92, I flayed, with their skins I clad the fortress walls. The limbs of the chief officers who, were, the chief officers of the kings who had rebelled I cut off. 93, I brought Akiababa to Nineveh, and, flayed him, with his skin I clad the fortress wall of Nineveh. Power and might. 94. I laid upon the land of Lake. 374, while I was staying in the city of Suri the tribute of the kings of the land of Lake every one of them. 95. Silver, gold, lead, copper, a plate of copper, oxen, sheep, variegated cloths, and linen vestments, as tribute. 96, and gifts I prescribed, and imposed upon them. At that time the tribute of Kayanu of the city of Kindan, 375, silver. 97. Gold, lead, copper, ulmus stone, alabaster, red-purple garments, and wild asses, as his tribute I received. At that time an image. 98, of my majesty grandly I made, the story of my power and exaltation I inscribed upon it. In the midst of his palace I set it up. I erected my stele. 99, the story of the exaltation of my strength I inscribed upon them, at the gate of his city I placed them. In the same year during my eponymy, 376, by the command of Assur my lord and Uriz who loves my priesthood. 100. Whereas in the time of the kings my fathers no one of the country of the Shuhites, 377, had gone to the land of Assyria, Iluepus, 378, the Shuhite, to save his life, together with his brothers, and 101. His sons brought silver, and gold as tribute to Nineveh to my presence. In the course of the eponymy, 379, I was staying in the city of Nineveh when news 102 was brought that the Assyrian colonists whom Shalmaneser, 380, king of Assyria, a prince who went before me, 103, had planted in the city of Calzidibka, 381, had revolted, with Kulla the lord of their city, and were on the march to capture my royal city of Damdamusa. 104. By the command of Assur, Samas, and Rimmon, the gods my ministers, I assembled my chariots, and armies. At the head of the sources of the river Supnat, 382, were the images. 105. Of Tiglath-Pileser and Tiglath-Uras, 383, kings of Assyria my fathers had been erected, I executed an image of my royal self, and erected it by the side of theirs. 106. At that time the tribute of the country of Azala, oxen, sheep, and wine I received. I crossed the mountain of Kasyari. 384, to the city of Kinabu. 107, the fortified city of Kulla, I approached. With the strength of my army, and with violent battle I attacked the city. I captured it, 600 of their fighting men. 108, I slew with the sword. 3,000 of their captives I burned with fire. I left not one alive among them to become a hostage. Kulla. 109, the lord of their city I captured alive with my hand. I built their bodies into pyramids. Their young men, and their maidens I burned to ashes. 110. Kulla the lord of their city I flayed. With his skin I clad the fortress wall of the city of Damdamusa. The city I threw down, dug up, and burned with fire. 111, I captured the city of Mariru which was dependent on them. 50 of their warriors I slew with weapons, 200 of their captives I burned with fire, 332. 112, soldiers of the country of Nerbai, 385, I slew in combat in the field. I brought away their spoil, their oxen, and their sheep. The people of the country of Nerbu which lies at the foot of Mount Akira. 113, encouraged one another. Against the city of Tela, 386, their stronghold, I descended. From the city of Kinabu I departed. To the city of Tela I approached. 114. The city was very strong. 3 fortress walls surrounded it. The inhabitants trusted to their strong walls and their numerous army, and had not descended into the field. 115, they did not embrace my feet. With combat and slaughter I attacked the city, and captured it. 3,000 of their fighting men I slew with the sword. Their spoil. 116, their goods, their oxen, and their sheep I carried away. Their numerous captives I burned with fire. I captured many of the soldiers alive with the hand. 117, I cut off the hands, and feet of some, I cut off the noses, the ears, and the fingers of others, the eyes of the numerous soldiers I put out. 118. I built up a pyramid of the living, and a pyramid of heads. In the middle of them, I suspended their heads on vine stems in the neighborhood of their city. Their young men. Column 2. 1, and their maidens I burned as a holocaust. The city I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. I annihilated it. The cities of the land of Nerbai. 2, and their strong fortress walls I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. At that time from the country of Nerbai I departed. To the city of Tusca, 387. 3, I approached. The city of Tusca I restored afresh. Its old wall I changed. Its site I purified. Its strength I took in hand. A new wall. 4. From its foundations to its coping I built up, completed, and strengthened. I erected a palace for the seat of my majesty at its gates. 388. 5. I built this palace up from its foundations to its coping. I made an image of my person of white limestone. The might. 6. Of my power, the record and history of my conquests which I achieved in the countries of Neri, 389, I inscribed upon it. In the city of Tusca. 7. I set it up. I inscribed a tablet of stone. In its wall I placed it. Those colonists from Assyria, who in consequence of a famine to other lands. 8. Even, to the land of Rura had ascended I brought back. In the city of Tusca I planted them. This city for myself. 9. I took grain and straw from the land of Nerbai I heaped up within it. The remaining inhabitants of the land of Nerbai who had fled from the face of my weapons. 10. Descended, and took my feet. Their cities, and their houses, which were suitable I caused them to occupy. As tribute and gifts, horses. 11. Mules, oxen, sheep, wine, and plates of copper, in addition to what I formerly prescribed I imposed upon them. Their sons as hostages. 12. I took. While I was staying in the city of Tusca the tribute of Amibala, 390, the son of Zamani, of Ilukite, 391, of the land of Rura. 13. Of Labduri the son of Dubusi of the land of Nirdun, and the tribute of the country of Urim of Bitani, 392, and, of the kings of the land of Neri. 14. Chariots, horses, mules, silver, gold, plates of copper, oxen, sheep, and wine, as their tribute I received. 15. I established a lord of the marches over the lands of Neri. On my return from the lands of Neri, the land of Nerbu which is within. 16. The mountain of Kasyari revolted. Their 9 cities they left. To the city of Ispalipria, 393, their stronghold and the inaccessible mountain. 17. They trusted, and the summits of the mountain I attacked, and seized. In the midst of the mighty mountain I slew their warriors. With their blood like wool, the mountain. 18. I died. What was left of them was swallowed up by the ravines and torrents of the mountain. Their spoil, and their goods I carried away. The heads of their fighting men. 19. I cut off. I built up a column, of them, at the top of their city. Their young men, and their maidens I burned as a holocaust. Into the lowlands of the city of Buliani. 20. I descended. The banks of the river Lucia I occupied. In my passage the cities of the land of Kirki, 394, which is, in the lowlands I conquered. Their numerous soldiers. 21. I slew. Their spoil I carried away. The cities I burned with fire. To the city of Ardupa I came forth. At that time the tribute. 22. Of Akiramu, 395, the son of Yakiri of the country of Zala, 396, of the son of Bakiani of the country of the Hittites, and of the kings of the country of Kani Rabbit, 397, silver, gold. 23. Lead, plates of copper, oxen, sheep, and horses as their tribute I received. In the eponymy of Assur-Natsir-Pal, 398, news was brought that 24. Sabdadi, 399, the prince of the country of Dagra had revolted. The people of the country of Zamua, 400, throughout its circuit encouraged one another. The lowlanders of the city of Babite. 25, built up a wall. To make war and battle they came against me. In reliance on Assur the great lord, my lord, and Nergal. 26, who marches before me, with the forceful weapons which Assur the Lord gave unto me, my arms, and armies I assembled, to the lowlands. 27, of the city of Babite I marched. The inhabitants trusted to the strength of their armies and offered battle. In the powers supreme of Nergal who marches. 28, before me I fought with them. I made a destruction of them. I shattered their forces. 1460 of their fighting men in the lowlands. 29, I slew. The cities of Uz, Berutu, and Lagalaga their stronghold, together with 100 towns dependent on them, I captured. 30. Their spoil, their possessions, their oxen, and their sheep I carried away. Sabdati, to save his life, to an inaccessible mountain. 3 are ascended, 1,200 of their soldiers I transported. From the city of Dagara I departed. To the city of Bara I approached. The city of Bara. 32, I captured. 320 of their soldiers I slew with weapons. Their oxen, their sheep, and their heavy spoil I brought away. 33, 300 of their soldiers I transported. On the 5th day of the month Tisri, 401, I departed from the city of Kalzi. 402, into the lowlands of the city of Babite I descended. 34, from the city of Babite I departed. To the country of Nazir which they call the land of Lulu, and the land of Kinapa, 403, I approached. The city of Buna their stronghold. 35, belonging to Mutsitsina and 20 cities dependent upon it I captured. The soldiers banded together. They occupied an inaccessible mountain. Assur-Natsir-Pal the hero after them. 36, pursued like birds. In the mountain of Nazir he scattered their scouts, 326 of their fighting men he utterly destroyed. Its horses he seized. 37. The ravines and torrents of the mountain devoured their remnants. 7 cities which are, in the country of Nazir, which they had made their strongholds, I captured. Their warriors. 38, I slew. Their spoil, their goods, their oxen, and their sheep I carried away. The cities I burned with fire. At my camp thereupon I made a halt. 39, from this camp I next departed. To the cities in the plain of the land of Nazir, 404, whose site had been seen by no one, I marched. The city of Larbusa. 40, the stronghold of Kirtiara, and 8 cities dependent on it I captured. The men banded together. They occupied an inaccessible mountain. The mountain like the blade of an iron sword. 41, was in appearance, the lair. 405, of his armies. After them I ascended. Into the midst of the mountain I threw their bodies, 172 of their warriors I slew. The soldiers. 42, I piled up on the rocks of the mountain. Their spoil, their goods, their oxen, and their sheep I brought away. The cities with fire. 43, I burned. I hung their heads on the vines of the mountain. Their young men, and their maidens I burned as a holocaust. Thereupon I made a halt at my camp. 44, from this camp I next marched forth. 150 cities of the citizens of Larbusa, Durluluma, Bunayasa, and Bara I captured. 45. Their warriors I slew. Their spoil I carried away. The cities I threw down, dug up, and burned with fire. 50 men of the city of Bara I slew in combat in the field. 46. At that time the kings of the country of Zamua, every one of them, were overwhelmed by the fear of the glory of Assur my lord. They embraced my feet. Horses, silver, and gold. 47, I received. I made all the country to turn, to me, with one voice. I laid on them a present of horses, silver, gold, grain, and straw. 48, I departed from the city, I had named, to Assur-Natsir-Pal. 406, the foot of the mountain of Nisbi I occupied. All the night I pursued, my march. To cities whose situation is remote, which in sight of the mountain of Nisbi, 407. 49, are situated, which Tzabdati had made his strongholds, I marched. The city of Beirutu I captured, and burned with fire. During the eponemy of Belaku, 408, I was staying in Nineveh when news 50 was brought that Amika, and Horastua had withheld the tribute and dues of Assur my lord. By the command of Assur the great lord, my lord, and Nergal who goes before me. 51, on the first day of the month Sivan, 409, for the third time against the country of Zamua I made a campaign. 410, the face of my chariots and armies I could not see. From the city of Chalzi I departed. The lower Zab, 411. 52. I crossed. Into the lowlands of the city of Babite I entered. The river Radanu, 412, I crossed. To the foot of the mountain of the country of Samaki I was continually, 413, approaching. Oxen. 53, sheep, and wine, the tribute of the country of Dagara I received. From the foot of the mountain of Samaki strong chariots, 414, and riding horses which had been bred there I brought away with me in store. 415, all, night long till 54, dawn I pursued, my march. The river Dernet, 416, I crossed. In a car, of dark blue stone I approached the city of Amalai the stronghold of Horastua. 55, with combat, and slaughter I attacked the city, I captured it, 800 of their fighting men I slew with weapons. With their bodies I filled the streets of their city. With their blood. 56, I dyed their houses. I captured the soldiers alive with the hand. Their numerous spoil I carried away. The city I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. Their young men. 57, and maidens I burned as a holocaust. The city of Kizerta there. 58, stronghold belonging to Zabini and the cities which were dependent upon them I captured. Their warriors I slew. Their spoil. 59, I carried away. The cities of Bara belonging to Kirtiara, of Dura, and of Bunisa as far as the lowlands of the country of Kazmir I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. 60, to mounds and ruins I reduced them. From the midst of the cities of Horastua I departed. Into the lowlands which are, in sight of the mountains of Lara, and, by Dergi, inaccessible mountains, which for the passage. 61, of chariots and soldiers were not suited, I descended. To the city of Zamri, 417, the royal city of Amika the Zamuan I approached. Amika from the face of my mighty weapons, and my battle. 62, vehement fled away and betook himself to an inaccessible mountain. The furniture of his palace, and his chariot I carried off. From the city of Zamri I departed. The river Lolu I crossed. To the mountains of Etni. 63. A difficult locality, which for the passage of chariots and armies was unsuited, into the midst of which none of the kings my fathers had penetrated, I marched. The king leaving his armies to the mountains of Etni. 64, ascended. His property, and his goods, numerous utensils of copper, a wild bull of copper, a plate of copper, bowls of copper, rings, of copper, the treasures of his palace, and his treasury. 65, from the midst of the mountains I carried off. At my camp thereupon I made a halt. In reliance upon Assur, and Samus the gods my helpers from that camp I next departed. After him. 66, I betook myself. The river Eder I crossed. To within sight of the mountains of Swani and Eleniu, mighty mountains, I slew their numerous warriors. His property, his goods, a wild bull of copper. 67. Plates of copper, bowls of copper, cups of copper, numerous utensils of copper, a dish of gold with a handle, their oxen, their sheep, their goods. 68. And, their heavy spoil I carried away from the foot of the mountains of Eleniu, I stripped him of his horses. Amika, to save his life, ascended to the mountain of Sabua. 69. The cities of Zamru, Erasitku, Amaru, Parsindu, Iratu, and Suratu his stronghold, together with 150 cities. 70, which were dependent on it I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. To mounds and ruins I reduced them. While I was staying at the entrance to the city of Parsindu, upon riding horses, I made the eunuchs. 71, sit as a seat. 50 fighting men of Amika I slew in the field. Their heads I cut off. On vines in the arbor of his palace I hung them. 72, 20 soldiers I captured alive with the hand. In the wall of his palace I immured them. From the city of Zamri I carried the riding horses, and eunuchs along with me. 73. To the cities of Adda the Arzazan, into which none of the kings my fathers had penetrated, I marched. The cities of Arzaizu, and Arsindu. 74. His stronghold, together with 10 cities which were dependent on it, which are situated in the midst of the mountain of Nisbi, an inaccessible mountain, I conquered. Their warriors I slew. The cities I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. 75. To my camp thereupon I returned. At that time copper, tabulae of copper, rings of copper, and bracelets, the tribute of the country of Saitamana, which like women. 76, they wear, 418, I received. From the city of Zamri I departed. To the mountain of Lara, an inaccessible mountain, which for the passage of chariots and armies was unsuited, with axes of iron I hewed my way. 77, with picks of bronze I excavated my path. I made a passage for the chariots and soldiers. To the city of Tukulti-Assur-Natsir-Pal which the people of Lulu call Arakdi I descended. The kings. 78. Of the country of Zamua, every one of them, were terrified at the appearance of my weapons and the magnitude of my sovereignty, and embraced my feet. Tribute, and gifts of silver, gold, lead. 79. Copper, plates of copper, variegated cloths, horses, oxen, sheep, and wine in addition to what I had before prescribed I imposed upon them. Their governor. 80, in the city of Kala, 419, I appointed. While I was staying in the country of Zamua, the cities of Kudan, Kardes, 420, Kapuska, and Gozan, 421, the fear. 81, of the glory of Assur my lord overwhelmed. Tribute, and gifts of silver, gold, horses, variegated cloths, oxen, sheep, and wine they brought to me, as for the men. 82, as many as had fled from the face of my weapons, and had ascended the mountains, I marched after them. In sight of the countries of Aziru and Samaki they had encamped. The city of Misu their stronghold. 83, they had made. The land of Aziru I overthrew, and dug up. From within sight of the country of Samaki as far as the river Durnat I piled up their corpses. 500 of their fighting men I utterly destroyed. 84, their heavy spoil I carried away. I burned the cities with fire. At that time in the country of Zamua the city of Adlilia, which Sibir king of Cardunyas, 422, after capturing it had destroyed. 85, and had reduced to mounds and ruins, Assur-Natsir-Pal king of Assyria restored again. Its wall I encircled. A palace for the seat of my majesty in the middle of it, I founded, adorned, and strengthened. In addition to what I had before prescribed. 86, grain, and straw from all the country I heaped up within it. I called its name Dur-Assur. 423, on the first day of the month Sivan, during the eponymy of Sasamudanku, 424, I assembled my chariots, and armies. 87, the river Tigris I crossed. Into the land of Kumak I descended. A palace in the city of Tilyalai I occupied. I received the tribute of the land of Kumak. From the land of Cumac I departed. Into the lowlands. 88, of the land of the Astarte goddesses, 425, I descended. In the city of Kibaki I made a halt. Oxen, sheep, wine, and plates of copper I received as the tribute of the city of Kibaki. From the city of Kibaki I departed. 89, the city of Madiate I approached. The city of Matyat, together with the city of Kabranissa I captured, 2,800 of their soldiers I slew with weapons, their numerous spoil I carried away. 90, all the men who had fled from the face of my weapons embraced my feet. Their cities I let them occupy. Tribute, gifts, and governors I appointed, 426, upon them. 91, I imposed. An image of my person I made. The power of my strength I inscribed upon it. In the city of Madiate I erected it. From the city of Madiate I departed. To the city of Zazabuka. 92, I directed my camp. The tribute of the country of Kirki, oxen, sheep, wine, plates of copper, wild bulls of copper, and bowls of copper I received. From the city of Zazabuka I departed. 93, in the city of Irsia I made a halt. I burned the city of Irsia with fire. The tribute of the city of Sura, oxen, sheep, wine, and plates of copper I received in the city of Irsia. 94. From the city of Irsia I departed. In the midst of the mountain of Kasyari I made a halt. The city of Mataranzu, and 2 cities which were dependent upon it I captured. Their warriors I slew. 95, their spoil I carried away. I burned the cities with fire. For 6 days in the heart of the mountain of Kasyari, a mighty mountain, a locality difficult of access, which for the passage of chariots and armies. 96. Was unsuited, the mountain with axes of iron I hewed, with picks of bronze I excavated. I made a passage for the chariots and soldiers. In the cities by the side of the bridge which is, in the mountain of Kasyari. 97. Oxen, sheep, wine, plates of copper, and bowls of copper I received. I crossed Mount Kasyari in the center. For the second time I descended into the lands of Neri. In the city of Singisa, 427. 98, I made a halt. From the city of Sigisa I departed to the city of Madara, the stronghold of Labduri the son of Dubusi I approached. The city was very strong. 4 walls. 99, surrounded it. I attacked the city. They dreaded the face of my powerful weapons, and its spoil, its goods, and their sons I received in ransom. In place of their lives I accepted them. 428. 100, tribute, gifts, and governors I imposed upon them. The city I overthrew, and dug up. To a mound and ruin I reduced it. From the city of Madara I departed. Into the city of Tuscan, 429. 101, I descended. A palace in the city of Tuscan I commenced. 430, the tribute of the country of Nirdun, horses, mules, plates of copper, bowls of copper, oxen, sheep. 102, and wine in the city of Tuscan I received. 60 cities, and strong fortresses in the mountain of Kasyari belonging to Labduri the son of Dubusi I overthrew, and dug up. To mounds. 103, and ruins I reduced them. In reliance on Assur my lord I departed from the city of Tuscan. Gift, chariots, 431, and riding horses bred therein I carried off in store with me. By means of ropes. 104, I crossed the Tigris. All night I pursued my way. To the city of Petura the stronghold of the Dirans I approached. The city was very difficult of access. 105, 2 walls surrounded it. Its citadel was situated like the peak of a mountain. Through the hand supreme of Assur my lord, and, with the might of my armies and my vehement battle. 106. I fought with them. After 2 days, towards midday I roared upon them like Rimmon the inundator of the plain. I rained destruction upon them. With violence. 107, and power my fighting men flew upon them like the vulture. I captured the city. Boo of their fighting men I slew with weapons, their heads. 108, I cut off. Many soldiers I took alive with the hand, the rest of them I burned with fire. Their heavy spoil I carried away. A pyramid of the living, and, of heads. 109. I built up at the entrance to its chief gate. I impaled 700 men upon stakes at the approach to their great gate. The city I overthrew, dug up, and, reduced to a mound and ruin. Their young men. 110, and, their maidens I burned as a holocaust. The city of Kukunu which, is, at the mouth of the pass of the mountain of Madni I captured. I slew with weapons 700 of their soldiers. 111, their numerous spoil I carried away. 50 cities of the country of Dira I captured. Their warriors I slew. Their spoil I carried away. 50 soldiers I captured alive with the hand. The cities I overthrew. 112, dug up, and, burned with fire. I outpoured upon them the splendor of my sovereignty. From the city of Petura, 432, I departed. Into the city of Arbaki in the country of Kirkioth Bet-Ani I descended. 113, they were terrified before the glory of my majesty, and deserted their cities, and, their strong fortresses. To save their lives they ascended Mount Madni, a mighty mountain. 114, I pursued after them. 1,000 of their fighting men I cut to pieces in the midst of the inaccessible mountain. With their blood I dyed the mountain. With their bodies the valleys. 115, and, torrents of the mountain I filled. I took 200 soldiers alive with the hand. I cut off their hands. I carried away 2,000 captives. Their oxen, and, their sheep. 116, to a countless number I took home. The towns of Aiaya, and, Salanaba, the strongholds of the city of Arbaki I captured. I slew their warriors. I carried away their spoil. 117, I overthrew, and, dug up 250 cities whose walls, were, strong in the countries of Neri. To mounds and ruins I reduced, them. The harvests of their mountain I reaped, the corn. 118, and, straw I accumulated in the city of Tuscan. Against Amibala the son of Zamani his nobles revolted and murdered him. In order to avenge. 119. Amibala I marched. Before the appearance of my weapons and the grandeur of my sovereignty. 120, they had fear, and chariots, with, yokes of horses, trappings of men, and, horses, 460. 121. Horses bound to the yoke, 2 talents of silver, 2 talents of gold, 100 talents. 122, of lead, 100 talents of copper, 300 talents of iron, 100 plates of copper, 3,000 handles of copper, bowls of copper, cups of copper. 123. 1,000 variegated cloths, linen vestments, a dish of black wood, ivory, and, gold, the possessions. 124, and, treasure of the palace, 2,000 oxen, 5,000 sheep, his wife with her rich dowry, and, the daughters. 125. Of the nobles with their rich dowries I received. 433, Assur-Natsir-Pal the great king, the powerful king, the king of multitudes, the king of Assyria, the son of Tiglath-Ures the great king, the powerful king. 126. The king of multitudes, the king of Assyria, the son of Rimmon-Irari the great king, the powerful king, the king of multitudes, the king of the same Assyria. The hero warrior who has marched in reliance upon Assur his lord, and among the kinglets. 127, of the four zones has had no rival, the king who from the fords of the Tigris to the land of Lebanon and the Great Sea, 434. 128. The land of Lake throughout its circuit, and, the land of the Shahites as far as the city of Rapiki, 435, has subdued beneath his feet, from the head of the sources. 129. Of the Supnat, 436, as far as the lowlands of Bitani his hand has conquered, from the lowlands of Kiruri to the country of Gozan, from the fords of the lower Zab. 130. To the city of Telbari which, is, above the land of Zaban, 437, from the city of the Tel, 438, of Aptani to the city of the Tel of Zabdani, the cities of Kirimu, and, Kurutu, and, the country of Burate, 439. 131. Belonging to Cardunyas, 440, to the frontiers of my country I have restored, the territory, and the broad regions of the countries of Neri throughout its whole extent I have conquered. I took the city of Kala, in hand, anew. The old mound. 232. I changed. I deepened it, as far as the level of the waters. To a depth of 120 tikpi I consolidated it. The temple of Uras my lord upon the middle of it I founded. At that time. 133. I made an image of the same Uras which did not previously exist in the inventiveness of my heart, even a colossus of his great divinity, with the best of mountain stone and fine gold. 134. I accounted him my great divinity in the city of Kala. His festivals I ordained in the months Sebat and Elul. 441. His sanctuary which had not been built, 442, I designed. 135. The Holy of Holies of Uras my lord I constructed firmly in the midst of it. The temple of Beltiz, Sin, 443, and Gula, the image of Ea the king, and, the image of Rimmon the master of heaven and earth I erected. Column 3. 1. In the month Sivan, on the 22d day, during the eponymy of Dagon Bilnatsar, 444, I departed from the city of Kala. The Tigris I crossed. On the further bank of the Tigris. 2. Abundant tribute I received. In the city of Tabite I made a halt. On the 6th day of the month Tammuz I departed from the city of Tabite. I occupied the banks of the river Karmes. 445. 3. In the city of Margari I made a halt. From the city of Margari I departed. I occupied the banks of the river Khabur. 446. In the city of Sadakani I made. 4. A halt. The tribute of the city of Sadakani, silver, gold, lead, plates of copper, oxen, and sheep I received. From the city of Sadakani. 5. I departed. In the city of Katni I made a halt. The tribute of the city of the Katnians I received. From the city of Katni I departed. 6. In the city of Dur-Kadlaim, 447, I made a halt. From the city of Dur-Kadlaim I departed. In the city of Bit-Kalup I made a halt. The tribute. 7. Of the country of Bit-Kalup, silver, gold, lead, plates of copper, variegated cloths, linen vestments, oxen, and sheep I received. 8. From the country of Bit-Kalup I departed. In the city of Surki, 448, I made a halt. The tribute of the 9. City of the Surkians, silver, gold, lead, plates, oxen and sheep I received. From the city of Surki I departed. In the city of Tsupri I made a halt. The tribute of the city of the Tsuprians, silver. 10. Gold, lead, plates, oxen, and sheep I received. From the city of Tsupria I departed. In the city of Nakarabani I made. 11. A halt. The tribute of the city of Nakarabani, silver, gold, lead, plates, oxen, and sheep I received. From the city of Nakarabani. 12. I departed. At the approach to the city of Kindani I made a halt. On the further bank of the Euphrates it is situated. 13. The tribute of the city of the Kindanians, silver, gold, lead, plates, oxen, and sheep I received. From the city of Kindani. 14. I departed. In the mountains above the Euphrates I made a halt. From the mountains I departed. In Bitsabiah, 449, at the approach to the city of Karidi. 15. I made a halt. The city of Kurudu, is situated on the further bank of the Euphrates. From Bitsabiah I departed. At the head of the city of Anat, 450. 16. I made a halt. The city of Anat is situated in the middle of the Euphrates. From the city of Anat I departed. The city of Suru, 451, the stronghold of. 17. Sedudu of the land of the Shuhites I attacked. To the far-spread soldiers of the country of the Kassi, 452, he trusted, and to make war and battle against me. 18. He came. The city I attacked. For 2 days I fought within it. Before my mighty weapon Sad-Judah, and 70 of his soldiers too. 19. Save his life plunged into the Euphrates. I captured the city. 50 riding horses and, their grooms, the property of Nebo-Baladan, 453, king of Carduneus. 20. And Zabdanu his brother together with 3,000 of their soldiers, and Belbaladan the prophet who went before their hosts I carried off captive along with them. 21. Many soldiers I slew with weapons. Silver, gold, lead, plates, precious mountain stone for the adornment of his palace. 22. Chariots, horses trained to his yoke, the trappings of the soldiers, the trappings of the horses, the Amazons, 454, of his palaces, his spoil. 23. Abundant I carried away. The city I overthrew, and dug up. My prowess and power I laid upon the country of the Shuhites. The fear of my sovereignty prevailed as far as the country of Carduneus. 24. The descent of my weapons overwhelmed the country of Chaldea. 455, on the countries beside the Euphrates I outpoured terror. An image. 25, of my person I made. My prowess and power I inscribed upon it. In the city of Suru I erected it. Assur-Natsir-Pal the king whose fame. 26, and power are everlasting, and whose face has been directed towards the desert, for his rule, and his protection, his heart cries out. In the city of Kala I was staying. 27. When news was brought that the men of the country, 456, of Lake, of the city of Kindanu, and, of the country of the Shuhites had revolted, every one of them, the river Euphrates. 28, they had crossed. On the 18th day of the month Sivan I departed from the city of Kala. I crossed the Tigris. I entered the desert. To the city of Suru. 29, in Bitkalop I approached. Boats for myself I constructed in the city of Suru. I occupied the water towards the source of the Euphrates. As far as 30, the narrows of the Euphrates I descended, the stream. The cities of Kentiel, and Aziel of the country of Lake I captured. Their warriors I slew. Their spoil. 31. I carried away. The cities I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. In the course of this campaign I encompassed the lakes, 457, of the river Khabar as far as 32, the city of Tsibate in the land of the Shuhites. The cities on the hither bank of the Euphrates in the land of Lake, and, in the land of the Shuhites I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. 458, their crops. I cut down. 470. 33, of their soldiers I slew with weapons. I captured 20, 459, alive, and impaled them on stakes. In the boats I had constructed. 34. The boats of hardened skin, which were fastened from both sides, 460, in the form of a pontoon, I crossed the Euphrates at the city of Corridi. The people of the countries of the Shuhites, and of Lake 35, and of the city of Kindanu trusted to the strength of their chariots, their armies, and their forces, and mustered 6,000 of their soldiers to make war and battle. 36. When they came forth against me, I fought with them. I utterly destroyed them. Their chariots I minished. I slew 6,500, of their fighting men with weapons. What was left of them? 37, was devoured by the Euphrates amid famine in the desert. 461, from the city of Corridi in the country of the Shuhites as far as the city of Kippina, the cities of the people of Kindanu. 38, and, of Lake which are, on the further bank, of the Euphrates, I captured. Their warriors I slew. Their spoil I carried away. The cities I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. Aziel the Lachian. 39, trusted to his forces and occupied the fords at the city of Kippina. I fought with them. Starting, from the city of Kippina I utterly destroyed them. 1,000. 40, of his soldiers I slew. His chariots I minished. His abundant spoil I carried away. His gods I carried off. To save his life Mount Baisuru, 462, an inaccessible mountain towards the source. 41, of the Euphrates, he occupied. For 2 days I pursued after him. The relics of his army I slew with weapons. The mountain, and the Euphrates devoured those I had destroyed of them. 463, as far as 42, the cities of Dumit, 464, and Asmo, the cities of the son of Adanu, I pursued him. The relics of his army I slew with weapons. His abundant spoil, his oxen, and his sheep. 43, which like the stars of heaven were numberless I carried away. At that time I carried off Ila the Lachian, his chariots, and yokes of horses, and 500 of his soldiers. 44. To my country of Assyria I brought them. The cities of Dumit and Asmu I captured, overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. From the narrows of the Euphrates I came out. In the course of this campaign. 45, I encompassed Aziel. Before my mighty weapons, in order to save his life, he ascended the country. Ila, the prince of the land of Lake, his soldiers, his chariots, and his teams. 46, I carried off. To my city of Assur, 465, I brought them. Kimtiel the Lachian I besieged in his city. By the help of Assur my lord before my mighty weapons, my vehement battle. 47. And, my enormous forces he was terrified, and the booty of his palace, silver, gold, lead, copper, plates of copper, and variegated cloths, his abundant spoil, I received, and tribute. 48. And, gifts above what I had before prescribed I imposed upon them. At that time 50 strong wild bulls on the further side of the Euphrates I killed, 8 wild bulls. 49, I captured alive with the hand, 20 azure birds I killed. 20 azure birds I caught alive with the hand. I founded 2 cities upon the Euphrates, one on the hither bank. 50. Of the Euphrates whose name I called Assur-Natsir-Pal, 466, the other on the further bank of the Euphrates whose name I called Nabardi-Assur. 467, on the 20th day of the month Sivan I departed from the city of Kala. 51. I crossed the Tigris, to the country of Bidadini I marched. To the city of Karabi, 468, their stronghold I approached. The city was very strong. Like a cloud of heaven it was elevated. 52. The inhabitants trusted to their numerous soldiers and descended not to embrace my feet. By the command of Assur the great lord, my lord, and Nergal who marches before me I attacked the city. 53, with mounds. 469, overthrowing and battering rams I captured the city. Their numerous warriors I slew. I utterly destroyed 800 of their fighting men. This spoil, and their goods I carried away, 2,400. 54, of their soldiers I carried off. To the city of Kala I transported them. The city I overthrew, dug up, and burned with fire. I put an end to it. I laid the fear of the glory of Assur my lord upon Bidadini. 55. At that time the tribute of Akuni the son of Adini, and of Kabini of the city of Tel-Abna, 470, silver, gold, lead, copper, variegated cloths, linen vestments, and beams. 56, of cedar, the treasures of his palace, I received. I took their hostages. I extended mercy to them. On the 8th day of the month Iyar, 471, I departed from the city of Kala. The Tigris. 57, I crossed. To the city of Carchemish, 472, in the country of the Hittites I took the road. To the country of Bitbakiani I approached. The tribute of the son of Bakiani, chariots, teams, horses, silver. 58, gold, lead, copper, and plates of copper I received. The chariots, riding horses, and grooms of the son of Bakiani I took away with me. From Bitbakiani I departed. 59, to the country of Azali, 473, I approached. The tribute of Daduim, 474, the Zalian, chariots, teams, horses, silver, gold, lead, copper. 60, plates of copper, oxen, sheep, and wine I received. The chariots, riding horses, and grooms I carried off in store with me. From the country of Azali I departed. To Bidadini I approached. 61, the tribute of Akuni the son of Adini, silver, gold, lead, copper, plates of copper, dishes of ivory, couches of ivory, yokes of ivory. 62. Thrones made of ivory, of silver, and of gold, torques of gold, beads, 475, of gold in large quantities, pendants, of gold, a sword blade of gold, oxen, sheep, and wine as his tribute I received. 63. The chariots, riding horses, and grooms of Akuni I carried off with me. At that time the tribute of Kabini of the city of Tel-Abna, for manes of silver, and 400 sheep I received from him. 64. 10 manes of silver in his first year as a tribute I imposed upon him. From the country of Bidadini I departed. The Tigris at its flood in boats of hardened skin thereupon. 65, I crossed. To the country of Carchemish I approached. The tribute of Sangara king of the country of the Hittites, 20 talents of silver, beads of gold, a chain of gold, sword blades, of gold, 100 talents. 66. Of copper, 250 talents of iron, sacred bowls of copper, libation cups of copper, a censer, of copper, the multitudinous furniture of his palace, of which the like. 67. Was never received, 476, couches, seats, and thrones, dishes, and weapons made of ivory, 200 slave girls, variegated cloths. 68. Linen vestments, black transparent stuffs, and grey transparent stuffs, Sonoma stones, the tusks of elephants, a white chariot, and small images of gold in quantities, the ornaments of his royalty, I received from him. The chariots. 69. Riding horses, and grooms of the city of Carchemish I carried off with me. All the kings of the surrounding countries came to my presence and embraced my feet. Their hostages I took. 70. They rejoiced at my face. To the land of Lebanon they went. From the city of Carchemish I departed. In sight of the countries of Munzagani, and Kamurga I took my way. 71. I passed the country of Akanu on my left. To the city of Kazatsi, 477, belonging to El-Amarna the Patinian I approached, gold, cloths, and linen vestments I received. 72, I forded the river Apre. 478, I crossed it, making a halt. From the banks of the Apre I departed. To the city of Kanoua, 479, the capital of El-Amarna the Patinian. 73, I approached. The face of my powerful weapons, and vehement battle he feared, and to save his life he embraced my feet. 20 talents of silver, 1 talent of gold. 74. 100 talents of lead, 100 talents of iron, 1,000 oxen, 10,000 sheep, 1,000 variegated cloths, and linen vestments, small images, and weapons in quantities. 75. The legs of couches, seats, and couches in quantities, dishes of ivory, and numerous utensils, the multitudinous furniture of his palace, the like of which. 76. Had never been received, so female musicians, rings, and numerous. 480, and the great maces. 481, of the great lords, as his tribute I received from him. Mercy unto him. 77, I extended. The chariots, riding horses, and grooms of the Patinians I carried off with me. His hostages I took. At that time the tribute of Gusi, 482. 78. The Yakanian, silver, gold, lead, copper, 483, oxen, sheep, variegated cloths, and linen vestments, I received. From the city of Kanoua the capital of El-Amarna. 79, the Patinian I departed. The river, Oron, Tez I crossed. On the banks of the Orontes I halted. From the banks of the Orontes I departed. In sight. 80, of the countries of Iraqi, 484, and Yaturi I took, my way. The country of Ku I traversed. On the banks of the river Sangura, 485, I made a halt. From the banks of the river Segura, Sik, I departed. In sight. 81, of the countries of Saratini, and Kalapani, 486, I took my way. On the banks of the river. I made off airings. Into the city of Aribua the stronghold of El-Amarna I entered. 82, the city I took for myself. The corn and straw of the country of Lakudi I harvested, and heaped up within it. I made a feast in his palace. Colonists from Assyria. 83. I settled within it. While I was staying in the city of Aribua I conquered the cities of the land of Lakudi. Their numerous warriors I slew. I overthrew, dug up, and with fire. 84, I burned. I captured some soldiers alive with the hand. On stakes I impaled them at the approach to their cities. At that time I occupied the slopes of Lebanon. To the great sea. 85, of Phoenicia I ascended. At the great sea I hung up my weapons. I offered sacrifices to the gods. The tribute of the kings of the coasts of the sea. 86, of the Tyrians, the Sidonians, the Jebelites, the Macalations, the Mazians, the Kyzians, 487, the Phoenicians, and of the citizens of Arvad. 87. In the middle of the sea, silver, gold, lead, copper, plate, of copper, variegated cloths, linen vestments, great maces, and small maces. 88. Usu wood, seats of ivory, and a porpoise the offspring of the sea, as their tribute I received. They embraced my feet. To the mountains of Kamani, 488, I ascended. Logs. 89, of cedar, sherbin, 489, juniper, and cypress I cut. I offered sacrifices to my gods. I erected a memorial of my warlike deeds. Upon it I wrote. 490. 90. The logs of cedar were transported from the mountain of Amanus, as materials for Sarah. 491. For my temple have I stored them, even for the temple of rejoicing, and for the temple of Sin and Samus the holy gods. 91. To the country of fir trees. 492. I went. The country of fir trees throughout its whole extent I conquered. Logs of fir I cut. To the city of Nineveh. 92. I brought them. To Ishtar the lady of Nineveh, my benefactress I offered them. During the eponymy of Samusnuri, 493, by the command of Assur the great lord, my lord, on the 20th day of the month Iyar, 494, from 93, the city of Kala I departed. The Tigris I crossed. Into the land of Kapani I descended. The tribute of the city chiefs of the land of Kapani in the city of Khuzarina. 94, I received. While I was staying in this city of Khuzarina the tribute of Idi the Zalian, and Giridadi, 495, the Assayan, silver. 95. Gold, oxen, and sheep, I received. In those days beams of cedar, silver, and gold, the tribute of Kadazili. 96. The Commagenian I received. From the city of Khuzarina I departed. The banks of the Euphrates towards its upper part one occupied. The country of Kupu. 97. I traversed. I entered the midst of the cities of the countries of Asa, and Kirki which are opposite to the land of the Hittites. The cities of Umalia, and Karanu. 98. The strongholds which are situated in the neighborhood of the country of Adani I conquered. Their numerous warriors I slew. Their spoil to a countless amount. 99 I carried away. The cities I overthrew, and dug up. I burned with fire 150 cities which were dependent on them. From the city of Carania. 100, I departed. Into the lowlands of the country of Amadani, 496, I descended. Into the midst of the country of Diria I entered. The cities in sight. 101. Of the countries of Amadani, and Arcania I burned with fire. The country of Malanu which adjoins the country of Arcania I took for myself. From the country of Malanu I departed. 102. Into the cities of the country of Zamba on the banks of the bridge, I entered and burned them with fire. The river Tsua I crossed. On the river Tigris I made a halt. The cities. 103. On the hither and further side of the Tigris, in the country of Arcania, I reduced to mounds and ruins. All the land of Kirki was afraid and my feet. 104, embraced. Their hostages I took. I appointed a governor of my own to be over them. From the lowlands of the country of Amadani I came out at the city of Barzanistan. 497. 105, to the city of Damdamosa the stronghold of Elani the son of Zamani, 498, I approached. The city I besieged. My warriors flew like birds upon them. 106, I slew 600 of their fighting men with weapons. I cut off their heads. I captured 400 soldiers alive with the hands. 107, I brought away 3,000 of their captives. I took this city for myself. The living soldiers, and the heads I brought to the city of Amedi his capital. 499. 108, I built up a pyramid with the heads at the approach to his main gate. The living soldiers I impaled on stakes at the gates of his city. 109. I fought a battle within his main gate. I cut down his plantations. From the city of Amedi I departed. Into the lowlands of Mount Kasyari, and of the city of Alabasaye. 110. Which none among my fathers had cut off or proclaimed war against, and approached, 500, I descended. The city of Yuda the stronghold of Labduri, the son of Dubusi. 111, I approached. The city I attacked. With mounds, battering rams, and war engines I captured the city. I slew 14,000 of their soldiers with weapons. 580 men alive. 112, I took with the hand. I brought away 3,000 of them captive. The soldiers, I had captured, alive I impaled on stakes round about his city. Of some 113, I put out the eyes. The rest of them I transported, and brought to Assyria. The city I took for myself. Assur-Natsir-Pal, the great king, the powerful king, the king of Assyria, the son of Tiglath-Uras. 114, the great king, the powerful king, the king of multitudes, the king of Assyria. The son of Rimmon-Nerari, the great king, the powerful king, the king of multitudes, the king of the same Assyria, the warrior hero, who has marched in reliance upon Assur his lord and among the kinglets of the four zones. 115, has no rival. The shepherd of fair shows who fears not opposition, the unique one, the strong one who has no confronter, the king who subdues the disobedient, who all. 116, the legions of the mighty has conquered. The powerful male who tramples on the neck of his enemies, who treads upon hostile lands, who breaks in pieces the squadrons of the strong, who in reliance on the great gods. 117. His lords has marched and his hand has overcome all countries, has conquered all mountains and has received all their tribute, the exactor of hostages, who has established empire. 118, over all the world. At that time Assur the Lord, the proclaimer of my name, the magnifier of my sovereignty, his unsparing weapon to the hands of my lordship. 119, entrusted. The widespread forces of the land of Lulum I slew with weapons in mid-battle. By the help of Samus. 120, and Rimmon, the gods my ministers, over the forces of the countries of Neri, the country of Kirki, the country of Subari in the country of Nerb, 501, I roared like Rimmon inundator. 121. The king, who from the fords of the river Tigris to the mountains of Lebanon and the great sea, the land of lake throughout its circuit, the land of the Shahites as far as the city of Rapiki. 122, has subdued beneath his feet. From the head of the sources of the river Supnat to the lowlands of Bitani his hand has conquered. From the lowlands of Keruri to 123. The country of Gozan, from the fords of the lower Zab to the city of Telbari, 502, which is above the Zab as far as the city of the mound of Zabdani in the city of the mound. 124. Of Abtani, the city of Karimu, the city of Karutu, the country of Bur-8, 503, belonging to Babylonia I have restored to the frontiers of my country. From the lowlands of the city of Babite. 125. To the country of Casmir I have accounted, the inhabitants, as men of my own country. In the lands which I have conquered I have appointed my governors. They have done homage. Boundaries. 126, I have set for them. Assur-Natsir-Pal, the exalted prince, the adorer of the great gods, the unique monster, the lusty, the conqueror of cities and mountains to their furthest limits, the king of lords, the consumer. 127. Of the strong, the hero who spares not, the annihilator of opposition, the king of all kinglets, the king of kings, the exalted prophet, named by Uras the warrior, the hero. 128. Of the great gods, the king who in reliance upon Assur and Uras the gods his ministers has marched in righteousness, and trackless mountains and hostile princes, with all. 129, their countries has subdued beneath his feet. With the foes of Assur above and below he has contended and has imposed upon them tribute and gifts. Assur-Natsir-Pal. 130. The powerful king, named by Sin, 504, the servant of Anu, 505, the favorite of Rimmon, 506, the strongest of the gods, the weapon unsparing, the slaughterer of the land of his enemies, M.I. The king, who is strong in battle. 131. The destroyer of cities and mountains, the firstborn of battle, the king of the four zones, the subjugator of his foes, of mighty countries, and, of, trackless, mountains. Kings valiant and unsparing, from the rising. 132. Of the sun to the setting of the sun have I subdued beneath my feet. One speech have I made them utter. The former city of Kala which Shalmaneser, 507, king of Assyria, a prince who went before me, built. 133. This city had fallen into decay and had become a mound and a ruin. To restore this city anew I worked. The men whom I had captured from the countries I had conquered, from the land of the Shuhites, from the land of Lake. 134. Throughout its circuit, from the city of Sirki at the ford of the Euphrates, and, the country of Zamua to its furthest limits, from Bit-Adini and the land of the Hittites, and from Laberna the Patinian, I took, and, planted within, it. 135. A canal from the lower Zab I excavated, and, the river Padi-Kaigal, 508, I called its name. I established plantations in its neighborhood. I brought fruit and wine for Assur my lord and the temples of my country. 136, I changed the old mound. I dug deep as far as the level of the water. I sunk, the foundations, 120 tikpi to the bottom. I built up its wall. I built it up, and completed it, from its foundation to its coping stone. Specimens of Assyrian Correspondence. By Theo G. Pinches. There is probably no branch of Assyro-Babylonian literature that is more attractive than the Correspondence. Not only do the letters which have been found in the ancient record offices of Assyria and Babylonia furnish the student with specimens of the modes of thought and expression of the ordinary people, and enable him to see in what consisted their communications, what were their intrigues, their joys, and their sorrows. But they also furnish him with valuable sidelights upon the history, religion, manners, customs, and last, not least, important philological information, the peculiar idioms and pronunciation of different districts. The varieties of style of the different scribes. The National Collection contains several hundred tablets bearing inscriptions of this class, addressed to and from various persons in different parts of the Assyrian Empire, implying a very perfect system of communication between Nineveh, the capital, and the outlying districts. The subjects treated vary from simple greetings to descriptions of hostile demonstrations, congratulations, claims upon the royal clemency, answers to astrological, philological, and other questions, medical and other reports, proclamations, etc. etc. These letters are generally oblong tablets of baked clay, across which the lines of writing are inscribed the narrow way. It is not unlikely that many of the documents of this class which have come down to us are copies, the originals having been sent away from Nineveh. Papyrus was probably used for these documents, but clay letters were also sent about. These latter sometimes bade an envelope of clay around them, addressed and sealed with the sender's cylinder. The number of dated letters is very small in comparison with those without dates, so that we can only arrive at an idea as to when they were written by internal evidence, such as names, places, and historical events. The precise dates of many of them, however, must always remain uncertain. These documents vary in length from 1 to 6 inches, and in width from 3/4 of an inch to about 2 inches and a half. The present texts are of sizes about midway between these two extremes. Number 1. This text is a letter from Arad-Nana, who seems to have been a physician, to the king of Assyria at the time, concerning a man, possibly an Assyrian prince and near relation of the king, who was ill. Indeed, so ill was he, that the writer did not expect that he would live more than 7 or 8 days longer. See the last sentence of the translation. One ray of comfort only does the writer hold out, and that is, that the sufferer might recover, if the king would only cause prayer to be made to his gods. Judging from the text, it is hardly likely that the sickness from which the man was suffering was a natural one. He had doubtless received a wound or injury, perhaps several, and it was very probable that one of these, which he had received in his head, would prove mortal. The number of the tablet is S1064. Translation. To the king my lord, thy servant El-Amarna. May there be peace for ever and ever to the king my lord. May the god Ninep, 509, and the goddess Gula give soundness of heart and soundness of flesh to the king my lord. Peace forever. To reduce the general inflammation of his forehead, 510, I have tied a bandage upon it. His face is swollen. 511, yesterday, as formerly, I opened the wound which had been received in the midst of it. As for the bandage which was over the swelling, matter was upon the bandage, the size of the tip of the little finger. Thy gods, if the whole of the flesh of his body they can restore unto him, cause thou to invoke, and his mouth will cry, 512, peace forever. May the heart of the king my lord be good. He will live 7 or 8 days. 513. The text of which the translation is given above forms one of a number published by the Reverend S.A. Smith in his book Die Kehlschrifttext Assur-Natsir-Pals, Heft 2, the 17th plate, to which publication I contributed a German rendering, with philological notes. 514, the translation here given differs slightly from that which I published in S.A. Smith's Kehlschrifttext. The alterations are 2 in number, the first being in the 11th line of the original, where, instead of reading S.A. Kurie Nasu, which is around his eyes, I now read S.A. Kutale Nasu, of the wall of his eyes, most likely meaning his brows. Or forehead. 515, the other change is in the 19th and 20th lines of the original text, where, instead of regarding usually as a verb, with the meaning of I raised, took off, I took off the bandage which was around it. I now take it to be a noun with the meaning of swelling. Though the sense of the whole is pretty clear, the translation will probably be still further improved as time goes on. Other tablets of this class exist, and one of them, K519, is of great interest in connection with the text above translated. This other text is also from El-Amarna, and probably refers to the same sick man, who seems to have been the king's son. Concerning the sick man, El-Amarna says, from whose face blood flows, the Rab Muji, Rab Mag. 516, has said thus, yesterday, as before, much blood flowed. He took off those bandages, lipiamut, with care. 517, upon the wounds, of his face it was inflamed. The injuries are improving. Before the blood, 518, flows, let him make the opening of the nostril, 519, the breath, 520, will come through, the blood will stop. A few more lines end the communication. This document, which is exceedingly interesting, is rather defaced here and there, thus greatly adding to the difficulties of a naturally difficult text. The important point about it is that, besides the interesting words that it contains, it gives the record of what may be called a surgical operation. Whether this communication preceded, in order of time, the text of which the full translation is given above, is doubtful, though, taking into consideration the hopeful tone of K519 and the despairing tone of S1064, the precedence of the former is exceedingly probable. In the introduction it will be noticed that Ninep and Gula are invoked. The former, as a star, was sometimes named Ninazu, the Lord Physician. His more usual title, however, is the Warrior, and he is also named Lord of the Weapon, Baal Kaki, though the text which gives him this title invokes him to remove the sickness. 521, the Warrior, able to cause wounds, was supposed to be able also to remove them. Gula, the Great Lady, who is also called the Lady of Ison or Carrick, was the consort of Ninep, especially under his name of Utugisgalu. Another of her names, like those already mentioned, Akkadian, is Nintinbadaga, the lady giving life to the dead. Nebuchadnezzar speaks of her as the preserver and perfecter of his life, Edherat, Gamalat Nabischa. In another text, where she is named Nin Carrick, Lady of Carrick, she is spoken of as the physician, high and great, and invoked to take far away the grief of his, the sick man's, body. In this text her name occurs between Ister and Bow, who are apparently other forms of the same goddess. 522. Number 2. This is a letter containing a complaint to the king concerning some gold which seems to have been missing. The text is numbered K538 in the National Collection. To the king my lord, thy servant Arad-Nabu. May there be peace to the king my lord. May the gods Assur, Samas, 523, Bel, Zerpanidam, 524, Nabu, 525, Tasmedam, 526, Ister of Nineveh, 527, and Ister of Arbela, 528, these great gods, lovers of thy rule, let the king my lord live for 100 years. May they satisfy the king my lord with old age and offspring. The gold which, in the month Tisri, the Itu, the prefect of the palace, and I with them, missed, 2 talents of standard gold, and 6 talents of gold not standard, this gold, the hands of the Rabdanabi, 529, placed in the house, he sealed it up. And, the gold for the image of the kings, 530, and for the image of the king's mother he gave not. Let the king my lord give command to the Itu, and, the prefect of the palace, that they may discover the gold. The beginning of the month is good. 531, let them give it to the men. Let them do the work. 532. A translation of this interesting text was contributed by me to the first series of the Records of the Past, 533, 11 years ago. Since that time the text itself, with a translation, has been published by the Reverend S.A. Smith in his Keelschrifttext Acerbaniples, Heft 2, Plate 7, and pages 30 to 33, and I also contributed to the same work, page 86, a free translation in English, which does not essentially differ from that given above. These translations are much better than that which I gave at first, the improvements being due to the advances which have been made in the science of Assyriology since that was published. The principal difference in the translation occurs in the second part, this difference being caused by translating the word Nikoduni by, we missed, instead of, sinned, or, transgressed. It is unlikely that a man would voluntarily accuse himself of being a thief, hence this rendering. The meaning of, to miss, however, attached to this root, occurs in Hebrew, Job v. 24, thou shalt visit thy fold and shalt miss nothing, 534, so that the meaning here proposed for the word may be regarded as quite certain. Another text referring to the making of images will be found in S.A. Smith's Keelschrifttext Acerbaniples, Heft 3, Plates 12 to 13, and pages 39 to 43. Number 3. The third text which I give is a translation of a very interesting letter or proclamation, apparently written by Assur-Bani-Apli, or Assur-Bani-Pal, to the Babylonians, whilst they were subject to Assyria. After the usual royal greeting, the king speaks of some rumor which had reached him, anent certain seditious words uttered by a man whom he does not name, but whom he speaks of as, the wind, Saru. And farther on as, the lord of slander, Beldebabi. 535, apparently the Assyrian king wished it to be thought that he considered this man's exhortations as simply vain, empty words, and the man himself as beneath his notice. But the letter itself indicates that he really thought both the man and his message to be of sufficient importance to counteract if he could. He therefore exhorts the Babylonians, in fairly vigorous terms, to pay no attention to the Lord of slander, and he warns them that they are responsible for the payment of the tribute due to Assyria, which they seemed inclined to pervert to the use of the enemy of the Assyrian king, or at least to raise as much for his use until they could, with his help, throw off the Assyrian yoke. Hence the king's anger, and his impatience for a reply to his exhortation. The text is made the more interesting by the fact that it not only gives the name of the eponym during whose term of office it was written, but the name of the person by whom it was sent as well. The number of the text is K84. Translation. The will of the king to the Babylonians. Peace from me to your heart, may there be good to you. The words which the wind for the third time now has spoken to you, all come to me. I have heard them. Ye cannot govern the wind. By the heart of Assur and Merodach, my gods, I swear that all the evil words, which it has spoken against me, I am treasuring up in my heart, and I have spoken them with my mouth. But artful is he has been artful. Thus the name of the Babylonians itself is indeed evil unto me, and I do not listen to it. Your brotherhood, which is with the Assyrians, 536, and your privileges, which I had confirmed, I have established. More than that there is, ye are near to my heart. 537, I command also, that ye listen not to his sedition. Do not make your name, which is before me, 538, and before all the world, evil, and commit not, yourselves, a sin against God. And the equivalence of the word, which ye are treasuring up in your hearts, I know. It is this, we will ignore the tax, it is turned into our tribute. That is no tribute. It is not that ye have equalized to my slanderer, 539, the matter, 540, of Korban and tax, it is that the payment of tribute, 541, lies with yourselves, and failure, 542, concerning the agreement is before God. Therefore now I send to you, that by these words ye may not join yourselves with him. Let me quickly see the answer to my letter. The bond which I have made with Bel, the service of Merodach, this shall not be destroyed by my hands. Month Iyar, 23d day, eponymy of Assur-Natsir-Pal. Sammisbalad Suikbi has brought it. 543. There are several similar proclamations to this, but probably none of them are in such a perfect state of preservation, though most of them are more interesting. Because they give more precise historical indications by mentioning the names of the persons to whom they refer. The text itself contains several interesting linguistic peculiarities. In addition to the expressions already noted, the following may prove to be of interest to the student: Ramanisu, his own, for Ramanisu, probably pointing to a peculiarity of pronunciation. 544, Sunkunu for Sumkunu, your name, change of M into N before K, not uncommon in Assyrian, Kutsupakunu for Kutsupatunu, ye are treasuring up, a most important variant form, the interesting phrase is Yanu Su-Ki. It is not that, and Su-Ki. It is that, and the use of the demonstratives Aga and Aganut. It is noteworthy, also, that in two passages the king speaks of God, Ilu, not of the gods, you Ramankunu, Ina pan Ili Latakadda, and commit not, yourselves, a sin before God. You Kadtu Ina Libade Ina pan Ili, and a sin concerning the agreement is before God, as if, at the time he was writing these words, the one God idea was uppermost in his mind. This was, probably, the result of a feeling inherited from the time when monotheism, more or less pure, was the possession of the Semitic race, or at least that portion of it to which the Semitic Babylonians or Assyrians and the Israelites belonged. 545. The text is published in the fourth volume of the cuneiform Inscriptions of Western Asia, Plate 52 of the Old Edition, Plate 47 of the New. The colophon, accompanied by a translation, was published by G. Smith in his History of Assur-Natsir-Pal, p. 181. The date of this interesting document is about 650 BC. Akkadian Hymn to the Setting Sun. Translated by G. Bertin. The following hymn is interesting because it appears to have formed part of the Babylonian ritual. In each temple, at certain hours of the day and night, priests devoted to this office had to recite certain prayers or incantations. We possess in the British Museum, Table Case A, Numbers 4 and 4A, 2 copies of this hymn. The first one is no doubt the temple copy, and the colophon gives the time at which it is to be repeated by the priest. The other tablet is what might be called an ex voto copy. When ill, the Babylonians, as the Christians of the Middle Ages, made certain promises to the gods in case of recovery. The fulfillment of the vow was generally a tablet which was to be placed in the temple. The same custom prevailed also in Greece, but in Babylonia, literature being the most highly prized branch of the fine arts, the ex voto was as a rule the copy of an old tablet. This hymn appears to have been composed in Akkadian, the religious language of Babylon, but is given with an interlinear translation in Assyro-Babylonian. The translation sometimes offers slight divergences from the original text, which have been noticed in the notes. A point to be observed is that the moon, who was generally considered as a male god, is here regarded as a goddess consort of the sun god. In the ex voto copy she is called the sister of the sun. We might conclude from this variant that the moon, in the Babylonian as in the Egyptian mythology, was sister and wife of the sun. Throughout the hymn there seems to be a certain Semitic or Hamitic rather than Akkadian undercurrent of thought. Both copies are written in the later Babylonian style of writing, and date probably from the reign of Nebuchadnezzar the Great. The text has been published, with a French translation and notes by myself, in the Revue d'Assyriology, Volume 1. Part 4. Hymn to the Setting Sun. O Sun, in the middle of the sky, at thy setting. May the bright gates welcome thee favorably. 546. May the door of heaven be docile to thee. May the God Director, 547, thy faithful messenger, mark the way. In Ibarra, 548, seat of thy royalty, he makes thy greatness shine forth. May the moon, thy beloved spouse, 549, come to meet thee with joy. 550. May thy heart rest in peace. May the glory of thy Godhead remain with thee. Powerful hero, O sun. Shine gloriously. 551. Lord of Ibarra, direct in thy road thy foot rightly. O sun, in making thy way, take the path marked for thy rays. Thou art the Lord of judgments over all nations. Colophon of the Temple Copy. This is the hymn to the setting sun. The incantator, 552, says it after the beginning of the night. First line of the next tablet. O sun, rising in the shining sky. 553. Tablet which Nabodamic, son of, has copied and translated from the old copy. Colophon of the ex voto copy. Nabu-balatsu-Ikbi, son of Esagilian, for the preservation of his life has had this tablet written for Nebo, his lord, by Nabu-Episeki, son of Esagilian, and placed it in the Temple Izida. The Moabite Stone. Translated by Dr. A. Neubauer. The Moabite Stone was discovered by the Reverend F. Klein, on the site of Dibon, now Dibon, on the 19th of August, 1868. When on his way to the Becca his attention was drawn by a friendly sheik to a black basalt stone in the vicinity of his tent. This stone, about 3 feet 10 inches high, 2 feet in breadth, and 14 in thickness, and rounded both at the top and the bottom to nearly the shape of a semicircle, contained an inscription on one side consisting of 34 lines. The discoverer, although he did not immediately recognize the importance of his find, had good sense enough to try to acquire it for the museum at Berlin. As soon as the natives learned that the infidels were in search of the monument, they began to interest all persons they could get hold of in it. Captain Warren, of the Palestine Exploration Fund, was informed of its existence some weeks after Klein's discovery, but knowing that the Berlin Museum was already concerned in the matter, he took no steps towards its acquisition till 1869. However, whilst the negotiations of the Prussian government were making only slow progress, everything in the East moving but slowly, M. Clermont-Ganneau, then dragoman of the French consulate in Jerusalem, wisely took at once the necessary steps for procuring squeezes and copies of the inscription, and finally endeavored to buy the monument itself. Fortunately he was successful in his attempt to obtain a squeeze of the inscription while the stone was still in its entirety, for it soon became too late. After the Turkish authorities had begun to interfere, the Bedouins of the country of Dibon, rather than give up the monument for the benefit of the Pasha and Mutter, broke the stone by first making a fire under it, and then pouring cold water on it, and subsequently distributed the pieces among themselves to be used as amulets and charms. Thus, through the zeal of those who acted in the name of 2 European countries, one of the earliest Semitic monuments written in alphabetical characters was irretrievably ruined. For a detailed history of the vicissitudes undergone by the stone, I must refer to Dr. Ginsberg's second edition of his work on the Moabite inscription, and to M. Heron de Villefost's notice, who does not, however, even mention the name of Klein. Happily more than half of the inscription remained intact, and M. Clermont-Ganneau's squeezes and copies supply in large measure the lacunae in the text, as may be seen from an inspection of the original monument, which now adorns the Museum of the Louvre. It stands there in its original shape, the lacunae being supplied from the squeezes and copies. And from this monument, as reproduced in 1886 by Professors Rudolf Smend and Albert Saussen, I shall give the translation which follows. It would be superfluous to mention in detail all the literature that bears upon the stone. The reader will find it given up to 1875 in M. Heron de Villefos' monograph under the title of Notice de Monuments Provenant de la Palestine, Paris, 1876, arranged according to the countries to which the authors belong. It is seldom that such a number of names can be found contributing to a subject of Oriental study, as was the case with the Moabite inscription. I shall mention them in alphabetical order, the names being taken from M. Heron de Villefos' work. They are, Auerbach, J. Balagi, Beek, D. Bensley, Bonelli, Burton, A. F. and C. H. Clermont-Ganneau, Colenso, Bishop, Derenbourg, J. Deutsch, E. Fabiani, Geiger, A. Ginsberg, C. H. D. Goldziher, Grove, G. Halevi, Abraham, Harkavy, Haug, Hayes Ward, Heron de Villefos, Himpel, Hitzig, Howard Crosby, Jenkins, G. Kampf, Levi, M.A., Merks, Neubauer, A. Noeldyk, Oppert, J. Palmer, E. H. Peterman, Rawlinson, G. and Sir H. Renat, Rouge, Vicomte de Sabatier, Sachs, S. Schlottmann, Schrader, E. Schroeder, Smend, Saussen, Testa, Vogue, Comte de Warren, Sir C. H. Wire, Wright, W. The names to which an asterisk is prefixed are those of authors who have published separate works on the subject. The contributions of the others are scattered through periodicals and daily and weekly papers. In many languages, viz., English, French, Italian, German, Hebrew, and Greek, Schroeder. I shall not supply here the titles of the periodicals nor of the separate monographs. This I hope will be done either by M. Clermont-Ganneau when he gives us his final commentary on the inscription, or in a second edition of the pamphlet published by Professors Smend and Saussen. Our bibliographical list will not be complete without a notice of the Reverend A. Lowy's article on the apocryphal character of the Moabite Stone in the Scottish Review for April 1887. Mr. Lowy's article was ingenious, but, as was pointed out in the Athenaeum, Academy, and Guardian, was destitute of paleographical support, and his conclusions have not been accepted by any other Semitic scholar. M. Clermont-Ganneau promised as far back as 1875 a final publication of this important inscription according to all the materials at his disposal. But of this edition nothing exists except a bookseller's advertisement. In a catalogue of M. Ernest Leroux, 1878, M. Clermont-Ganneau's final publication was announced under the following title, La Stele de Mesa, Roi de Moab, Ike siècle avant J.C. Édition définitive, avec les photographies du monument et de l'estampage, le plan du pays au la stele fut découvert, plusieurs planches d'inscriptions, facsimile, vignette, etc., sous pressa. 20 fr. Up to the present date nothing more has been heard of this authoritative edition. In 1885 two German professors, Dr. Rudolf Smend of Bale and Dr. Albert Saussen of Tübingen, seeing that the long-expected edition of M. Clermont-Ganneau had been postponed indefinitely, and feeling the necessity of such an edition for the purposes of instruction in the university, decided to make one with the help of the original in the Louvre, and of the squeeze made by the Arab for M. Clermont-Ganneau, as well as of another squeeze in the library of Bale. The edition, which is the result of hard, minute, and skillful labor on the part of the two professors, is now the final and authoritative edition of the inscription, although contested on many points by M. Clermont-Ganneau in an article, not always impartially written, in the Journal Asiatique for 1887, Tome 9. Page 72 SQQ, and by M. Renat in the Journal de Savants, 1887. In my translation I shall notice the differences between M. Clermont-Ganneau's readings and those of the two professors, adding a few remarks of my own. Let me say at once that the last 4 lines of the inscription are hopelessly inexplicable owing to the lacunae found in them. The object of the inscription is to commemorate the victory of Mesha over his Israelitish enemy. Chemosh was once angry with Moab and caused them to lose territory and even to be conquered by Israel. Chemosh then showed favor to his nation and Moab was victorious. The Moabites not only recaptured the towns they had lost, but added others to them which they took from Israel. Mesha captured the priests of the god or goddess Dodo and Yahweh, and hewed them in pieces before Chemosh, just as Samuel hewed Agag before Yahweh. Mesha took great pains to construct cisterns in some of the towns belonging to Moab. The Moabite dialect is tinged with non-biblical words and forms, but the construction remains biblical. The characters are Phoenician, and form a link between those of the Baal-Lebanon inscription, of the 10th century BC, and those of the Salome text. The Moabite Stone. 1. Mesha son of Chemosh-Melech, 554, king of Moab the D. 2. Bunite. 555, my father reigned over Moab 30 years, 556, and I reg. 3. Ned after my father. I made this monument to Chemosh at Korka. 557, a monument of Sal. 4. Vat Ion, for he saved me from all invaders, 558, and let me see my desire upon all my enemies. Amr. 5. I was king of Israel, and he oppressed Moab many days, for Chemosh was angry with his 6. Land. His son followed him, and he also said, I shall oppress Moab. In my days Chemosh, 559, said. 7. I will see my desire on him and his house. And Israel surely perished forever. Omri took the land, 560, of 8. Medeba, 561, and Israel dwelt in it during his days and half of the days of his son, altogether 40 years. 562, but there dwelt in it, 563. 9. Chemosh in my days. I built Balmeon, 564, and made therein the ditches, 565, I built. 10. Kirjathane, 566, the men of Gad dwelled in the land of Adaroth, 567, from of old, and built there the king of. 11. Israel Adaroth. And I made war against the town and seized it. And I slew all the people of. 12. The town, for the pleasure of Chemosh and Moab, I captured from there the Arel, 568, of Doda, 569, and Tor. 13. Him before Chemosh in Kerioth, 570, and I placed therein the men of Srn, 571, and the men. 14, of Mkhrth, 572, and Chemosh said to me, Go seize Nebo, 573, upon Israel, hand. 15. I went in the night and fought against it from the break of dawn till noon, and I took. 16, it, and slew all, 7,000 men, boys, 574, women, girls. 17, and female slaves, 4 to Chemosh, 575, I devoted them. And I took from it the Arels, 576, of Yahweh and tore them before Chemosh. And the king of Israel built. 18, Jahaz, 577, and dwelt in it, whilst he waged war against me, Chemosh drove him out before me. And 19. I took from Moab 200 men, all chiefs, and transported them to Jahaz, which I took. 20, to add to it Dibon. I built Korka, the wall of the forests and the wall. 21, of the citadel, I built its gates and I built its towers. And 22. I built the house of Moloch, and I made sluices of the water ditches, 578, in the middle. 23, of the town. And there was no cistern in the middle of the town of Korka, and I said to all the people, Make 4. 24. yourselves every man a cistern in his house. And I dug the canals, 579, for Korka by means of the prisoners. 25, of Israel. I built Aroer, 580, and I made the road in, the province of, the Arnon. 581, and 26. I built Beth-Bamoth, 582, for it was destroyed. I built Bezer, 583, for in ruins. 27, it was. And all the chiefs, 584, of Dibon were 50, for all Dibon is subject, and I placed, 585. 28. 100, chiefs, 586, in the towns which I added to the land, I built. 29, Beth-Medeba, 587, and Beth-Diblathane, 588, and Beth-Balmeon, 589, and transported thereto the shepherds. 30. And the pastors, 590, of the flocks of the land. And at Horonaim, 591, dwelt there, 592. 31. And Chemosh said to me, Go down, make war upon Horonaim. I went down, and made war. 32. And Chemosh dwelt, 593, in it during my days. I went up from thence. 33. And I. Table of the Egyptian Dynasties. The Old Empire. Dynasty, Tenite capital, this modern name, Gurj approximate date according to Mariette, 5004 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 5650 BC. Dynasty, 2. Tenite capital, this modern name, Gurj approximate date according to Mariette, 4751 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 5400 BC. Dynasty, 3. Memphite capital, Memphis modern name, Mitraheni approximate date according to Mariette, 4449 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 5100 BC. Dynasty, 4. Memphite capital, Memphis modern name, Mitraheni approximate date according to Mariette, 4235 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 4875 BC. Dynasty, v. Memphite capital, Memphis modern name, Mitraheni approximate date according to Mariette, 3951 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 4600 BC. Dynasty, 6. Elephantine capital, Elephantine modern name, Gezirat Assurin approximate date according to Mariette, 3703 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 4450 BC. Dynasty, 7. Memphite capital, Memphis modern name, Mitraheni approximate date according to Mariette, 3500 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 4250 BC. Dynasty, 8. Memphite capital, Memphis modern name, Mitraheni approximate date according to Mariette, 3500 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 4250 BC. Dynasty, 9. Heracleopolite capital, Heracleopolis modern name, Anas el-Medineh approximate date according to Mariette, 3358 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 4100 BC. Dynasty, X. Heracleopolite capital, Heracleopolis modern name, Anas el-Medineh approximate date according to Mariette, 3249 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 3700 BC. Dynasty, 11. Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, 3064 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 3510 BC. The Middle Empire. Dynasty, 12. Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, 2851 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 3450 BC. Dynasty, 13. Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, approximate date according to Weidman, 3250 BC. Dynasty, 14. Zoit capital, Zoi's modern name, Saka approximate date according to Mariette, 2398 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 2800 BC. The Shepherd Kings. Dynasty, 15. Hyksos capital, Tanis, Zoan, modern name, San approximate date according to Mariette, 2214 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 3525 BC. Dynasty, 16. Hyksos capital, Tanis, Zoan, modern name, San approximate date according to Mariette, approximate date according to Weidman, 2050 BC. Dynasty, Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, approximate date according to Weidman. Dynasty, 17. Hyksos capital, Tanis, Zoan, modern name, San approximate date according to Mariette, approximate date according to Weidman, 1800 BC. Dynasty, Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, approximate date according to Weidman. The New Empire. Dynasty, 18. Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, 1700 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 1750 BC. Dynasty, 19. Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, 1400 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 1490 BC. Dynasty, XX. Diaspolitan capital, Thebes modern name, Luxor, etc. Approximate date according to Mariette, 1200 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 1280 BC. Dynasty, XXI. Tanite capital, Tanis modern name, San approximate date according to Mariette, 1100 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 1100 BC. Dynasty, XXI. Bubastite capital, Bubastis modern name, Tel Bast approximate date according to Mariette, 966 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 975 BC. Dynasty, XCI. Tanite capital, Tanis modern name, San approximate date according to Mariette, 766 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 810 BC. Dynasty, Ziv. Sate capital, Sayce modern name, Sa-el-Hagar approximate date according to Mariette, 733 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 720 BC. Dynasty, XXV. Ethiopian capital, Napata modern name, Mount Barkal approximate date according to Mariette, 700 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 715 BC. Dynasty, XXVI. Sate capital, Sayce modern name, Sa-el-Hagar approximate date according to Mariette, 666 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 664 BC. Dynasty, XXVI. Persian capital, Persepolis modern name, approximate date according to Mariette, 527 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 525 BC. Dynasty, Atenii. Sate capital, Sayce modern name, Sa-el-Hagar approximate date according to Mariette, BC approximate date according to Weidman, 415 BC. Dynasty, Zix. Mendesian capital, Mendes modern name, Eshman Aroman approximate date according to Mariette, 399 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 408 BC. Dynasty, XXX. Sebanite capital, Sebanitos modern name, Semenhut approximate date according to Mariette, 378 BC approximate date according to Weidman, 387 BC. List of kings of Assyria. Sargon asserts that he was preceded by 330 Assyrian kings. Underscore 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 underscore. High priests of the god Assur at Assur, Kali Shurghat. BC. Ism Dagon, Sar. 1850. Samsiriman I his son, 1820. Igar Kapkapu. Samsiriman II his son, builder of the temple of Assur. Kalu. Irisam his son. Kings of Assyria. Bel-Kapkapu, the founder of the monarchy, 594. Ada Isai. Belbani his son. Assur-Suma-Azur. Uriz-Tuklat-Ashuri his son, contemporary of Mergaz-Sipak of Babylonia. Urbariman. Assur-Nadanaki his son. Assur-Bilnisi-Su, contemporary of Karaindas of Babylonia. Buzar-Assur, contemporary of Bernabarias of Babylonia, Sar. 1430. Assur-Ubalid, 595, 1400. Bel-Nirari his son, 1380. Pudallu his son, 1360. Riman-Nirari I his son, contemporary of Natsiurus of Babylonia, 1340. Shalmaneser I his son, the founder of Kala, 1320. Tiglath-Uras I his son, 596, 1300. Assur-Narara, Sar. 1250. Nebodan his son, 597, 1230. Bel-Kadura-Utsur, 1210. Uras-Pilzer, 1190. Assur-Dan I his son, 598, 1170. Mutagal-Nebo his son, 1150. Assur-Isaias I his son, 599, 1130. Tiglath-Pileser I his son, 600, 1150. Assur-Bilkala his son, 1090. Samsiriman I his brother, 1070. Assur-Ab-Buri. Tiglath-Pileser II. 950. Assur-Dan II his so, 930. Riman-Nirari II his son. 911. Tiglath-Uras II his son, 889. Assur-Natsir-Pal his son, 883. Shalmaneser II his son, 858. Assur-Dane-Pal his son, rebel king, 825. Samsiriman II his brother, 823. Riman-Nirari III his son, 810. Shalmaneser III, 781. Assur-Dan III, 771. Assur-Nirari, 753. Tiglath-Pileser III Pulu, Pool. Poros, usurper, 745. Shalmaneser IV Oyula usurper, 727. Sargon. Jareb, usurper, 722. Sennacherib his son, 705. Esarhaddon I his son, 681. Assur-Bani-Pal, Sardanapallos, his son, 668. Assur-Etal-Alani-Ukini his son, 601, 648. Sinsariuskin. Esarhaddon II, Sarachus, destruction of Nineveh, 606. Egyptian calendar. Months, Thoth sacred year begins, July 20th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2 year begins, August 29th. Months, Pauphi sacred year begins, August 19th Alexandrine and #XA0. 2 year begins, September 28th. Months, Ather sacred year begins, September 18th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2 year begins, October 28th. Months, Koyak sacred year begins, October 18th Alexandrine and #XA0. 2 year begins, November 27th. Months, Tybi sacred year begins, November 17th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2 year begins, December 27th. Months, Mekir sacred year begins, December 17th Alexandrine and #XA0. 2 year begins, January 26th. Months, Faminoth sacred year begins, January 16th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2 year begins, February 25th. Months, Farmuthi sacred year begins, February 15th Alexandrine and #XA0. 2 year begins, March 27th. Months, Pekon sacred year begins, March 17th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2-year begins, April 26th. Months, Paini Sacred Year begins, April 16th Alexandrine and #XA0. 2-year begins, May 26th. Months, Epiphi Sacred Year begins, May 16th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2-year begins, June 25th. Months, Mizor Sacred Year begins, June 15th Alexandrine and #XA0, 2-year begins, July 25th. Months, the Epigomeny Alexandrine and #XA0. 2-year begins, August 24th to 28th the end.